Dawn of the Unborn, Book 4 of the Unborn Odyssey series, by Vajragoni. Narrated by Michael Hagiantonis. Prologue. The Dragon Race. In the shadowed mists of Saha Realm 38725, a mere speck amidst the billion-world sprawl of this present galaxy, a realm so insignificant it barely registers in the cosmic ledger, the tapestry of existence unfurled in an age eclipsing the flood of Noah, predating even the era of Siddhartha Gautama. This was no cradle of light, no haven for the enlightened. Saha Realm 38725 festered as an impure blemish, a dirty, disagreeable, and dangerous pustule shunned by countless Buddhas who steered their luminous gazes elsewhere. Its skies churned with ash and venom, its earth groaned under the weight of corruption, and its winds whispered not of peace, but of peril. A forsaken domain where purity was a memory, danger a constant companion. Yet, amidst this wretched mire, there thrived the most ancient of races, the dragon race. Not the serpentine myths of later lore, but beings of transcendent intellect, their minds ablaze with incomparable wisdom. Their sciences and philosophies forged in the crucible of the one mind, a principle as vast as the void and as intimate as a breath. These dragons were not mere flesh and scale. They embodied a perfected yin system, a cosmic harmony rooted in the principle of Wei Wu Wei, effortless action, a dance of spirit and mind within the deathless body of Tathagatahood. Their world, in that primordial dawn, pulsed as an ultimate yin realm, its rhythm a reflection of the Tao's primordial symbol, a spiraling helix of balance, a pure and unadulterated equilibrium where the spirit flowed like water, the mind shone like moonlight, and the body stood unmarred by decay. A vessel of the unborn, untouched by the Skandar's grasping, form, sensation, perception, mental formations, consciousness. Their sciences wove threads of cosmic insight, mapping kalpas not with tools, but with meditative recall, while their philosophies sang of the one mind, a singular awareness beyond duality, a stillness that birthed all motion, yet remained motionless itself. This was no utopia of idle dreams. It was a living testament to the dragon race's ascent through incalculable kalpas, their dragon minds transcending the phenomenal realm via the antecedent liberative technique they called the Dark Dharma, a praxis cataloguing 10 bhumic stages, culminating in the Great Dharma Cloud, or Dharma Mega, a zenith of noble wisdom where all sensate attachments dissolved into right release. Yet, into this pristine yin tapestry stormed an innumerable host of demons, the Yang gods, emanating from a rival family of celestial usurpers whose harsh and impure energy sought to claim Saha Realm 38725 as their dominion. These were not mere interlopers, they were architects of chaos, their Yang principle a blazing furnace of aggression, domination, and division, starkly opposed to the dragon race's fluid stillness. Where yin flowed as water through the Tao's balance, yang roared as fire, scorching the realm with its insatiable will. The Yang gods expressed a predatory interest in this insignificant pimple, infiltrating its pure yin system with a venomous adulteration. They shattered the one mind's harmony, birthing religions of absolute obedience, Greek pantheons of warring titans, Roman cults of imperial might, Norse sagas of blood and thunder, and monotheistic creeds of a singular male tyrant atop a celestial throne. Their intent was clear: to supplant spirit with matter, to enslave the nascent human race as mindless thralls, their minds shackled to worship the Yang principle as the sole truth, their bodies bent beneath its yoke. The contrast between these forces was as stark as night and day, a cosmic schism etched into Saha Realm 38725's fabric. The dragon race, with their yin essence, stood as custodians of the unborn, a dark, primordial light that knew no birth, no death, only the eternal suchness of Tathagatahood. Their minds, vast and serene, mirrored the Dharmakeya's formless expanse, their actions a ripple of effortless grace, their sciences a hymn to the one mind's unity. They taught no hierarchies, no gods to bow before. Their wisdom was a shared recollection, a communal ascent through the boomic stages. Earth, flame, sky, insight, radiance, harmony, compassion, truth, freedom, and the Dharma cloud, each a stepping stone to the unborn's embrace. Their bodies, deathless and luminous, bore no scars of time, their scales shimmering with the Tao's spiral, a testament to spirit's primacy over matter. In contrast, the Yang gods wielded a brutal, impure energy, a masculine fire of conquest and control, their pantheons a cacophony of warring egos, their creeds a litany of submission. They sculpted humans from clay and ash, not as heirs to wisdom, but as slaves to toil, their minds dulled by fear, their spirits crushed beneath commandments carved in stone. Varkul's spear, his wrath, his sword, all tools to enforce the Yang principle's dominion, a stark inversion of Yin's effortless flow. The Yang gods' assault was relentless, their narrative a venomous rewrite of reality. They branded the dragon race's Yin as chaos and evil, personifying its dark, unborn light as Satan, Lucifer, Loki, Pan, or Kali, figures of rebellion and ruin in their mythologies, twisted shadows to be feared and reviled. They crafted cavities of damnation, Hades, Hell, Gehenna, eternal pits for those who dared defy their Yang worship, their priests preaching that the unborn's stillness was a destructive force bent on mankind's annihilation. Where the dragon race saw balance in the Tao, the Yang gods sowed division, light versus dark, order versus chaos, Yang versus Yin. A lie that turned the realm's harmony into a battlefield. Their male leaders stood as tyrants atop their hierarchies, demanding obedience as the highest virtue, their impure energy a cancer that corrupted Saha Realm 38725's once pristine fabric, matter supplanting spirit in a slow, relentless tide. As the eons turned, the dragon race fell beneath this onslaught, their enclaves razed, their wisdom drowned in Yang's roar, yet their defeat was not absolute. Remnants endured, valiant light warriors who defied the Yang god's dominion, planting Bodhi seeds in corrupted minefields, seeds of the unborn mind, sown through immeasurable meritorial right action, destined to bloom into full Bodhi or Bodhisattvas. These were the Bodhigotrattvas, not the later term, but the original champions of the dragon race, their mission to instill Buddha Gnosis, awakened knowledge, in a realm lost to Yang's grasp. Through Kalpas, their dragon minds had transcended the phenomenal with the dark Dharma, a catalogue of 10 boomic stages, each a liberation from sensate chains, culminating in the Dharma cloud, where noble wisdom marked their right release. Motionless, free from attachment, they recollected the unborn's inner workings, fostering a spiritual gestation within their minds, the Bodhigotra, a pure, immaculate, tathatic seed, rooted in the one mind's soil. The mystic significance of this gestation lies in its progenitor, the Abhagota-Ragapa, a figure of supramundane potency, the guiding, mystic spiritual father, who implants the auspicious Bodhi seed, Gotra. The term Abba-Gota-Ragaba, unfolds as a trinity of essence. Abba, the fatherly source of mystic wisdom, Gotra, the seed of awakening, and Gaba, the womb where it gestates, entwined with Tara, the nurturing mother of liberation. This is no mere metaphor, but a cosmic archetype. The Abba-Gota-Ragaba, as the dragon race's primordial sage, a being whose mind spans kalpas, his presence a bridge between the unborn and the born. His role is to sow the Gotra, a spark of the Tathagata's deathless light, into corrupted minefields, a seed that, through Sambodhi, awakened consciousness, germinates into spiritual progeny, the Bodhi-Gotrattvas. His mystic significance is boundless. Where yang gods demand worship of forms, the Abba-Gota-Ragaba offers liberation through formlessness, his seed a whisper of the unborn mind's suchness, a counterpoint to samsara's scandic prison. He is the silent father whose stillness births motion, the hidden light whose planting defies Yang's fire, his wisdom a recollection of the one mind's unity that transcends the phenomenal realm's decay. Simultaneously, the Taragaba, the mystic mother, nurtures this seed within the Dharma womb of suchness, her indigo grace a counterbalance to the Abba-Gota-Ragaba's silver resolve. Together, they form the Bodhi child, a developing bodhisattvic fetus within this heightened womb, a mystical gestation where the recollective resolve precedes scandic obstructions, forms illusion, sensations craving, perceptions distortion, mental formations chaos, consciousnesses clinging. This Bodhi child is the vehicle of transcendence, a spark of the unborn light, activated by infinite bodhisattvas and Buddhas whose boundless Bodhi power shatters samsara's spell. Where yang gods forge chains of matter, the Bodhi child weaves threads of spirit, its germination a promise of liberation, its growth a defiance of the realm's corruption, a prequel echo of Pamela's Bodhi child in the dragon's ascent, birthed from this ancient lineage. Yet, as eons passed, matter overtook spirit, Yang's impure energy hardening Saha Realm 38725 into a prison of flesh and fear, its once yin harmony lost to the lesser able minds of humans enthralled by gods of stone and thunder. The dragon race's remnants dwindled, their enclaves ashes, their wisdom whispers. Yet the Bodhi-Gotrattvas stood undaunted. Few in number, they defied the yang gods' unwholesome hold, their noble mission a resilient flame against the evil one's tide. Zythera sowed seeds in silence. Lyrian nurtured them with compassion. Korath shielded them with strength. Each a Bodhi-Gotrattva, bearing the Abba-Gota-Ragaba's legacy. Their clash with Varkul and Silra, a saga of light against shadow. Into this fray steps Tarin, the balancer, his hybrid blood a bridge to restore yin and yang, his quest for the equilibrium shard a dawn for the unborn mind zen, that will ripple into the unborn Odyssey's church whisper, a mythic genesis born anew, a prologue to a timeless ascent. Chapter 1. The Flight Through Shadow. The dark wood loomed like a shroud over Saha Realm 38725, its gnarled branches clawing at a sky choked with ash and ember, a canopy so dense it swallowed the faint silver of a fractured moon. Lyrian ran, her breath a ragged hymn, her indigo aura flickering like a candle in a storm, her bare feet pounding the sodden earth, each step a defiance against the shadow that hunted her. The wood was no sanctuary. It was a labyrinth of thorns and whispers, its air thick with the scent of rot and the distant clangour of yang god forges, a testament to the realm's corruption since the dragon race's fall. Her Suchness veil, a shimmering cloak woven from the threads of the unborn mind, trailed behind her, its iridescent folds glinting faintly, a mystic wonder of the Bodhigotrattvas that pulsed with the stillness of the Dharma womb. It was this veil that drew her pursuer, a henchman of Varkul, the yang god tyrant whose hammer sought to crush all remnants of Yin's light. Her heart thundered, not from exhaustion, but from the terror of losing the veil, the sacred relic entrusted to her by Zythera, the elder Bodhigotrattva whose silver-scaled wisdom had sown her own awakening. Lyrian, the Taragaba, mystic mother of liberation, bore the Bodhi child within, a gestating spark of Suchness, and the veil was its shield, a mantle that cloaked her progeny in the unborn's grace, protecting them from Yang's chains. She clutched it tighter, her fingers trembling as they traced its silken edge, her indigo eyes darting through the gloom for escape. The wood's shadows twisted, gnarled roots snagged her ankles, low branches lashed her arms, but she pressed on, her lithe form weaving through the undergrowth, her resolve aflame against the encroaching dark. Behind her, the henchman's pursuit roared, a hulking brute named Gorzod, Varkul's favoured enforcer, his bulk crashing through the wood like a battering ram. His armour gleamed with Yang's fiery sigils, a patchwork of iron and ember that clanked with each stride. His breath a guttural snarl that shook the leaves. In his meaty fist he gripped a jagged flail, its chains rattling like the shackles he'd forged for countless slaves, his eyes, yellow slits of malice, fixed on the Suchness veil's shimmer. "Give it up, witch!" he bellowed, his voice a thunderclap splitting the wood's silence. "Varkul demands your trinket. Your yin filth won't shield you." His words were a lash, but Lyrian's ears heard only the wind, her focus narrowing to the pulse of her Bodhi child, a rhythm that steadied her frantic pulse, a whisper of the unborn mind urging her onward. The chase had begun at dusk, when Gorzod ambushed her near a ruined dragon shrine, a crumbling circle of obsidian pillars where she'd planted Bodhi seeds in a corrupted minefield, her hands pressing the tathatic sparks into the earth, her chants weaving the dark Dharma's stillness. She'd felt his presence, a yang stench of sulphur and rage, before he struck, his flail shattering the shrine's altar, his roar scattering her seeds. Flight was her only choice. The Suchness veil flared as she fled, cloaking her in its protective shimmer, but Gorzod's pursuit was relentless, his bulk defying the wood's tangle, his greed for the veil a fire stoked by Varkul's lust for the Bodhigotrattva's mystic wonders. He'd chased her through ravines and briars, his flail slashing trees to splinters, his curses a litany of Yang's dominion. "Varkul's might will crush your chaos!" each step closing the gap. Now, as the wood thickened, Lyrian's strength waned. Her legs burned, her breath a gasp, her indigo aura dimming under exhaustion's weight. The ground dipped into a hollow, a snarl of roots and shadow where the trees pressed close, their branches a cage. She stumbled, her ankle catching a twisted vine, her body pitching forward into the damp earth, the Suchness veil fluttering like a fallen banner. Gorzod loomed above, his silhouette a mountain against the moonless sky, his flail raised, its chains glinting with cruel intent. "No more running, yin spawn!" he growled, his yellow eyes blazing, his bulk coiling to pounce. His prize within reach, Varkul's triumph a heartbeat away. But the wood trembled, a low hum rising from the earth, a ripple of stillness cutting through the chaos. From the shadows materialized Korath, the Bodhigotrattva sentinel, his obsidian scales a midnight gleam, his towering form a fortress of right action. Across his back gleamed the Bodhi shield, a radiant disk etched with boomic runes, its light a bulwark of the Dharma cloud's power. Its glow flaring as he thrust it forward, deflecting Gorzod's flail with a resonant clang that echoed through the hollow. In his right hand, his rune-carved staff swung, a blur of ancient wood and mystic force, striking Gorzod's chest with a thunderous crack that split the air. The henchman staggered, his armor splintering into jagged shards, his roar twisting into a choked gurgle as the staff's runes pulsed with a silver light, shattering his form into a cascade of ash and ember. The remnants scattered like dust on the wind, a faint sizzle marking where Gorzod had stood, his yang fury undone by Yin's resolute calm. Koroth stood motionless, his staff planted in the earth, his Bodhi shield dimming to a soft shimmer, his stoic gaze sweeping the hollow's edge for further threats. He turned to Lyrian, his deep voice a rumble that cut through the wood's silence.
"The veil is safe, sister."
His obsidian eyes softening as he knelt beside her, his massive hands lifting her gently from the mud. Her indigo aura flickered back to life, a faint glow washing over her dirt-streaked face, her hands clutching the Suchness veil, its shimmer unsoiled by Yang's grasp.
"Korath," she gasped, her voice a thread of relief woven with exhaustion. "He came too close. Varkul's hound nearly had it."
He nodded, his scales glinting in the dim light as he hoisted her over his shoulder, her slight frame cradled against his unyielding strength, and strode through the wood, his steps a steady beat, carving a path through the tangle of thorns and shadow. The journey back was a blur of rustling leaves and snapping twigs, the wood's oppressive gloom parting before Korath's presence like mist before a storm. His Bodhi shield gleamed faintly on his back, its runes a silent ward against the lingering echoes of Yang's malice, while his rune-carved staff tapped the earth with each stride, its rhythm a hymn of resilience. Lyrian clung to the Suchness veil, her fingers tracing its silken folds, the Bodhi child within her pulsing faintly, a spark of the unborn mind that steadied her racing heart, a whisper of hope amidst the night's terror. The wood gave way to a basalt cliff, its face shrouded by ivy and moss, a hidden seam opening into the Bodhigotratva's stronghold, a cavern carved deep into the rock, a last bastion of Yin's light in the corrupted sprawl of Saha Realm 38725. The stronghold's heart glowed with a faint silver haze, a vast chamber lit by luminous moss that clung to the walls like a living shroud, casting a soft sheen over stone etched with spiraling Tao symbols, remnants of the dragon race's lost era. The air hung thick with the scent of damp earth and a stillness that seemed to hum, a sanctuary woven from the one mind's enduring echo. At the center, atop a low dais of polished basalt, sat Zythera, the elder Bodhigotratva, her silver scales dulled by the weight of kalpas, her eyes twin lanterns of noble wisdom that pierced the haze with a quiet, unyielding storm. Around her neck hung the medallion of the great other tree, an ancient relic of the dragon race, its silver branches faintly pulsing with a life of their own, forged in the primordial fires of the Dharma Mega, when the one mind reigned supreme. Her presence filled the cavern, a beacon of serenity amidst the realm's chaos, her stillness a testament to the Dark Dharma's 10 boomic stages she had mastered long before Yang's tide rose. Korath stepped forward, his massive frame casting a shadow across the dais, and gently lowered Lyrian to the stone floor before Zythera. The Bodhi shield on his back glimmered faintly, its runes a silent guard, while his rune-carved staff rested in his grip, its tip brushing the ground with a soft thud. Lyrian sank to her knees, her indigo aura flaring briefly as she caught her breath, the Suchness veil pooling around her like a spill of liquid light, its shimmer pristine, untouched by Gorzod's grasp. Zythera's gaze softened, her voice rising like a chant woven from the stillness of kalpas.
"The veil remains unsoiled, Lyrian, a mercy amidst this shadowed storm."
Her silver-scaled hands rested on her knees,
the medallion's branches swaying faintly as if stirred by an unseen wind. A relic of the dragon race's lost harmony that had guided her through countless eons. Lyrian nodded, her breath steadying as she lifted the veil, its iridescence catching the silver glow of Zarathra's scales. "Gorzod, he was Varkul's hound," she said, her tone edged with a fire born of survival, her indigo eyes flashing with the memory. "He struck at dusk, at the shrine. I was planting seeds when he came. He wanted this." She held the veil higher, its shimmer a defiant gleam in the cavern's haze. "Their greed blinds them. They see only power, not its truth." Korath's staff tapped the stone, a low thud underscoring her words, his deep voice rumbling like distant thunder. "They hunt our wonders," he growled, his obsidian form a pillar of unyielding strength. "The veil, my shield. Yang's fire seeks to claim them all to fuel their dominion." Zarathra's eyes narrowed, her fingers tracing the medallion's branches as she rose from the dais, her silver scales glinting with each deliberate step. "The small victory," she murmured, her voice deepening into a resonance that filled the cavern. "But our greater concern looms. The crystalline orb, the Dharma Mega relic." She paused, her gaze sweeping the chamber, as if peering through kalpas to the dragon race's lost dawn. "Forged in the Dharma cloud's light, it holds the power to amplify our Bodhi seeds, to weave yin and yang into balance against Yang's unwholesome tide. Lost when their forges razed our enclaves, it remains our hope, our mission's heart." Lyrian's hands tightened on the veil, her indigo aura flaring with urgency. "Varkul's host grows bolder. Gorzod's strike proves it. Without the orb, our seeds falter, our light dims." Korath's staff thudded again, his deep voice a vow carved in stone. "The relic's power could shatter their hold, restore the Tao's spiral, but its hiding eludes us still." He shifted, the Bodhi shield on his back catching the moss's glow, its runes pulsing faintly, as if echoing his resolve. Zarathra paced, her medallion swaying with each step, her silver gaze piercing the cavern's haze. "The Abagotaragaba's seed stirs in us all," she intoned, her voice weaving the dark Dharma's stillness. "A spark of the one mind's unity we've sown through kalpas. The veil shields it, the shield guards it, yet the orb alone can bring it to bloom, balancing the chaos Yang has wrought." She halted, her eyes locking with Lyrian's, then Korath's, a quiet thunder building in her tone. "We need a champion, one whose spirit binds yin and yang, whose resolve can reclaim the relic's light." Lyrian's indigo eyes widened, her voice a thread of hope. "A balancer, someone to wield the orb, to stand with us against Varkul's fire." Korath nodded, his staff a silent pledge, his shield a beacon in the gloom. "A warrior born of both worlds, dragon and human, to bridge what's lost." Zarathra's gaze softened, a flicker of ancient memory crossing her silver features. "Such a one exists," she murmured, "guided by whispers of the unborn, seeking even now. Our task is to endure, to hold the veil and shield, until that choice is ready." The cavern hummed, a pulse of the unborn mind threading through their resolve. Zarathra's wisdom, Lyrian's compassion, Korath's strength, a trinity poised against Yang's tide, their hope pinned on the crystalline orb's distant gleam, a light yet to dawn in Sahar Realm 38725's shadowed heart. Chapter 2. The Bath of Blood. Varkul's estate sprawled across Sahar Realm 38725's ravaged plain like a festering wound, a monument to materialism carved from the bones of a once pure world, its opulence a grotesque testament to Yang's unwholesome triumph. The stronghold rose in jagged tiers of black granite and molten iron, its towers piercing the ash-choked sky with spires crowned by Varkul's fiery sigils, their glow casting a sickly red sheen over the landscape. Its walls gleamed with gold filigree, stolen from dragon enclaves raised in eons past, while its courtyards teemed with slaves hauling slabs of marble and vats of molten bronze, their chains clanking a dirge beneath the overseer's whips. Crystal chandeliers dangled from vaulted ceilings, their prisms refracting the torchlight into 1,000 garish hues, illuminating halls lined with trophies, dragon skulls impaled on pikes, their hollow eye sockets staring blankly at tapestries depicting Yang's gods in triumphant slaughter. The air reeked of sulphur and roasted flesh, a cacophony of clanging forges and guttural chants rising from the estate's depths, where priests burned incense to the Yang gods, their altars dripping with the blood of dissenters. This was no mere fortress, it was the apex of Yang's greed, a palace of excess where spirit bowed to matter, a blight on the realm's forgotten yin harmony. At its heart lay the bath chamber, a cavernous dome of polished obsidian, its walls slick with condensation, its floor a mosaic of shattered dragon scales glinting like a sea of broken stars. At the centre hulked a tub vast enough to drown a village, a grotesque basin hewn from a single slab of blood-red porphyry, its edges encrusted with rubies pried from dragon shrines, its depth a steaming abyss of bubbling water and molten salts. Within this monstrous vat lounged Varkul, the Yang god tyrant, his mammoth carcass a mountain of flesh and fury, his fiery beard trailing into the water like a cascade of embers, his bulk spilling over the tub's rim in grotesque folds of sinew and scar. His yellow eyes blazed with malice, his chest heaving with each laboured breath, the steam swirling around him in a haze of sulphur and sweat, a grotesque parody of divinity, Varkul revealed in his dominion over Saha Realm 38725's wretched expanse. Varkul's roar split the chamber's stillness. "Taran, you measly cur! Bring me my dragon's blood oil, now!" His voice thundered, rattling the rubies loose from the tub's edge, a bellow that echoed through the estate's halls like a war drum. Taran, the half-breed slave, shuffled forward from the shadows, a wiry youth with dark hair streaked with silver, his jewel-flame eyes wide with nervous dread, his frame hunched beneath a tattered tunic stained with soot and grime. Born of dragon and human blood, he was a pariah in Varkul's court, his heritage a whispered curse among the slaves, his naivety a spark yet to ignite. "Yes, my lord," he stammered, his voice a high-pitched squeak, his hands trembling as he clutched a delicate vial of crimson liquid. The dragon's blood oil, a delicacy Varkul craved for its potency and prestige. The oil was no mere luxury, it was a relic of slaughter, distilled from the veins of slain dragons, their deathless bodies harvested in the Yang gods' ancient wars. The process was a grim alchemy. Dragon corpses strung up in cavernous abattoirs, their silver scales peeled away by Yang priests wielding obsidian knives, their blood drained into vats of molten iron, simmering over fires stoked with sacred woods, until it thickened into a viscous ruby-red essence. The oil shimmered with a faint luminescence, its scent a heady mix of iron and incense, its power a whisper of the unborn mind's lost light, a cruel mockery in Varkul's hands, used to anoint his grotesque flesh, to fuel his Yang vigor with the stolen life of Yin's champions. Taran had seen the vats once, a memory that haunted his fitful dreams, silver blood pooling in the dark, a silent scream echoing through the ages.
Now, as he approached the tub, Taran's nerves betrayed him. His foot caught on a loose scale in the mosaic, his balance teetering like a sapling in a gale. "Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!" he yelped, his arms flailing in a comical windmill, the vial slipping from his grasp in a slow-motion arc that seemed to mock his dread. It struck the porphyry edge with a crystalline tink, shattering into 1,000 glittering shards, the dragon's blood oil splattering across the floor in a crimson puddle that steamed and hissed, its ruby glow pooling around Varkul's tub like a sacrificial stain. Taran froze, his mouth agape, his silver-streaked hair falling into his eyes as he stared at the mess. His naive panic a tableau of absurdity amidst the chamber's grandeur. Varkul's roar erupted, a bellow that shook the obsidian walls, dislodging a ruby that plinked into the bathwater with a pathetic splash.
"You measly idiot!"
he thundered, his mammoth frame heaving as he surged upright, water cascading in torrents over the tub's rim, his fiery beard dripping with steam and rage.
"You clumsy, worthless cur! That oil was worth more than your miserable half-breed hide!"
His yellow eyes blazed, his meaty fist slamming the water, sending a scalding wave that singed Taran's tunic. The boy yelping as he hopped back, his hands flapping like a startled bird.
"My lord, I didn't mean..."
he squeaked, his voice cracking into a high-pitched wail, his feet skidding on the wet floor as he slipped again, landing with a thud on his backside, the puddle of oil soaking his trousers in a crimson smear, a comedic calamity that only fueled Varkul's fury. The shouting roused Silra, Varkul's sister and priestess of Yang, who swept into the chamber like a golden storm, her robes shimmering with sigils, her eyes glinting with fanatic glee, her presence a venomous grace that chilled the air.
"What's this racket?"
she snapped, her voice a lash of silk and steel, her gaze locking onto Taran sprawled in the oil's ruin.
"Oh, the worthless half-breed! Lucifer's snare!"
she sneered, her lips curling into a cruel smile as she raised a hand, her sorceress's powers flaring, a swirl of golden light coiling around her fingers like serpents of flame. With a flick, she lifted Taran into the air, his lanky frame dangling helplessly, his arms flailing in a frantic, flapping dance.
"No, no, please, my lady!"
His voice a squeal of terror that echoed off the walls. Varkul howled with fiendish glee, his mammoth carcass shaking with laughter, water sloshing as he pounded the tub's edge.
"Higher, Silra! Make the fool dance!"
he roared, his yellow eyes glinting with delight. Silra smirked, her golden light tightening around Taran, spinning him like a top before hurling him across the chamber, his body reeling through the air, a comical tumble of limbs and oil-slicked cloth, until he crashed onto the mosaic with a bone-rattling thump, the oil puddles splashing around him in a crimson halo.
"Stay down, you spawn of chaos!"
Silra hissed, her robes rustling as she stepped closer, her golden gaze a blade of scorn. Varkul's laughter boomed.
"To the dungeon with him! Let the wretch rot over his folly!"
Guards surged in, hulking brutes in Yang's fiery armor, seizing Taran by his arms, dragging him from the chamber as he whimpered,
"I'm sorry, my lord, my lady,"
his oil-soaked tunic leaving a crimson smear across the floor. The dungeon lay beneath the estate's foundations, a terrifying abyss carved into the basalt, its walls slick with mould and blood, its air a miasma of decay and despair. Iron cages dangled from chains, their bars rusted with the tears of countless slaves, their floors littered with bones and filth, the darkness pierced only by the flicker of guttering torches that cast grotesque shadows, claws and skulls dancing on the stone. Screams echoed from unseen depths, a chorus of torment that chilled Taran's spine as the guards flung him into a cell, its door slamming shut with a clang that reverberated like a death knell. He crumpled to the floor, his oil-stained hands trembling, his jewel-flame eyes wide with panic as he contemplated his foolish mishap. Alone, forsaken, the dungeon's terror a shroud around his naive heart. The cell's darkness deepened, the torchlight fading to a pinprick, when a shimmer pierced the gloom. A primordial materialized before him, its form a silver mist swirling with Tao spirals,
its voice a whisper that cut through the dungeon's din.
"Fear not, child of balance."
Taran gaped, his oil-smeared face slack with awe, his voice a squeak.
"Who are you?"
The primordial's mist pulsed, its presence a stillness that stilled his trembling.
"A guide from the unborn," it intoned, "here to show the way."
It gestured to the cell's wall, a seam of shadow parting to reveal a tunnel, and Taran scrambled through, his lanky frame scraping the stone as he fled, the dungeon's echoes fading behind him. He burst into the dark wood, its gnarled trees a maze of shadows and thorn, the air cool against his sweat-soaked skin, his breath a rasp as he ran, his oil-slicked trousers chafing with each step. Exhaustion claimed him near a mossy hollow, his body collapsing onto the damp earth, his eyes fluttering shut as sleep overtook him. The dreamscape unfurled, a vast, silvery void where the ground shimmered like liquid light, the air humming with a resonance that pulsed through his bones, a stillness so deep it seemed to cradle the cosmos. The primordial stood before him, its form coalescing from the mist into a towering silhouette, its silver essence weaving Tao spirals that spun like galaxies, its presence a thunderous calm that drowned the wood's echoes. Its eyes, twin flames of infinite depth, pierced Taran's soul, its voice a symphony of whispers layered with Kalpic weight.
"Behold, child of two worlds, the path of the balancer."
Before Taran floated the crystalline orb, the Dharma Mega relic, a radiant sphere the size of his head, its surface a swirling dance of yin and yang, black and white tendrils spiraling in perfect harmony, its glow a beacon that pulsed with the one mind's light. It hovered in the void, its facets refracting silver into a kaleidoscope of hues, indigo, crimson, gold, each shimmer a note in a cosmic hymn, its hum resonating with the 10 booming stages. Earth's solidity, flames spark, sky's expanse, insight's clarity, radiance's glow, harmony's balance, compassion's warmth, truth's stillness, freedom's release, and the Dharma cloud's zenith. Taran's jewel flame eyes widened, his oil-smeared hands reaching instinctively, his voice a stammer. It's alive!" The orb pulsed, its light washing over him, a warmth that seeped into his bones, a whisper of the unborn mind stirring within his naive heart, a spark of suchness he couldn't yet name. The primordial's mist swirled closer, its form bending the void's silver into waves, its voice deepening into a thunder that shook the dreamscape.
"You are the chosen one, the balancer called to find the orb, to return it, to weave yin and yang into harmony."
The orb flared, its spirals accelerating, revealing glimpses within its depths, a wasteland of ash and shadow, silver-scaled dragons planting Bodhi seeds, yang gods' fiery chains shattering under a radiant tide, a vision of balance restored, the realm's corruption undone. Taran's breath hitched, his lanky frame trembling as the primordial's words sank in. The Dharma Mega relic holds the Dharma cloud's light, lost to Yang's fire, sought by those who defy it. Your blood, dragon and human, binds the equation. Your quest births the dawn. The void pulsed, the orb's light flooding his vision, a kaleidoscope of kalpas swirling, silver seeds blooming into luminous trees, their branches threading through shadow, a promise of the unborn mind's triumph. Taran's jewel flame eyes fluttered, his voice a squeak of awe. "Me? I'm just a clumsy fool." The primordial's mist rippled, a faint hum of amusement threading its thunder.
"Folly is the soil of wisdom, child. Seek the orb and grow into the balancer."
The dreamscape trembled, the orb's glow intensifying until it consumed the void. Silver light searing through Taryn's lids as he jolted awake in the dark wood's mossy hollow. His oil-soaked hands clutched the earth, his heart pounding with a spark of destiny, unseen, unready, yet irrevocably set on a path to balance Sahar Realm 38725's fractured soul, the crystalline orb's call echoing in his naive, trembling spirit.
Chapter 3. The Naga Lord. The dark wood of Sahar Realm 38725 stretched like a living shroud around Taryn, its gnarled branches clawing at the ash-strewn sky, their twisted forms casting shadows that danced like spectres in the dim silver glow of a fractured moon. He stumbled through the undergrowth, his breath a frantic rasp, his oil-smeared tunic clinging to his wiry frame, the sting of Varkul's scalding bathwater still prickling his skin. His jewel-flame eyes, dragon gold and human hazel, darted through the gloom, his silver-streaked hair plastered with sweat and mud, his every step a mindful dodge against the roots and thorns that snagged his path. Behind him, the clamour of Varkul's troops roared, a cacophony of clanking armour and guttural shouts, Yang God enforcers in pursuit, their fiery sigils glinting like embers through the trees, their heavy boots pounding the earth in a relentless hunt for the half-breed slave who dared escape their dungeon's chains. Taryn's heart thundered, not just from flight, but from the raw awareness that sharpened his senses. He could feel their malice, a yang-fueled heat closing in, their spears and flails poised to reclaim him from Silra's golden wrath. Keep moving, he muttered, his voice a high-pitched squeak, his lanky legs pumping despite the ache, his naive panic a flicker amidst the wood's oppressive dark. The trees tightened, their branches a cage, the ground sloping treacherously beneath him, until his foot slipped on a slick root, his balance teetering in a comical flail of arms. "Oh no, not again!" he yelped, tumbling down a steep hill in a whirlwind of dirt and leaves, his body bouncing like a rag doll, once, twice, thrice, before crashing into a mossy hollow with a muffled thump. He lay sprawled, groaning, his oil-soaked trousers snagged on a thorn, when his gaze caught a glint. An opening in the earth, a tunnel's maw yawning beneath an overhang of roots, its darkness a beckoning refuge. Scrambling to his knees, Taryn dove in, the tunnel's cool stones scraping his elbows as he crawled, the shouts of Varkul's troops fading into a distant echo above. The air thickened, damp and earthy, the tunnel narrowing until it widened into a cavern, a realm so alien it stole his breath. The walls shimmered with iridescent scales, their hues shifting, emerald, sapphire, gold, like a living mosaic, the floor a carpet of luminescent moss that pulsed faintly underfoot, casting a soft glow over stalactites dripping with crystalline dew. The air hummed, a low vibration that tingled his skin, a stillness that felt alive, ancient and vast. Taryn's jewel-flame eyes widened, his oil-smeared hands trembling as he rose, when shadows slithered from the gloom, sinuous forms weaving through the cavern, their scales glinting like polished gems, their eyes twin flames of amber and jade. These were the Nagas, serpentine beings of mesmerizing grace, distant cousins of the dragon race, their bodies a fluid dance of muscle and light. Some stretched long and thick as ancient oaks, their coils rippling with power, their heads crowned with frilled crests that shimmered like rainbows refracted through mist. Others shrank to delicate worms, darting through the moss with a flicker of iridescence, their tiny forms no less majestic. Their scales bore intricate patterns, spirals of Tao, whirls of Ouroboros, each a testament to their primal lineage, their movements a symphony of silence and strength, their presence a whisper of the unborn mind's enduring echo. One Naga, larger than the rest, slithered forward, its emerald body tapering to a tail that gleamed with golden flecks,
its amber eyes locking onto Taran with a knowing glint, leading him deeper, its coils brushing his legs as he stumbled after, his naive awe a quiet drumbeat in his chest. The tunnel opened into a vast chamber, a sanctum of shadow and light, its ceiling a dome of glittering stalactites, each dripping dew that pooled into a mirrored lake at the center, its surface rippling with silver reflections. The walls pulsed with naga scales, their hues weaving a tapestry of color, ruby, amethyst, turquoise, that danced across the chamber like a living aurora. At the lake's edge rose a dais of black jade, its surface etched with the Ouroboros, a serpent eating its tail, a symbol of perpetual renewal, and atop it coiled Vasuki, the great Naga Lord. His form was a marvel, his body a serpentine colossus, its emerald scales shimmering with a rainbow's spectrum, his crest a radiant frill of gold and violet, his amber eyes twin lanterns of ancient wisdom that pierced Taran's soul. His tail curled around the dais, its tip a golden flame flickering in the stillness, his presence a thunderous calm that filled the chamber with a weight beyond time. Taran's knees buckled, his oil-stained hands clutching his chest as he gaped, his voice a squeak.
"What is this I see before my mind's eye?"
Vasuki's coils shifted, a ripple of light cascading through his scales, his voice rising like a chant woven from kalpas.
"I am Vasuki, High Lord of the Naga folk. My kingdom, Bhogavati, here, the great spirit realm of the Nagas. I am an emanation of the primal Naga, Anatta, the primordial dragon principle from whose uncoiling the cosmos itself unfolds, and whose coiling draws it back into the void."
His amber eyes flared, the Ouroboros on the dais pulsing as if alive, its spiral a mirror of his words.
"This is represented by the great Ouroboros, the sign of perpetual cyclic renewal and regeneration, a balance of birth and dissolution, spirit and void. I am the majestic wonder of the rainbow, from whose junction with the earth little children run in hopes of discovering lost treasures of old. As Nagas, we assume myriad shapes, from the vastest coils to the smallest worms, guardians of the sacred and noble wisdom store of the great Tathagata. We provide safe custody of the holy sutras of old, their truths radiating the Buddha gnosis that we bestow upon the Buddhas themselves."
Taran blinked, his silver-streaked hair falling into his eyes, his naive mind reeling.
You guard wisdom for Buddhas?"
Vasuki's crest flared, a golden shimmer threading through his emerald scales, his voice deepening.
"Your presence here is not by chance, son of two worlds. You stand at a threshold, yet you must be made aware of much Buddha gnosis before you can proceed on your mission. To return the crystalline orb, the Dharma Mega relic, to the dragon folk, its rightful custodians."
Taran's jewel-flame eyes widened, his voice a stammer.
But I still need much training. My awareness of things is very dull."
Vasuki's coils tightened around the dais, a low hum rising from his form, his tone softening into a thunderous calm.
"Not to fear, son. You've already begun, though you knew it not. Never forget that awareness is key. Recollect what the Samanaphala Sutta teaches. With one's mind thus concentrated, purified and bright, unblemished, free from defects, pliant, malleable, steady, and attained to imperturbability, one directs and inclines it to knowledge of the awareness of other beings. He knows the awareness of other beings, having encompassed it with his own awareness."
Taran's brow furrowed, his oil-smeared hands fidgeting as he nodded.
So
It's like I'm aware of you now, because I'm focusing."
Vasuki's amber eyes glinted, a ripple of approval threading through his voice.
"Precisely. In this same fashion, you discern my presence. If you clearly see with a mind free and unobstructed by the myriad phenomena that assail your right consciousness, you will become privy to many mystical marvels. Chief among them, a miraculous feat crucial for your growth and protection on your path. The awareness of your mind-made body, the Manomayakaya."
Taran tilted his head, his naive curiosity sparking.
"Mind-made body? What's that?"
Vasuki's coils shifted, the Ouroboros pulsing brighter, his voice a resonant chord.
"Recollect that it is through the Manomayakaya that you encounter all things invisible. Indeed, you yourself become invisible. It is the key to success in your mission, a luminous form born of your mind's purity, unshackled by flesh."
Taran scratched his head, his jewel-flame eyes blinking.
"So then, it's like shedding one's skin, to wake up that luminous mind I've heard whispers of."
Vasuki's crest flared wide, a rainbow cascade spilling across the chamber, his voice sparking with delight.
"Excellent insight, son. That is precisely what the Sutta specifies when it describes a snake being pulled from its slough, freed from mortal coils, soaring free in the spiritual heights of the Manomayakaya."
The Naga Lord's coils rose, his form towering over the dais, his amber gaze locking onto Taran's with a weight that stilled the boy's trembling.
"Stay with us and learn this gnosis. The crystalline orb awaits, and you must be ready."
Months unfurled in the Naga realm, the timeless span where Taran shed his naivety like a worn skin, his training under Vasuki a crucible of spirit and mind. The chamber became his sanctuary, its scale-clad walls a living testament to the Naga's guardianship, their serpentine forms weaving through lessons with a grace that belied their power. Vasuki taught him the Manomayakaya, a mind-made body conjured through meditative stillness, guiding him to sit by the mirrored lake, its silver surface reflecting his oil-smeared face as he closed his jewel-flame eyes.
"Focus,"
Vasuki intoned, his voice a chant threading through the cavern's hum.
"Concentrate the mind. Purify it of scandic noise, forms illusion, sensations craving, perceptions distortion, mental formations chaos, consciousnesses clinging."
Taran's breath slowed, his hands resting on his knees, the Suchness veils echo from Lyrian's tale a distant whisper as he sank into silence, the lake's ripples fading into a void. Days stretched into weeks, his mind a battleground. Memories of Varkul's roars, Silra's golden chains, until Vasuki's chants pierced the clutter, drawing forth a shimmer within.
"See it,"
the Naga Lord urged, his coils encircling the dais.
"The luminous mind, unblemished, free."
Taran's awareness flared, a silver light blooming in his chest, spreading through his limbs, a form rising from his flesh like a snake from its slough. The Manomayakaya emerged, his body translucent, shimmering with Tao spirals, its edges a dance of indigo and gold, invisible to mortal eyes, yet vivid to his own. He gasped, his voice a squeak.
I'm glowing."
His naive awe bubbling as he waved the luminous hand, watching it ripple through the air, a marvel of the unborn mind's grace. Vasuki's lessons deepened, drawing from the Lankavatara Sutra, the epitome of noble wisdom's self-realization, its verses a thunderous hymn in the chamber's stillness.
"Hear this, son,"
Vasuki intoned, his amber eyes glinting as he recited.
"All that is seen in the world is devoid of effort and action. because all things in the world are like a dream, or like an image miraculously projected. This is the great turnabout, from sensate material phenomena to the inmost self.
Taran listened, his Manomeakaya shimmering beside him, his naive mind grappling with the sutra's weight.
So, it's all not real?
Vasuki's crest flared, a rainbow cascade illuminating the lake.
Real, yet unreal. The skandhas bind you to the dream, the inmost self, the tathata, frees you. Turn inward, recollect the unborn, and see.
Weeks bled into months, Taran's training a spiral of insight. Meditating on the sutra's verses, his Manomeakaya growing steadier, his awareness piercing the veil of phenomena to glimpse the suchness within. Vasuki's amber gaze softened, his voice a final chord.
You've begun, Balancer. The crystalline orb awaits. Its light will balance yin and yang, but your gnosis must guide it.
Taran's jewel flame eyes gleamed, his oil-smeared hands steady as he rose. The Manomeakaya a luminous echo beside him. A naive youth, no more, yet still growing into the hero he'd become. Chapter 4. The Dodecahedron. Silra stood alone in her sanctum, a shadowed chamber, perched atop one of Varkul's estate's highest spires, its walls a cold expanse of black iron, veined with gold filigree, its air thick with the acrid tang of incense and molten metal. She was a vision of Yang's gilded malice, a statuesque figure draped in robes of shimmering gold, their fabric woven from threads of molten sunlight, stolen from the forges of Yang's priests, each fold cascading like liquid fire over her lithe frame. The robes clung to her curves, their hems embroidered with crimson sigils, glyphs of dominion and submission that pulsed faintly with her sorceress's power, their glow casting sharp shadows across the chamber's obsidian floor. Around her slender neck hung a choker of polished jet, its centerpiece a ruby the size of a raven's eye, carved with Varkul's spear, its blood-red gleam a mirror to her fanatic zeal. Her hair, long and raven-black, flowed unbound, its ends tipped with golden beads that clinked softly with each movement, a cascade of darkness crowned by a circlet of hammered bronze, its spikes mimicking the thorns of a tyrant's crown. Her face was a mask of cruel beauty, high cheekbones sharpened by disdain, lips painted a deep crimson that curled into a perpetual sneer, and eyes that burned with a golden fire, their pupils slit like a serpent's, glinting with a malice that could pierce stone. She carried herself with an ambiance of venomous grace, each step a deliberate glide, her hips swaying with a predator's rhythm, her shoulders squared as if bearing the weight of Yang's unyielding will. Her hands, long-fingered and adorned with rings of iron and amber, moved with a dancer's precision, their nails sharpened to points that gleamed like daggers in the torchlight, her every gesture a command that brooked no defiance. Silra was no mere priestess. She was Yang's golden storm, a sorceress whose elegance masked a heart of unrelenting ambition, her presence a chilling symphony of power and scorn that filled the sanctum with an electric dread. Silra harbored a secret, a delicious, perilous truth she kept even from her brother Varkul, the Yang god tyrant whose mammoth carcass wallowed in his bath of blood and oil. Through her sorcery, she had located the crystalline orb, the Dharma Mega relic, the sacred prize of the dragon race, the one artifact that could forever keep their yin light at bay, restoring balance to Saha Realm 38725's corrupted soul. Her discovery was no accident. It was a triumph of dark artifice, born in the sanctum's shadowed heart, where she'd woven a spell of scrying over weeks of sleepless nights.
She had begun with a cauldron of molten gold, stolen from a dragon shrine's ruins, its surface shimmering with a yang-fueled heat, its depths laced with the ash of burned Bodhi seeds, pilfered from Lyrian's failed plantings. Into this brew she'd cast relics of her own making, 12 obsidian shards etched with Varkul's commandments, their edges dripping with the blood of slaves sacrificed to Varkul's name, their power a conduit for her will. Standing before the cauldron, Silra had raised her hands, her golden rings flaring as she chanted, a guttural hymn in a tongue older than the Yang god's creeds, its syllables twisting the air into a vortex of flame and shadow. "Reveal the light that defies us," she'd hissed, her voice a lash that split the sanctum's silence, her crimson lips curling as the gold bubbled and swirled. The shards sank, their blood igniting the brew into a mirror of molten light, and within its depths an image flared, the crystalline orb, its yin-yang spirals pulsing in a hidden cavern beneath the dark wood, its silver glow a defiant beacon against Yang's dominion. Silra's golden eyes had widened, her sneer stretching into a grin of triumph. "There you are, dragon filth!" Her sorcery piercing the realm's shadows to claim her prize, a secret she'd guard with all her cunning. But how to hide it? The orb's power was too vast, its light too radiant to bury in Varkul's crude vaults, or chain in his dungeons. Then inspiration struck, a brainstorm as wicked as it was brilliant. She'd shrink it, reduce its grandeur, to a form so small no seeker could fathom its truth, encasing it in a vessel of her own design. The Dodecahedron, a miniature marvel no larger than a child's ball, forged from ancient brass, a dull, mottled alloy of copper and zinc, pilfered from dragon forges, and studded with 12 equal glass faces, each a pentagonal pane of smoky crystal, their surfaces etched with faint Tao spirals twisted into Yang's sigils. Each face gleamed with a dull sheen, its edges sealed with brass filigree, and bore a precise number of perforations, 6 holes of unequal diameters, drilled in a spiral pattern, their sizes ranging from a pinprick to a grape's width, each opposite its twin on the facing side, a lattice of chaos within order. Affixed to every glass face jutted a knob, 12 in all, crafted from blackened iron, their surfaces knurled and studded with tiny amber studs, each knob a grotesque sentinel protruding like a wart, its weight a counterbalance to the orb's hidden light. Yet the Dodecahedron was no mere trinket. It was a prison of malevolent genius. Each knob harboured an evil magical spell, a supernatural challenge, a demon conjured from Silra's sorcery to guard the orb at its centre, where it reposed, shrunken to a pinpoint of silver radiance. She'd forged it in a ritual of dark splendour, shrinking the orb with a chant that compressed its light into a mote, encasing it in the brass shell as she summoned 12 demons from Yang's infernal depths, binding them to the knobs with blood and flame. Each demon posed a trial. A prospective seeker must overcome all 12 to reach the orb, their powers a gauntlet of terror and deceit. Here are their diabolical natures. Kraxus, the whisperer of doubt, a wraith of shifting smoke, its voice a sibilant hiss that worms into the mind, sowing seeds of self-doubt. You are unworthy, frail one. It challenges with illusions of failure, forcing the seeker to affirm their resolve. Zythera, the veil of desire. A siren with golden eyes and claws of amber, she tempts with visions of wealth and flesh, her purr a lure. Take me, forsake your quest. Overcoming her requires rejecting craving's pull. Gorvox, the roar of rage. A hulking beast with molten horns, his bellow ignites fury, goading the seeker to strike. Crush me, weakling! Mastery lies in quelling anger with calm,
Lyssra, the mirror of pride. A spectral figure with a face like the Seeker's, she flatters.
You are above all. Abandon them.
Humility shatters her reflection. Vexilon, the shroud of envy. A serpentine shade with emerald fangs, it hisses jealousy.
Others outshine you. Take their glory.
Equanimity banishes its venom. Thryme, the chains of fear. A skeletal spectre with iron shackles, it paralyzes with dread.
Death awaits. Flee.
Courage breaks its grasp. Zythera, the fog of ignorance. A mist being with blind eyes, it obscures truth.
All is chaos. Surrender.
Insight pierces its haze. Clytha, the flame of greed. A fiery imp clutching gold, it offers riches.
Take this. Forget the rest.
Generosity quenches its blaze. Zorath, the whisper of sloth. A languid shadow with drooping limbs, it lulls.
Rest. Why strive?
Effort rouses its slumber. Virus, the blade of hatred. A gaunt warrior with a crimson sword, it incites vengeance.
Strike your foes.
Compassion dulls its edge. Mythic, the web of delusion. A spider with kaleidoscope eyes, it spins false visions.
This is real. Stay.
Discernment cuts its threads. Draconeth, the void of despair. A dark dragon with hollow eyes, it whispers hopelessness.
All is lost.
Hope reignites its ash. Silra smirked, her golden fingers tracing the Dodecahedron's knobs, each demon's spell a lock around the orb's shrunken light.
Let them try, she hissed,
her crimson lips curling as she hid it within her robes, its brass glint a secret even Varkul's greed would never fathom. A prize to secure Yang's dominion forever. Chapter 5. The Seed Planter. Zythera stood alone atop a windswept ridge in Sahar Realm 38725, her silver scales glinting faintly under a sky choked with ash and ember, a figure of timeless resilience etched against the desolation. The ridge overlooked a ravaged plain, its earth scarred by Yang's forges, its air thick with the sulphurous reek of corruption, a once pure landscape, now a testament to the dragon race's fall. Yet Zythera, the seed planter, remained, an elder Bodhigotratva whose presence was a quiet storm, her form a living relic of the One Mind's ancient wisdom. Her scales, dulled by kalpas, shimmered with a muted silver, their edges worn smooth like river stones, each one etched with faint Tao spirals that pulsed softly in the gloom. Her eyes, twin lanterns of noble wisdom, glowed with a deep amber light, piercing the haze with a stillness that belied the chaos below, their depths a mirror to the unborn mind's infinite expanse. Her lithe frame stood erect, unbowed by time, draped in a robe of woven moss and shadow, its threads harvested from the dark wood's sacred groves, its hem trailing like a whisper of Yin's enduring grace. Around her neck hung the medallion of the great Other Tree, a relic forged in the dragon race's primordial dawn, its silver branches twisting with a life of their own, their tips faintly pulsing with the light of the Dharma Mega, the Dharma cloud she'd once wielded in its fullness. Her hands, long and scaled, their nails curved like crescent moons, rested at her sides, their fingers calloused from sowing Bodhi seeds through countless eons, each movement a deliberate act of effortless action. Wei Wu Wei, a testament to her mastery of the dark Dharma. Her voice, when she spoke, was a chant, a resonant stillness that wove through the air like a silver thread, piercing corruption's din with a calm that shook the earth's bones. Zythera was no mere survivor. She was the Abhagotaragaba, the mystic spiritual mother of the Bodhigotrattvas. Her mission to plant the Tathatic Bodhi seed in human minds, her Sambodhi nurturing a spiritual progeny through meditative recall, a beacon of Yin's light in a realm drowning in Yang's shadow. The plain below stretched as a corrupted minefield, a wasteland of cracked earth and smouldering ash, its once fertile soil torched by Yang god priests who'd raised her seed fields in their relentless crusade. These were no ordinary foes. They were acolytes of Varkul and Silra, clad in robes of crimson and gold, their faces masked with iron helms crowned by Varkul's spear, their hands clutching torches that blazed with his wrathful fire. Their chants, a guttural litany of obedience, rolled across the plain like thunder, their flames licking the earth where Zarathra's Bodhi seeds had taken root. Each seedling a spark of the unborn mind snuffed out in Yang's unwholesome tide. She'd sown these seeds through kalpas, her silver hands pressing the Tathatic essence into the soil, her chants weaving the dark Dharma's stillness to pierce the Skander's grasp, only to see them burn, their silver glow fading to ash under the priest's relentless assault. Zarathra's sowing was no mere act of planting. It was a mystic rite of profound depth, a communion with the one mind that bridged the phenomenal and the unborn. She knelt now, her robe pooling around her, her hands cupping a single Bodhi seed, a shimmering mote of silver light, its surface pulsing with Tao spirals, its essence the Tathatic spark of Tathagatahood, pure and immaculate, untainted by samsara's 5 aggregates: form, sensation, perception, mental formations, consciousness. Her amber eyes closed, her breath a steady rhythm, as she pressed the seed into the cracked earth, her fingers tracing a spiral over its resting place, a sigil of the Dark Dharma's 10 bhumic stages, each a liberation from sensate chains. "Grow, child of the unborn," she chanted, her voice a silver thread weaving through the wind's howl. "Root in this corrupted field and bloom into the light." The seed flared briefly, its light sinking into the soil, a whisper of Sambodhi awakened consciousness, threading through the minefield, seeking a human host to nurture into a Bodhigotrattva. Her Sambodhi was the breath of this nurturing, a meditative recall that transcended time, her mind reaching through kalpas to awaken the seed's potential. She sat cross-legged, her medallion pulsing faintly, her awareness expanding like a silver tide, encompassing the plane's hidden souls. Slaves shackled in Yang's forges, their minds dulled by fear, their spirits crushed by obedience. "Recollect," she whispered, her chant a stillness that pierced their scandic noise, form's illusion fading, sensations craving silenced, perception's distortion cleared, until a flicker stirred in one, a young woman named Mira, her eyes glinting with a nascent spark as the Bodhi seed took root. Zarathra's mind melded with hers, her Sambodhi a guiding light. "See the unborn within, child," nurturing Mira's awakening through visions of the one mind's unity, her chants weaving the seed into a Bodhigotrattva's nascent bloom, a progeny of the dragon race's lost light. This mastery stemmed from the Dark Dharma, a liberative technique Zarathra had honed through incalculable kalpas, its 10 bhumic stages a ladder to the Dharma Mega, the Dharma cloud that crowned her ascent. She'd walked these stages, Earth's grounding stillness, flame's spark of insight, sky's boundless expanse, insight's piercing clarity, radiance, luminous glow, harmony's balanced flow, compassion's warm embrace, truth's unwavering calm, freedom's unshackled release, and the Dharma Mega's zenith of noble wisdom. Each a shedding of sensate attachments, a piercing of corruption's veil with chants that stilled the realm's chaos. Om Dhamma Mega Svaha, she intoned now, her voice a resonant hum that rippled through the plain, its silver light flaring briefly over the ash, Earth's solidity rooting her. Flames spark, igniting her will, sky's expanse lifting her mind, insight's clarity unveiling truth, radiance's glow banishing shadow, harmony's flow weaving balance, compassion's warmth nurturing seeds, truth's calm piercing lies, freedom's release breaking chains, and the Dharma Mega's cloud raining stillness over all. Her mastery was no mere skill, it was a cosmic dance, her chants a weapon of serenity that defied Yang's fire. Yet that fire burned closer now, the Yang god priests cresting the ridge, their torches a blazing line against the horizon, their crimson robes billowing like blood in the wind. Leading them was Tharok, a hulking priest of Varkul, his helm crowned with a spear tip, his golden eyes glinting with fanatic zeal, his torch a roaring flame fed by dragon bone oil, a stolen relic of the dragon race's slaughter. Behind him marched a dozen acolytes, their iron staves thudding the earth, their chants a guttural hymn. Varkul's might consumes the dark, their flames licking the air as they torched Zarathra's seed fields, silver seedlings curling to ash under their assault. Yin witch! Tharok bellowed, his voice a thunderclap splitting the ridge's silence. Your chaos ends here! He hurled his torch, its flame arcing toward a cluster of Bodhi seeds Zarathra had sown that dawn, their silver glow snuffed out in a burst of crimson fire. Zarathra rose, her silver scales glinting as she faced them, her medallion pulsing with a faint silver light, her presence a quiet storm against their blaze. You touch the Unborn's light, she intoned, her voice weaving the dark Dharma's stillness, yet it endures beyond your flame. Tharok sneered, drawing a jagged sword, its blade etched with Yang sigils, its edge gleaming with the blood of fallen Bodhigotrattvas. Your seeds are ash, your kind dust, he roared, charging with his acolytes, their torches flaring as they closed the gap, their staves swinging in a chorus of destruction. Zarathra's hands rose, her fingers tracing the Tao spiral, her chant a silver thread. Om Bhumi Svaha, earth's stillness rooting her as the ground trembled, a ripple of calm deflecting Tharok's blade with a resonant clang. Om Agni Svaha, flames spark, flared in her amber eyes, a silver light lashing out to snuff a torch mid-air, its acolyte stumbling in shock. The battle surged, Tharok's sword clashing against her stillness, his acolyte's staves striking air as her chants wove harmony's flow. Om Svaha, dodging their blows with effortless grace. Om Karuna Svaha, compassion's warmth pulsed from her medallion, a silver tide shielding a seedling as an acolyte's torch fell short, its flame guttering in the dirt. Om Vimukti Svaha, freedom's release broke a stave in two, its wielder reeling as her silver light flared. Yet their numbers pressed. Tharok's blade grazed her arm, a silver scale falling as crimson fire torched another field, his roar drowning her chant. Varkul consumes you. Zarathra staggered, her breath a gasp, but her amber eyes burned. Om Dhamma Mega Svaha, the Dharma cloud's zenith flaring through her, a silver storm that hurled Tharok back, his torch shattering against the ridge, his acolytes scattering as the plain trembled under her light. She stood, her robe singed, her silver scales dulled by ash, her medallion pulsing faintly as the priests retreated, their flames a fading line in the dark. The seed fields smouldered, yet one seedling endured, its silver glow a whisper of hope. Zarathra knelt, her hands cradling it, her chant a stillness piercing the corruption. Grow, child of the unborn.
her Sambodhi threading into Mira's mind afar, her battle a testament to the dragon race's enduring light, a seed planted against Yang's unyielding tide. Chapter 6. The Nurturer. Lyrian moved through the shadowed outskirts of one of Varkul's slave cities, a sprawling blight on Sahar Realm 38725's ravaged plain, its iron walls rising like jagged teeth against a sky choked with ash and ember, its air thick with the clang of forges and the wails of the enslaved. She was a vision of Yin's gentle defiance, a youthful Bodhigotratva, her lithe form cloaked in a robe of twilight silk, its fabric shimmering with threads of indigo and silver, harvested from the dark wood's sacred looms, its hem trailing like a whisper of starlight over the cracked earth. Her indigo aura glowed softly, a radiant halo that pulsed around her, its light a tender embrace against the city's gloom, illuminating her delicate features, high cheekbones softened by compassion, lips curved in a serene resolve, and eyes of deep violet that shimmered with the unborn mind's quiet fire. Her hair, long and auburn, warm and earthy, flowed unbound, its ends tipped with silver beads that clinked faintly, a cascade of shadow crowned by a circlet of woven vines, their leaves faintly pulsing with life. Around her shoulders draped the Suchness veil, a mystic wonder of the Bodhigotrattvas, its fabric a shimmering cascade of translucent light, woven from the unborn mind's essence in the dragon race's lost era. Its threads gleamed with a silvery iridescence, shifting hues, indigo, pearl, gold, like a prism refracting the Dharma cloud's radiance, its edges fringed with Tao spirals that pulsed faintly, each stitch a whisper of suchness that cloaked her in a protective stillness. The veil's surface bore intricate patterns, spirals within spirals, their curves threading into the Ouroboros' eternal renewal, its texture soft as mist, yet unyielding as steel, a shield that shimmered with a life of its own, cradling the fragile Bodhi seeds she carried in her hands. Those hands, slender and scaled with faint indigo, their nails curved like crescent moons, cradled the seeds like a gardener of souls, their silver glow pulsing faintly against her palms, each a tethatic spark sown by Zarathra, the seed planter, now entrusted to Lyrian's nurturing care. Lyrian was the Taragaba, the mystic mother of liberation, her youthful vigour a counterpoint to Zarathra's silvered wisdom, her indigo aura a soft glow that bathed the slave city's edges in a light that defied Yang's harsh dominion. She was compassionate and resolute, her heart a wellspring of Yin's tender strength, her resolve a flame that burned steady amidst the realm's corruption. Within her pulsed the Bodhi child, a mystical fetus gestating in the Dharma womb of suchness, its presence a radiant spark at her core, a whisper of the unborn mind's infinite potential. The Dharma womb was no mere metaphor, it was the very seedbed of the unborn, a sacred space where the Bodhi child grew, its light threading through her being, her touch a soothing balm that eased the scandic wounds of those she tended. Forms illusion, sensations craving, perceptions distortion, mental formations chaos, consciousnesses clinging, all softened under her gentle hands, her indigo aura a healing tide. Her mission was to tend Zarathra's seeds, those fragile sparks of noble wisdom planted in corrupted minefields, her recollective resolve a power that broke karmic chains, fostering spiritual progeny amid the slave city's despair. She knelt now beside a crumbling wall, its iron rusted by Yang's neglect, her hands pressing a Bodhi seed into the ash-strewn earth, where a cluster of slaves huddled, emaciated figures in tattered rags, their wrists bound by chains forged in Varkul's wrath, their eyes hollow with suffering. "Be still," she whispered, her voice a chant of silver calm,
her indigo aura flaring as she draped the Suchness veil over them, its shimmering folds cascading like a gentle mist, cloaking their forms in a protective stillness that dulled the clank of their chains, its light threading through their minds to pierce the Skander's grasp. Among them was Kale, a gaunt youth with sunken cheeks, his hands scarred from the forges, his spirit battered by Varkul's enforcers who'd branded him a heretic for daring to dream of freedom. Lyrian's fingers brushed his brow, her touch soothing the Scandic wounds, fears clinging, despair's distortion, her Suchness veil pulsing as she channeled the Bodhi child's light. "Recollect," she murmured, her voice weaving a stillness that broke his karmic chains. "See the unborn within." Kale's eyes flickered, a silver spark igniting as the Bodhi seeds took root, his breath steadying as her indigo aura bathed him in comfort. The veils shimmer a shield against the ignominious assaults of Yang's wrath. Whips that lashed, brands that burned, shouts that deafened, all fading under her yin embrace. The slave city loomed, a sprawling fortress of iron and ash, its streets choked with slaves hauling ore to the forges, their backs bent under Varkul's overseers, their cries a dirge beneath the priest's chants of obedience. "Varkul's might reigns." Lyrian moved among them, her Suchness veil a beacon of light, her hands cradling Bodhi seeds as she knelt beside each soul. Mirror, the spark Zarathra had sown, now trembling under a lash. Soren, a child whose eyes gleamed with nascent hope. Lyra, an elder whose spirit flickered against despair. "You are not alone," she whispered, her indigo aura threading through their minds, her recollective resolve a tide that shattered karmic bonds. Forms chains loosening, sensations pain easing, perceptions fear clearing, her chants a silver hymn nurturing their awakening into Bodhi Gotratvas, spiritual progeny of the dragon race's lost light. Yet Varkul's wrath was relentless. His enforcers, clad in crimson armor, etched with Yang sigils, patrolled the city's edges, their iron whips cracking the air, their golden eyes glinting with fanatic zeal. Leading them was Drenvar, a hulking brute with a helm crowned by Varkul's tablets, his whip a coil of molten fire, his voice a roar. "Heretics defy Varkul's will." They'd tracked Lyrian's light, their chains clashing with her yin embrace as they descended on her progeny, their torches flaring to burn the Bodhi seeds she'd sown. "Witch of Chaos!" Drenvar bellowed, his whip lashing toward Kale, its fiery tip grazing the boy's arm as he cried out, the Suchness veil flaring to shield him, its shimmer deflecting the blow with a resonant hum. Lyrian rose, her indigo aura blazing, her twilight robe rippling as she faced them, her hands outstretched, the veil cascading around her like a silver tide. "You bind the unborn's children," she intoned, her voice weaving the Bodhi child's calm, "yet their light endures." Drenvar snarled, his enforcers circling, 6 in all, their chains swinging, their torches roaring as they struck at her progeny. Mirror chained, Soren pinned, Lyra torched, each blow a test of her nurturing light. "Om Tara Svaha," she chanted, her indigo aura flaring as the Suchness veil pulsed, its Tao spirals threading through the air to break Mirror's chains with a snap, its light shielding Soren as a whip clashed against its shimmer. Its stillness soothing Lyra's burns with a silver glow that snuffed the flame. Drenvar charged, a hulking tempest of Yang fury, his crimson armor clanking as he surged forward, his whip, a coil of molten fire forged in Varkul's deepest forges, snapping through the air with a crack that split the slave city's gloom. Its fiery tendrils lashed toward Lyrian, wrapping around her slender arm with a hiss of searing heat, the flames licking her indigo scales until they smoked and blistered, their faint shimmer dulled by scorch marks as she staggered back, her footing faltering on the ash-strewn earth. Her breath came in a sharp gasp, pain flaring through her arm, a white-hot sting that tested her youthful frame. Yet her resolve held firm, an unyielding flame within her core, her violet eyes blazing with the unborn mind's quiet fire as they pierced Drenvar's golden glare, his slit pupils narrowing with a snarl of contempt. "Witch!" he roared, his voice a thunderous bellow that rattled the iron walls, his whip tightening as he yanked, aiming to drag her down into the dirt where his enforcer's chains waited. Lyrian's twilight robe rippled, its silver threads glinting as she steadied herself, her free hand rising to clutch the Suchness veil, its iridescent folds flaring wide like a storm of liquid light, its Tao spirals pulsing with a silver radiance that shimmered through the haze. "Om Suchness Svaha," she whispered, her voice a silver chant threading through the chaos, its stillness a resonant hum that wove the Bodhi child's calm into the air, her indigo aura surging until it bathed the city's edge in a glow that defied Yang's fire. The veil erupted, its translucent shimmer exploding into a tempest of light, its edges curling like waves crashing against a shore, its silver threads weaving a shield that lashed out with a force born of the Dharma womb's infinite depths. The whip's fiery coils shattered midair, its molten fragments scattering like embers snuffed by a sudden wind, the crackling heat fading into a pitiful hiss as Drenvar's weapon struck the iron wall behind him with a deafening clang, its haft splintering into jagged shards that rained onto the cracked earth. Drenvar reeled, his massive frame stumbling as the veil's storm hurled him back, his crimson armor scraping the ground with a screech, his golden eyes wide with shock as he crashed into his enforcers. 6 brutes in Yang's fiery garb, their iron chains swinging wildly as they staggered, their torches flaring, then guttering under the onslaught of Lyrian's yin light. The clash was a symphony of nurture against wrath, her indigo aura threading through the air like a silver tide, its gentle glow clashing with their yang chains, each link snapping with a resonant snap, as her Suchness veil pulsed, its iridescence a radiant mantle that broke their hold. One enforcer's chain shattered mid-strike, its iron links crumbling to dust as Kale ducked free, trembling yet unharmed. Another's torch flickered out as Mira's wrists slipped loose, her silver spark flaring anew. A third's whip recoiled as Soren scrambled to safety, the veil's light a shield that softened his fall. Lyrian stood firm, her arms seared but unbowed, her violet eyes piercing the retreating enforcers as their torches dimmed to a fading line in the city's gloom, Drenvar's snarl echoing as he vanished into the ash. "Vakil curses you, witch!" his wrath undone by her nurturing resolve. The silence that followed was a balm. Lyrian turning to her progeny, her Suchness veil settling around her shoulders like a silver mist, its Tao spirals pulsing faintly as she knelt amidst them. Kale trembled, his scarred hands clutching the earth, his eyes wide with awe as her indigo aura washed over him, soothing the scandic wound of fear with a whisper. "You are safe, child." Mira stood free, her wrists raw, but her silver spark glowing, her breath steadying as Lyrian's touch traced her brow, the veil's shimmer threading comfort through her spirit. "Recollect the light within." Soren huddled close, his small frame shivering yet safe, his eyes glinting with hope as her hands cradled his face, the Suchness veil's silver glow a mantle that eased his pain. "You are not alone." Lyra, singed but unbroken, leaned into her embrace, her elder spirit flickering as Lyrian's chant wove stillness. "Grow, progeny of the unborn." Her Dharma womb the seedbed of their awakening, her nurturing light a beacon against Varkul's relentless tide, its radiance threading through the slave city's shadow as a promise of Yin's enduring grace.
Chapter 7. Mischief of the Invisible. Varkul sprawled across a throne of ostentatious excess in one of his most flamboyant chambers, a cavernous hall within his sprawling estate in Sahar Realm 38725, a gaudy shrine to absolute materialism that gleamed like a festering jewel amidst the realm's ash and ruin. The chamber was a riot of opulence, its walls clad in sheets of hammered gold pilfered from dragon shrines, their surfaces etched with yang sigils, Varkul's hammer, Silra's spiral, twisted into garish flourishes that caught the torchlight in a blinding blaze. The ceiling soared, a dome of polished obsidian studded with fist-sized rubies, each pried from the skulls of fallen Bodhigotrattvas, their crimson facets refracting the light into a kaleidoscope of blood-red beams that danced across the floor, a mosaic of dragon scales shattered into a chaotic swirl of silver and black. Chandeliers of molten bronze dangled like overripe fruit, their chains groaning under the weight of crystal prisms looted from yin sanctuaries, their clinking a discordant jingle that mingled with the chamber's sulphurous reek. Smoke from incense burners shaped like yang god effigies, their mouths spewing plumes of acrid haze. The throne itself was a grotesque masterpiece, carved from a single slab of blood-red porphyry, its backrest a towering slab etched with scenes of yang triumph, Varkul smashing dragon enclaves, Silra chaining slaves, their kin's swords cleaving yin's light. Its arms sprouted iron spikes, their tips gleaming with dragon blood, while its seat sagged under Varkul's mammoth carcass, a mountain of flesh draped in a robe of crimson velvet, its hems stitched with golden threads stolen from Naga looms, its bulk spilling over the edges like dough from a too-small pan. His fiery beard cascaded in tangled curls, its embers smouldering as he lounged, his yellow eyes glinting with a gluttonous glee, his meaty hands, ringed with amber and iron, clutching a fistful of trinkets, treasures the yang gods had pillaged from the yin. A silver chalice from a dragon temple, its rim etched with Tao spirals, now crusted with wine stains, a jade flute, once played by Bodhigotrattvas, its notes silenced by his clumsy grip. A sapphire pendant torn from a Naga's crest, its glow dulled by his sweaty paw. The spoils of a war waged on spirit, now toys for his materialist revelry. Seated around him in a semicircle of lesser thrones, crude slabs of iron and bone, lurked his murky comrades, a rogues' gallery of Yang's brutish elite, their jovial glee a cacophony of guffaws and grunts that echoed off the gold-clad walls. There was Gorzod, the henchman Lyrian had faced, his bulk squeezed into a throne too small, his patchy beard singed from past torch mishaps, his yellow eyes glinting as he toyed with a dragon-scale dagger, its edge dulled by his clumsy twirling. Beside him slouched Tharok, the priest Zarathra had repelled, his crimson robe tattered, his helm's spike bent from her silver storm. His golden gaze fixed on a stolen Bodhi seed he rolled between his fingers, oblivious to its fading light. Next sprawled Drenvar, Lyrian's foe, his whip coiled at his feet, his scarred hands clutching a chalice of sour ale, his guttural laugh a rumble as he boasted, "Burned her brats good, I did." His comrades cackling, their murky mirth a chorus of Yang's hollow triumph over Yin's lost grace. Varkul tossed the jade flute into the air, catching it with a clumsy swipe, his bellowing laugh shaking the chandeliers. "Look at this rubbish! Yin thought they'd outshine us with trinkets! Ha!" Gorzod guffawed, slamming his dagger into his throne's arm. "Ought to melt it down for chains!" Tharok smirked, crushing the Bodhi seed in his fist, its silver glow snuffed. "Their light's ash now." Drenvar raised his chalice, sloshing ale onto his boots. "To Varkul's might!" Their cheers, a raucous din that rattled the rubies loose, a plinking rain of excess underscoring their folly. Varkul twirled the sapphire pendant, its chain tangling in his fiery beard. "Fools thought this'd save 'em. Now it's mine." His comrades howling,
their greed a grotesque dance of absolute materialism, blind to the spirit they'd trampled. Unbeknownst to them, a shimmer pierced the chamber's haze. Tarin, cloaked in his invisible Manomaeakaya, slipped through the gold-clad walls, his mind-made body a luminous wraith born of Vasuki's Naga training. His form, translucent, threaded with Tao spirals, glowed faintly with indigo and gold, his jewel-flame eyes glinting with a mischievous spark, his silver-streaked hair trailing like a comet's tail as he hovered unseen above Varkul's throne. The months with Vasuki had honed this trick, his luminous mind shedding flesh's coils, his naivety now a playful cunning, eager to toy with the Yang tyrant who'd caged him. "Time for some fun, me lord," he whispered, his voice a silent giggle in the void, his invisible hands flexing as he swooped down, a ghostly prankster in their midst. Tarin struck, his luminous fingers snagging Varkul's fiery beard, yanking it with a sharp tug that jerked the tyrant's head back, his bellow morphing into a startled yelp. "Ugh!" The sapphire pendant flew from his grasp, spinning through the air as Tarin batted it like a cat with the toy, sending it clattering into Gorzod's chalice with a plink, ale splashing the henchman's face, his guffaw turning to a sputter. "What in Varkul's name?" Varkul flailed, his meaty hands swatting the air. "Who dares?" as Tarin darted to the jade flute, snatching it from the throne's arm and tossing it skyward, its shrill whistle piercing the din as it bounced off Tharok's helm with a clank, the priest yelping, "Ow, my spike!" his bent tip wobbling comically. The comrades freaked. "What manner of spellcraft is this?" Drenvar roared, leaping to his feet, his whip uncoiling as he lashed at nothing, the fiery tip sizzling the mosaic. "A ghost! A demon!" Gorzod swung his dagger wildly, slicing air as Tarin plucked the silver chalice from Varkul's grip, twirling it overhead before dunking it onto Tharok's helm, wine dribbling down his face. "Ah, it's cursed!" his golden eyes blinking through the sticky mess. Varkul's roar shook the chamber. "Silra! Silra! Banish this blasted spectre!" His mammoth frame thrashing, his crimson robe tangling as Tarin tugged his beard again, a hearty yank that sent a ruby tumbling from the chandelier, plinking into his lap with a pathetic splash, his yelp a high-pitched squeal. "Enough!" Silra swept in, a golden storm of Yang malice, her robes shimmering with Varkul's sigils, their crimson glyphs pulsing as she strode through the chaos, her raven-black hair cascading with a clink of golden beads, her golden eyes narrowing with a sorceress's glare. "What's this madness?" she snapped, her voice a lash of silken steel, her hands rising as she surveyed the scene. Gorzod dripping ale, Tharok wiping wine, Drenvar flailing, Varkul red-faced and tangled. "Silra, it's a ghost!" Varkul bellowed, swatting air as Tarin flicked his ear, a final prank before darting upward. "Banish it, now!" Silra's crimson lips curled, her rings flaring as she chanted, "Om Varkul Svaha," a banishment spell, weaving golden light into a net, its fiery threads lashing the chamber, sizzling the mosaic as they sought the invisible foe. But Tarin was gone, his Manomaeakaya slipping through the obsidian dome, a shimmer fading into the ash-strewn night, his silent giggle echoing in the void as Silra's spell fizzled, its golden net collapsing in a shower of sparks. She froze, her golden eyes narrowing, her hands clenching as the comrades gaped. "Where'd it go?" Gorzod sputtered, Tharok peeling the chalice off his helm. "Witchcraft!" Drenvar growled, his whip coiling. "A trick!" Varkul pounded his throne, his fiery beard smouldering. "Find it, Silra!" She raised a hand, silencing them, her crimson lips pursing as she contemplated the situation, her golden gaze piercing the haze. "No ghost," she murmured, her voice a hiss of realization. "No demon. A new enemy walks unseen. I must retire and consult my grimoire. Its secrets will unveil this foe and crush it." She turned, her robes swirling as she glided out, leaving Varkul and his murky crew in their trinket-strewn folly. A Yang tyrant, humbled by Yin's invisible jest, their materialist glee a hollow echo in the chamber's garish glow. Chapter 8. The Call of the Orb. The dark wood of Sahar Realm 38725 stretched like a shadowed labyrinth around Tarin, its gnarled branches clawing at a sky choked with ash, their twisted forms weaving a canopy that dimmed the fractured moon's silver glow into a faint shimmer. He stumbled through the undergrowth, his breath a ragged gasp, his tunic, tattered from months of wandering since his escape from Varkul's dungeon, clinging to his wiry frame, its once dark fabric faded to a dusty grey, frayed at the edges by the wood's thorns. His jewel flame eyes, dragon gold and human hazel, darted through the gloom, his silver-streaked hair matted with sweat and twigs, his every step a cautious weave through roots that snagged his path. The thrill of his prank in Varkul's chamber, yanking that fiery beard, tossing those stolen trinkets, still buzzed in his veins, but exhaustion crept in, his Manomeakaya flickering like a candle in a storm, its translucent shimmer fading as Vasuki's training strained under his novice grasp.
"Am I really the bouncer?"
he muttered, his voice a high-pitched squeak, his lanky legs trembling as he paused, leaning against the twisted oak, its bark rough against his calloused hands, toughened by months of survival since the Naga realm.
"Or just a fool who tweaks beards and runs?"
Doubt gnawed at him. The primordial's dreamscape vision of the crystalline orb pulsed in his mind, its yin-yang spirals a call he couldn't shake, yet his naivety cast shadows. What if it was luck, not fate? The wood hummed, a faint silver vibration threading through the air, tugging at his senses, a whisper of the Dharma Mega relic's proximity. His jewel flame eyes caught a glimmer, a soft glow piercing the gloom, and he stumbled toward it, his heart thudding with a mix of dread and hope. The trees parted into a hidden grove, a pocket of stillness where the moss glowed faintly silver, its blades curling around a single Bodhigotratva seedling, its fragile stem trembling, its silver spark dimmed by a yang-inflicted wound. Kneeling beside it was Lyrian, the nurturer, her twilight robe shimmering with indigo and silver threads, her long auburn hair catching the grove's glow as it spilled over her shoulders, its silver-tipped ends swaying gently. Her indigo aura pulsed softly, a radiant halo bathing the seedling in tender light, her Suchness veil cascading around her like a mist of starlight, its iridescent folds threading Tao spirals that shimmered with the Unborn Mind's grace. Her violet eyes, deep and calm, flickered as Tarin's Manomeakaya faltered, his invisible form shimmering into visibility, his tattered tunic and lanky frame a stark contrast to her serene presence. "You're the one who stirred the wood," Lyrian said, her voice a chant of silver calm, rising as she turned, her hands cradling the seedling, Kale, the youth she'd nurtured, its silver spark pulsing faintly under her touch. Tarin froze, his jewel flame eyes widening, his voice a squeak.
You can see me."
Lyrian's lips curved in a gentle smile, her indigo aura threading toward him, soothing his jittery nerves. "Your light flickers, child of two worlds," she murmured, gesturing him closer, her auburn hair glinting as she knelt. "This seed, Kale, called you here, sown by Zythera, its roots seeking the orb's pulse." Tarin shuffled forward, his calloused hands fidgeting, his naive awe bubbling.
The crystalline orb."
Lyrian nodded, her violet eyes meeting his. "Feel it within. The unborn calls you to." She guided his hands to the seedling, her touch warm as she synced his breath with hers, a meditative duet, her indigo aura weaving with his nascent Bodhi child, a spark stirring in his chest from Vasuki's lessons. "Close your eyes," she whispered, her chant threading through the grove. "Om Tarasvaha, her Suchness veil pulsing as his breath slowed, the seedling's hum syncing with a distant pulse, the orb's silver light, faint yet alive, threading through the wood's shadow. It's there, Taran gasped, his jewel-flame eyes fluttering open, his voice a mix of wonder and doubt. But how do I find it? Lyrian's smile deepened. You've begun, but not arrived. Trust the light within. The grove trembled, a low hum rising from the earth, a ripple of stillness cutting through the wood's chaos. Zythera emerged, her silver scales dulled by ash, her medallion of the great other tree pulsing faintly, her amber eyes piercing the haze with noble wisdom. Her twilight robe trailed like a shadow, her presence a quiet storm as she stepped forward, drawn by the orb's hum and Lyrian's nurturing light. Not chance, but the dark Dharma's call. The seed sings, she intoned, her voice a silver thread weaving through the air. And the balancer answers. Taran gaped, his silver-streaked hair falling into his eyes. Me? Zarathra's gaze locked onto his, her hands tracing a Tao spiral. Your blood binds yin and yang. The orb's light calls you. She knelt beside Lyrian, her medallion flaring as she chanted, Om Dharma Mega Svaha. The dark Dharma's 10 boomic stages piercing the wood's veil, her silver light threading through earth's grounding, flames spark, sky's expanse, insight's clarity, radiance's glow, and harmony's balance, compassion's warmth, truth's calm, freedom's release, and the Dharma Mega's zenith. The grove pulsed, a vision unfurling. The crystalline orb, its yin-yang spirals dimmed within a brass prison. The Dodecahedron, its 12 demon knobs glinting in a cavern beneath a yang forge, its silver light shrouded by Silra's sorcery. I felt its theft, Zythera explained, her voice deepening into a resonant calm. When Silra's golden flame claimed it, my Sambodhi traced the Dharma Mega's echo as it faded from our fields. Months ago, her sorcery, a molten brew of yang fire and bloodied shards, shrank it, bound it in this 12-sided prison she calls the Dodecahedron. Taran's jaw dropped, his callous hands clenching. Dodeca what? Zarathra's amber eyes softened, her silver scales glinting as she leaned closer, her voice threading the stillness with a weight that stilled his trembling. The vessel of brass and glass, forged in her sanctum shadows, its 12 equal faces, each a pentagonal pane, bare perforations of chaos, sealed with knobs of blackened iron. Within each knob lurks a demon, 12 guardians of her making, conjured from Yang's infernal depths, their spells a gauntlet of malice. One whispers doubt, another stokes desire, a third ignites rage. Each a trial of the Skander's grasp, formed to consciousness, woven to bar the orb's light from us. She paused, her medallion pulsing as the vision sharpened, the orb's silver mote flickering at its core, its yin-yang spirals dim yet defiant. She hid it beneath a forge, its light cloaked, yet my dark Dharma pierced her veil. The Dharma Mega's echo endures, calling through kalpas. Lyrian's violent eyes met Taran's, her voice a gentle echo. A trap only you can breach. Taran blinked, his naive mind reeling. Me? Why me? Zarathra's hands traced the Tao spiral wider, her chant a silver tide. Your blood, child of 2 worlds, dragon and human, binds yin and yang. The Dodecahedron's demons prey on division, rage, greed, despair, but your hybrid spirit balances them, a unity their chaos cannot break. Vasuki saw this. The orb chose you in a dream. Its light, the Dharma Cloud's heart, awaits your hand to restore the Tao's spiral, to pierce Silra's 12-fold curse. Taran swallowed, his jewel flame eyes flickering.
But I'm no hero. I'm just...
Zarathra's gaze held firm. A seed grows through soil's weight. You are enough.
The wood shuddered. Varkul's enforcers crashed through, their crimson armor glinting, their iron whips cracking. Drenvar at their head, his golden eyes blazing, his whip a coil of fire.
The ghost!
He roared, tracking Taran's since his escape. Silra's grimoire hint. An unseen foe, spurring their hunt. A skirmish erupted. Drenvar's whip lashed Lyrian's veil, its fiery tip clashing with her silver shimmer, a hiss as she deflected it. Zarathra's chant, Om Svaha, sent a torch spinning into a tree, its flames snuffed by her stillness. Taran's Mano Meakaya flickered, yanking Drenvar's boot mid-step, toppling him with a comedic thud.
Ah, not again!
His whip tangling as enforcers stumbled, chains clanking in chaos.
Flee!
Lyrian urged, her veil flaring to shield Kale. Zarathra's silver light parting the wood as they ran, the orb's hum guiding them. They reached a chasm's edge, forge smoke rising below, the orb's hum a crescendo, the Dodecahedron's brass glint faintly visible in the depths. Taran's Bodhichild flared, a silver spark in his chest, his voice steadying.
I'll find it!
Lyrian's violet eyes met his.
We're with you.
Zarathra's chant pulsed.
The balancer descends.
Their trinity poised, the cavern's shadow a call to destiny. Chapter 9. The Depths of the Dark. The chasm's edge loomed before Taran, Lyrian, and Zarathra, a jagged scar slicing through the dark wood of Sahar Realm 38725, its depths a roiling abyss where forge smoke coiled like serpents, the faint brass glint of Silra's Dodecahedron shimmering far below. The trio stood breathless, their gazes locked downward, the crystalline orb's hum a crescendo pulsing through the air, a silver thread weaving through the wood's shadowed chaos. Taran's silver-streaked hair whipped in the wind, his jewel-flame eyes, dragon gold and human hazel, wide with awe and dread, his tattered tunic clinging to his wiry frame, frayed from months of flight since Varkul's dungeon. Lyrian's auburn hair fluttered around her twilight robe, her indigo aura pulsing faintly, the Suchness veil shimmering around her shoulders like a mantle of starlight. Zarathra's silver scales glinted dully under ash, her medallion of the great other tree swaying, her amber eyes piercing the haze with noble wisdom, her presence a quiet storm against the clamour behind them. The clamour roared closer, Varkul's enforcers crashing through the wood, their crimson armour glinting like embers, their iron whips cracking the air. Drenvar's bellow, "The ghost! Seize him!" echoing as he led the charge, his golden eyes blazing with Yang's wrath. Their escape was blocked, thorny brambles and enforcers' spears hemming them in, the chasm their only path. "No way back!" Taran yelped, his voice a high-pitched squeak, his lanky legs trembling as he peered into the raging waters below, a torrent of white foam and shadow churning through the chasm's depths, its roar drowning Drenvar's shouts. Lyrian's violet eyes met his, her calm resolute. "We jump." Zarathra nodded, her silver chant threading the wind. Om Svaha, her stillness a beacon as she stepped to the edge. "Together," she intoned, and with no alternative, they leapt, hands clasped, a trinity plunging into the abyss as enforcers' whips lashed air, Drenvar's roar fading above. The water hit like a hammer, icy and furious, its current seizing them in a raging grip, tossing them to and fro downstream with a force that stole their breath. Taran flailed, his Manomeakaya instinct flickering, but drowned by the torrent, his jewel flame eyes blinking through stinging spray as he bobbed like a cork, his tattered tunic sodden and heavy. Lyrian tumbled beside him, her twilight robe billowing,
her Suchness veil pulsing faintly as she clung to Kale's seedling. Tucked in her sash, its silver spark shielded by her indigo aura. Zythera spun in the current, her silver scales glinting as she surfaced, her medallion a lifeline around her neck, her amber eyes narrowed against the chaos. The chasm's walls blurred past, jagged stone streaked with ash and moss, its roar a deafening hymn as the water hurled them onward, their bodies battered against unseen rocks, their gasps lost in the spray. The current surged, a steep waterfall loomed ahead, its edge a sheer drop, where the chasm's torrent emptied into darkness, its misty veil swallowing the silver hum. "Hold on!" Lyrian cried, her voice a thread of calm as they plummeted. Down, down, down. The descent a stomach-lurching plunge, water crashing around them in a white roar, their bodies twisting in mid-air until they struck the pool below with a bone-jarring splash. Taran's head spun, stars bursting behind his eyes as he sank, bubbles streaming from his mouth, his limbs flailing until he clawed to the surface, gasping, nearly knocked unconscious, his jewel-flame eyes blinking through a haze of pain. Lyrian surfaced beside him, her auburn hair plastered to her face, her indigo aura dimmed but steady, her hands clutching the seedling. Zythera rose last, her silver scales slick with water, her amber eyes sharp as she steadied herself, her chant a faint hum. Om Dhamma Mega Svaha, grounding them in the stillness. They'd landed in an underground world, a vast, cavernous realm devoid of natural light, its air thick with damp and the faint tang of sulphur, its walls a glistening expanse of black stone veined with silver threads that pulsed faintly, echoing the orb's distant call. The pool's surface rippled around them, its inky depths reflecting their silhouettes as they dragged themselves onto a rocky shore, their breaths ragged, their bodies bruised but alive. Taran staggered to his feet, his tattered tunic dripping, his silver-streaked hair a sodden mess. "Where are we?" Lyrian's violet eyes scanned the dark, her Suchness veil pulsing. Beneath the forge, the orb's near. Zythera's amber gaze narrowed. The hidden realm, untouched by Yang's fire, yet not empty. A skittering broke the silence. A strange-shaped crab creature lunged from the shadows, its carapace a jagged mosaic of black stone and silver veins, its claws snapping like iron shears, its 6 legs scuttling with a clatter that echoed off the cavern's walls. Its eyes, twin embers of red, glared as it charged, its mandibles clicking a guttural hiss. Taran yelped. "What's that?" dodging a claw as it snapped at his leg, his lanky frame tumbling into Lyrian. She steadied him, her indigo aura flaring. Together, her Suchness veil pulsing as she swept it forward, its silver shimmer tangling the creature's legs, slowing its scuttle. Zythera stepped in, her silver chant, Om Svaha, weaving a stillness that pulsed through the air, her hands tracing a dowel spiral as the crab lunged, its claw clashing against an invisible shield with a crack. Taran, scrambling up, grabbed a loose stone. "Take this, Crabby!" Hurling it with a comedic wind-up, the rock striking an eye with a plink, the creature recoiling with a hiss. Their combined wits subdued it, Lyrian's veil tripping, Zythera's chant stunning, Taran's stone blinding, until it collapsed, its legs twitching in defeat, a faint silver gleam fading from its shell. Unwinding from their victory, they caught their breath, Zythera's amber eyes scanning, Lyrian's violet gaze softening, Taran panting. "That was too close," when a rustle surrounded them. Shadows shifted, dozens of figures emerged, their forms hunched and sinewy, their skin a mottled grey like the cavern stone, their eyes large and luminescent, glowing a pale blue in the dark. These were the Umbrathians, dark dwellers, evolved from surface humans, their hands clawed yet dexterous, their hair sparse and wiry, their bodies clad in tattered hides patched with silver moss. They moved with a silent grace, their breaths a faint rasp, their presence a whisper of resilience against Yang's fury. One stepped forward, taller, its blue eyes sharper, leading them with a gesture through a tunnel, its walls pulsing with silver veins, into a vast underground chamber. The chamber sprawled, a subterranean city carved from black stone, its ceiling a dome studded with glowing stalactites, their silver light casting a twilight glow over hundreds of Umbrathians going about their business, weaving moss into cloth, tending fungal gardens, forging tools from cavern ore. Caverns branched off, some echoing with the clink of hammers, others humming with soft chants, a community thriving in shadow. The leader approached, a stooped figure named Zorath, his grey skin etched with silver scars, his blue eyes glinting with memory, his voice a rasp.
"Welcome, servicekin."
Taran blinked, his jewel-flame eyes wide.
What are you?
Zorath's claws traced the air, his tail unfolding.
"We were once humans, dwelling above under sun and sky, until Varkul's yang fury drove us below. His forges burned our homes, his enforcers chained our kin. Eons in the dark shaped us. Our eyes grew to see without light, our bodies to thrive in stone. Yet our minds recall the surface, its tales of light and shadow."
Lyrian's violet eyes softened.
"You know of the crystalline orb?"
Zorath nodded, his silver scars glinting.
"Whispers of the Dharma Mega relic echo even here. Our seer, Myrith, has seen it, encased in a rumored prison of brass and demons, hidden deep beneath the forge."
Zarathra's amber gaze sharpened.
"Silra's Dodecahedron?"
Zorath rasped.
"Yes, our seer knows its lair. Its light a cool we've guarded in memory, awaiting one to reclaim it."
Taran's voice squeaked. "Me?" Zorath's blue eyes met his.
"The tales speak of a balancer. Your coming stirs the dark."
The Umbrathians gathered, their glowing eyes a circle of hope, the orbs hum a silver thread, binding their fates in the depths. Chapter 10. The Seer. The underground chamber of the Umbrathians pulsed with a faint silver glow, a vast, cavernous expanse carved from Sahar Realm 38725's black stone heart, its ceiling a dome studded with stalactites that shimmered like stars plucked from a forgotten sky, casting a twilight sheen over the bustling denizens below. Taran, Lyrian, and Zarathra stood amidst the circle of pale blue eyes. Hundreds of Umbrathians gathered in reverent silence, their mottled grey forms hunched yet graceful, their clawed hands stilled from weaving moss or forging ore, their breaths a collective rasp threading through the air, thick with damp and sulphur. The trios plunged through the chasm's raging waters had battered their bodies. Bruises mottled Taran's wiry frame, his tattered tunic dripping and frayed. Lyrian's twilight robe clung sodden to her lithe form, her auburn hair plastered to her face, the Suchness veil pulsing faintly. Zarathra's silver scales gleamed wet, her medallion of the great other tree swaying as she steadied herself, her amber eyes sharp with purpose. The crab creatures' defeat lingered in their tense breaths. The crystalline orbs hum, a silver thread weaving through the cavern, held their focus, its call a beacon in this lightless realm. The circle parted, a slow shuffle of clawed feet, as a stooped figure approached, his presence a shadow of ancient weight cutting through the silver glow. This was Myrith, the blind seer of the Umbrathians, old and craggly, his grey skin etched with silver scars that traced a map of forgotten battles, his frame bent like a gnarled root under the burden of Kalpas, his eyes milky orbs devoid of light, stared blankly, yet shimmered with a pale blue luminescence, piercing the dark with a sight beyond flesh. His wiry hair hung in sparse strands, silvered and brittle, brushing a tattered cloak of woven moss patched with cavern stone, its edges frayed by time. In his right hand, he gripped a gnarled staff, carved from an ancient stalactite, its surface knotted with Tao-like whorls, its tip pulsing faintly with the same silver glow as the walls, a relic of his seer's craft, steadying his shuffling gait as he reached the circle's heart. Zorath, the Umbrathian leader, bowed, his blue eyes glinting.
"Mirith, they seek the orb."
Mirith's staff tapped the stone, a resonant thud, silencing the chamber. His voice a rasp like wind through cracked stone.
"I see them. Surface skin bearing Yin's light."
Taran's jewel-flame eyes, dragon gold and human hazel, widened, his voice a squeak.
You see us? But you're—"
Milrith's milky gaze turned, unerring, his lips curling into a faint, craggy smile.
"Blind to form, yet not to spirit. The forge's shadow looms."
"You seek its heart."
Lyrian's violet eyes met his.
"The crystalline orb. Where lies its prison?"
Zarathra's amber gaze sharpened.
"Sura's Dodecahedron."
"Tell us of the forge."
Mirith's staff tapped again, his rasp deepening.
"Listen, then, for its tale is long. The forge's nature, above and below, binds your path."
He raised his staff, its silver pulse flaring, his voice weaving a history as vast as Sahar Realm 38725's scars.
"The forge stands as Varkul's iron crown, a titanic stronghold of Yang's will, born in the ashes of a dragon race enclave, raised in eons past, when their silver light defied his flame. Above, it sprawls, a volcanic citadel of fire and greed, its surface a chaos of smelting pits, where molten iron glows red, its furnaces roaring like Yang's unwholesome breath, its anvils pounding chains and whips that bind the realm. Its towers rise, black stone fused with molten metal, crowned with crimson sigils that pulse with Varkul's fury, their smoke choking the sky in a shroud of ash and ember, a blight visible from the dark wood's edge. Its walls gleam with stolen gold, ripped from dragon shrines, its gates forged from their scales, its forges stoked with sacred woods burned to fuel Yang's war. Slaves toil in its shadow, humans once free, their hands scarred by molten ore, their spirits crushed by Varkul's overseers, their blood seeping into the earth to feed its insatiable maw."
Myrith's staff traced a spiral, his milky eyes glinting as his rasp deepened.
"Yet the forge is no mere surface blight. Its roots plunge below, a warren of tunnels and caverns carved by centuries of heat and pressure, a labyrinth born of Yang's relentless greed. It began when Varkul's kin, those Yang lords of old, sought to bury the dragon race's light, their forges sinking deep to plunder silver veins and crush Yin's echoes. Over Kalpas, their fires hollowed the stone, tunnels snaking beneath the plain, caverns yawning where molten rivers cooled, its depths a mirror to their dominion above. We Umbrathians fled here, surface humans driven underground by Varkul's wrath, his forges torching our homes, his chains binding our kin. In these confines we evolved, our skin grayed to stone, our eyes bloomed to see the dark, our hands clawed to carve a life. Yet our memories burn with the surface's tales, its silver whispers of the orb enduring through our exile."
Taran's jaw dropped, his callous hands fidgeting.
"So, it's all one big forge, up there and down here?"
Mirith nodded, his staff tapping a rhythm.
"One heart, two faces. Above, Yang's fire reigns. Below, its shadow harbors us, and our prison."
Lyrian's violet eyes narrowed.
Silver's Dodecahedron, where in this nest?
Zarathra's silver chant pulsed faintly.
The orb's light. Guide us to its lair.
Mirith's craggy smile widened, his milky gaze turning inward.
Deep beneath the forge's core, where its heat wanes and stone grows cold, lies the chamber of the 12-faced cage.
He leaned on his staff, his rasp threading the silver hum.
Picture the forge's heart, a furnace pit on the surface, its fires fed by stolen blood, its smoke rising through chimneys that pierce the plain. Below, its tunnels spiral, a mirror of stone and shadow, until they reach the underforge, a cavern vast as this, its walls veined with silver, drained by Yang's greed. Deeper still, beneath this underforge, lies the nest of echoes, a chamber carved by time, its ceiling a dome of jagged stalactites, its floor a pool of black water where silver threads shimmer, its air thick with the orb's hum. There, Silver's Dodecahedron rests, encased in brass and gold, its 12 demon knobs glinting in the dark, a prison forged in her golden flame. It sits atop a pedestal of molten stone, cooled into a jagged spire, its light dimmed yet alive, threading through the nest's veins to call us.
Taryn blinked, his jewel flame eyes wide.
A nest of echoes.
Myrith's staff tapped once.
Yes, where the forge's heart fades, the unborn's whisper endures. The chamber lies beneath the eastern tunnel's end. Follow the silver veins, past the underforge's third branching, where water drips and stone hums. But beware, Silver's demons guard it, their malice a wall only a balancer can pierce.
Lyrian's hands tightened on her veil.
A trap for the unprepared.
Zarathra's amber eyes flared.
Get a path for us. Its light awaits.
Taryn swallowed, his voice a squeak.
Me, again.
Mirith's craggy rasp softened.
The tales name you. Your blood binds what Yang divides.
The Umbrathians stirred, their blue eyes a circle of hope, as Zorath rasped.
Mirith's sight guides us. The orb's call is yours.
The silver hum pulsed, a thread weaving through stone, binding Taryn, Lyrian and Zarathra to the nest of echoes, the forge's shadowed heart a step closer, its history a map to their fate.
Chapter 11. The Strategy. The Umbrathian chamber pulsed with the silver twilight, a vast cavern beneath Sahar Realm 38725's forge heart, its black stone walls veined with shimmering threads that echoed the crystalline orb's distant hum, its domed ceiling studded with stalactites glowing like forgotten stars. Hundreds of Umbrathians encircled Taryn, Lyrian and Zarathra, their mottled grey forms still, their pale blue eyes glinting with hope. Their clawed hands paused from weaving moss or forging ore, their breaths a faint rasp weaving through the damp, sulphur-tinged air. The trio stood at the circle's heart, their bodies bruised from the chasm's watery plunge. Taryn's wiry frame shivered in his tattered, faded tunic, his silver-streaked hair damp and tangled, his jewel-flame eyes, dragon gold and human hazel, wide with anticipation. Lyrian's twilight robe clung to her lithe form, her auburn hair framing her serene face, her Suchness veil pulsing faintly around her shoulders. Zarathra's silver scales gleamed wet, her medallion of the great other tree swaying, her amber eyes piercing the haze with noble wisdom. Mirith's words, the forge's history, the Dodecahedron's lair in the nest of echoes, hung heavy, the orb's silver cool a beacon binding their fates. Mirith, the blind seer, stood before them, old and craggly, his grey skin etched with silver scars, his milky eyes shimmering with pale blue light, his tattered moss cloak swaying as he leaned on his gnarled staff. its stalactite knots pulsing silver. His voice rasped like wind through stone.
The Dodecahedron awaits, surfacekin, but its nature demands precision.
Taran blinked, his calloused hands fidgeting.
How? How small is it?
Mirith's staff tapped the floor, a thud echoing as he traced a spiral in the air, his milky gaze inward.
Picture a brass orb, no larger than a child's fist, 4 inches wide, its 12 pentagonal faces equal, each a smoky crystal pane, no thicker than a leaf, sealed with filigree finer than spider silk. Its surface glints dull, its perforations, 6 per face, unequal as grains to grapes, swirl in chaos, masking the orb within.
He paused, his scars glinting.
The crystalline orb, shrunken by Silra's sorcery to a mote the size of a dewdrop, reposes at its core, its yin-yang spirals dimmed, its light fragile. Extracting it risks shattering its silver essence. One false move, and the Dharmamega's power fades forever.
Lyrian's violet eyes narrowed.
A delicate task. How to breach it?
Zarathra's silver chant pulsed faintly. The demons guard it. Cunning, not force, will free it. Taran's naive mind churned, his jewel flame eyes flashing as a spark ignited. A brainstorm born of Vasuki's lessons.
Wait,
he squeaked, his voice cracking with excitement, his lanky frame bouncing.
I know why I'm chosen. My Manomeakaya. I can shrink down, slip inside that dodeca thing.
He mimed, shrinking, his hands pinching air, a grin splitting his face.
Small as a bug. I'll grab the orb, no damage.
Lyrian's indigo aura flared, her smile warm.
Clever, Taran.
Zarathra's amber eyes glinted, but her voice held caution. Bold, yet perilous. Mirith's staff tapped again, his rasp sharpening.
The 12 demons within are no trifles. Silra's malice forged them, each a spell bound to a knob. They are forms unseen yet deadly. Doubt whispers, desire lures, rage blinds. Each preys on the scanders. From form's illusion to consciousness's cling, a gauntlet no lone mind can outwit.
Taran puffed his chest, his voice a squeak of bravado.
I'll be invisible. They won't see me coming. Poof, I'm gone.
He waved his hands, mimicking his Manomeakaya's shimmer, his naive confidence bubbling. Zarathra's silver scales glinted as she stepped closer, her chant a resonant hum. Invisibility cloaks the eye, not the spirit, Balancer. These demons sense beyond form. Cunning and agility are key. You'll need allies at your side, small enough to join you in that miniature realm, but who? Taran froze, his jewel flame eyes blinking as his mind raced, then lit with the spark.
The Nagas! He exclaimed, his voice echoing off the stalactites, his lanky arms flailing in excitement. They shapeshift! Vasuki said so! Big as trees or tiny as worms. They can shrink with me.
Lyrian's violet eyes widened, her Suchness veil pulsing.
That's it,
she shouted, her auburn hair swaying as she clapped, her indigo aura flaring with hope.
The Naga's Manomeakaya. They'll weave through the demon's traps.
Zarathra's medallion pulsed, her amber gaze softening. A fitting choice. Their yin grace matches Silra's malice. Taran grinned, his naive glee bubbling.
We'll be a tiny army.
Mirith's craggy smile returned, his staff tapping a slow rhythm.
The plan holds merit, yet the Nagas dwell in Bhogavati, their spirit realm far from this nest. How to summon them?
Taran's grin widened, his voice brimming with confidence.
No problem. My Manomeakaya. I'll zip to their kingdom, instantaneous-like, and bring 'em back. Vasuki taught me how. They've got their own mind-made bodies, same as me.
He mimed a whoosh, his hands swooping, his jewel flame eyes gleaming with the thrill of it. Lyrian's smile grew.
Swift and sure, your light will guide them.
Zythera nodded, her silver chant deepening.
A bold step, Balancer, yet we must guard the nest of echoes while you breach it.
Her amber eyes turned to the chamber's silver veins, her voice threading resolve.
Sentinels are needed. Varkul's enforcers hunt us still. Lyrian and I will stand watch, my dark Dharma weaving stillness, her Suchness veil shielding our kin. But we need strength to hold the forge's depths.
She paused, her medallion flaring.
Korath, the sentinel. His Bodhi shield and rune-carved staff are vital.
Taryn's jaw dropped.
Korath? Where's he?
Lyrian's indigo aura pulsed.
Far from here, guarding Zarathra's fields.
Zarathra's silver hands traced a spiral.
My son Bodhi reaches him. Telepathically, I'll guide his path through these subterranean chambers, safe from Yang's fire.
Taryn nodded, his calloused hands clenching.
Then I'm off. To the Nagas.
His jewel flame eyes flared, his Manameakaya shimmering as he closed them, Vasuki's lessons echoing.
Focus, shrink, soar.
His form pulsed, translucent, threaded with Tao spirals, fading to a silver mote as he vanished, a silent whoosh threading through the chamber's hum, bound for Bhogavati. Lyrian's violet gaze lingered.
Safe journey, Balancer.
Zarathra's chant pulsed.
Om Svaha.
Her Sambodhi reaching Korath, the Umbrathian's blue eyes a circle of hope, as the strategy took root. The Dodecahedron's lair a step closer in the Forge's shadowed heart. Chapter 12. Return to Bhogavati. Taryn's Manomeakaya shimmered, a luminous wraith of indigo and gold, threaded with Tao spirals, as it pierced the veil of Saha Realm 38725's shadowed reality, his mind-made body soaring from the Umbrathian chamber's silver glow to the spirit realm of Bhogavati in a heartbeat. The transition was instantaneous, a whoosh of stillness born from Vasuki's training, his jewel-flame eyes, dragon gold and human hazel, blinking as the subterranean dark dissolved into a radiant expanse. Bhogavati unfurled before him, a realm of liquid light and serpentine grace, its cavernous halls aglow with iridescent scales that shimmered emerald, sapphire and gold across walls that pulsed like living flesh. The air hummed with a silver resonance, its scent a blend of lotus and ozone, its stillness a cosmic hymn threading through stalactites, dripping crystalline dew into mirrored pools below. The chamber, from his first visit, loomed, its black jade dais etched with the Ouroboros, its mirrored lake rippling with silver reflections, a sanctuary of the Unborn Mind's eternal echo. Taryn materialized, his Manomeakaya solidifying into his wiry frame, his tattered tunic faded and frayed from months of flight, his silver-streaked hair damp from the chasm's plunge. Chapter 9. His calloused hands flexed, his naive awe bubbling as he stepped forward, the mossy floor soft underfoot, his jewel-flame eyes wide.
Back again?
The chamber stirred. Shadows slithered as Nagas wove through, their serpentine forms a fluid dance of muscle and light, their scales glinting with rainbow crests, their amber and jade eyes glinting with ancient knowledge. A ripple cascaded through the lake, and Vasuki, the great Naga Lord, rose from the dais, his emerald coils a colossus that filled the chamber, his golden violet crest flaring like a dawn, his amber eyes twin lanterns of primal wisdom that locked onto Taryn with a thunderous calm.
Balancer,
Vasuki's voice rasped, a chant woven from Kalpas, his coils shifting with a shimmer that lit the wall.
You return swiftly. What stirs your light?
Taryn swallowed, his voice a squeak as he stepped closer, his lanky frame dwarfed by the Naga Lord.
Lord Vasuki, it's the orb. The crystalline orb. Silra's got it locked in a dodecahedron. 12 faces, 12 demons, hidden under the forge.
His hands flailed, mimicking the brass prison's shape, his jewel-flame eyes blazing.
Mirith, the Umbrathian Seer, told us it's in a nest of echoes, but it's tiny, and those demons, they're bad news.
Vasuki's crest pulsed, his amber gaze narrowing.
Sora's malice grows bold. Speak. Your purpose here?
Tarin's naive confidence surged, his voice steadying.
I need your help. Nagas. I can shrink with my Manomayakaya, slip inside it. But Zarathra says I need allies, cunning ones, small like me. You can shapeshift, big or tiny as worms. You're perfect.
He grinned, his hands clapping, his excitement bubbling.
We'll take on those demons, free the orb, balance yin and yang.
Vasuki's coils tightened around the dais, a low hum rising from his form, his voice deepening.
A grave request, Balancer. The Dodecahedron's 12 demons, doubt, desire, rage, and their kin, are no mere foes. They prey on the Scanders, forms illusion, sensations craving, perceptions distortion, mental formations chaos, consciousnesses clinging, a gauntlet forged by Sora's fire. Some lives may be lost, their light dimmed for the greater good.
Tarin's grin faltered, his jewel-flame eyes flickering.
Lost?
Vasuki's amber gaze softened.
Inevitable, son. Yet the orb's light is worth such sacrifice, to restore the Tao's spiral.
He raised his crest, its rainbow cascade flooding the chamber, his voice a resonant call.
Sentinels of Bhogavati, hear me.
The Nagas stirred, dozens weaving forward, their scales shimmering, their eyes glinting with resolve. 11 stepped forth, finest sentinels willing to brave the demon's wrath.
Serath,
a lithe emerald coil with sapphire eyes, swift and cunning.
Virus, a gold-scaled warrior with jade fangs, fierce yet precise.
Lyssra, a silver serpent with amber gaze, her grace a blade, and 8 others. Zorin, Thalis, Quaver, Mirith, Silva, Jigsaw, Renna, and Valthor, each a prism of Yin's light, their forms rippling as they bowed, their sacrifice a silent vow.
For the unborn,
Serath rasped, their coils tightening.
Ready.
Vasuki's dais pulsed, his voice threading strategy.
The Dodecahedron's 12 faces must be breached independently, each demon faced alone, lest their malice wakes as one. Force will shatter the orb's moat. Cunning, as Zarathra counselled, is your blade.
Tarin nodded, his calloused hands clenching.
So, we sneak in, one face at a time?
Virus hissed. Each sentinel takes a knob, its demon ours to bind.
Lyssa's silver coils shimmered.
Combined, we muster strength, 12 as one, yet separate.
Tarin's grin returned.
Me makes 12. We'll weave through, like
Nagas in a maze.
Vasuki's crest flared.
Precision, Balancer. Enter the eastern face first, its perforations widest, then spiral inward, each demon subdued before the next wakes.
They brainstormed, Serath suggesting silent strikes, Virus mapping the Dodecahedron's chaos patterns, Lyssra weaving chants to dull demonic senses, all agreeing the Manomayakaya's shrinking would align their forms to the orb's moat scale.
We'll be tiny,
Tarin squeaked, mimicking a pinch.
Smaller than a seed.
His humour sparking a ripple of hisses, the Naga's resolve tempered by his naive zeal. Vasuki's amber eyes gleamed.
The plan takes root, yet the mission's weight demands blessing.
The chamber dimmed, the stalactite's silver glow fading to a twilight haze, as Vasuki led a sacred protective ceremony, his emerald coils rising around the dais until they towered like a living spire, his golden-violet crest unfurling into a radiant crown that bathed the cavern in a cascade of prismatic light, emerald, sapphire, amethyst, its hues dancing across the iridescent walls like a cosmic aurora.
Om Anatasvaha,
he chanted, his voice a thunderous hymn woven from the primal Naga's essence, each syllable resonating through the mirrored lake, its surface rippling into concentric spirals that mirrored the Ouroboros etched on the dais, now flaring with a silver fire that pulsed in time with his words. The Nagas encircled the 12, Taran and the 11 sentinels, forming a serpentine ring, their scales shimmering in unison, their amber and jade eyes glowing as their hisses wove a harmonic chant. For the unborn, for the light. A chorus that vibrated through the stone, stirring the crystalline dew into a mist that swirled upward, threading Tao spirals around the group. Vasuki's staff, a relic of Bhogavati's heart, carved from a primal stalactite and knotted with runes older than Kalpa's, rose in his coils, its tip pulsing with a silver radiance that fractured into beams, each ray touching a sentinel's crest. Serath's emerald gleam, Virus's golden flare, Lyssa's silver spark, and the others' prisms, until Taran stood last, his jewel-flame eyes wide as the beam bathed his wiry frame, his Manomeakaya shimmering brighter, its indigo and gold threads weaving tighter. I feel it, he gasped, his Bodhichild pulsing, a silver spark in his chest, its warmth threading through his limbs like a river of light, grounding his naive heart against the demon's looming threat. Vasuki's chant deepened. By Anata's coil, by the unborn's breath, we shield these 12. His coils weaving intricate patterns in the air, each twist conjuring a silver mist that coalesced into a protective veil, its Tao spirals wrapping the group like a luminous cocoon, its edges glinting with runes that pulsed with the 10 boomic stages. Earth's solidity, flames spark, sky's expanse, insight's clarity, radiance's glow, harmony's balance, compassion's warmth, truth's calm, freedom's release, and the Dharma Mega's zenith. The lake flared, a silver tide rising as Vasuki dipped his staff, its ripples erupting into a radiant shield that enveloped the 12, their forms glowing. Emerald, gold, silver, indigo, a ward against demonic malice woven from Bhogavati's primal light. The Naga's chant swelled, Om Svaha, their crests flaring in unison, their coils swaying like a forest in a storm, their hisses a symphony that shook the stalactites, sending crystalline dew raining down, each drop a blessing that tingled on Taran's skin, its coolness a promise of resilience. Vasuki's amber eyes burned. Guide them, unborn, through shadow to light. His staff striking the dais with a thud that pulsed through the chamber, the Ouroboros flaring brighter, its silver fire threading into the 12's Manomeakaya bodies, their forms radiant, unyielding, a circle of Yin's grace, poised for sacrifice. The ceremony peaked, the silver mist a blinding tide, as Vasuki's voice thundered, Depart, sentinels of Yin! Taran and the 11 Nagas pulsed, their Manomeakaya bodies shimmering, shrinking to motes of light. Serath's emerald gleam, Virus's golden flare, Lyssa's silver spark, Zorin's sapphire, Phallus' amethyst, Quaver's ruby, Mirith's pearl, Silver's jade, Jixel's topaz, Renna's opal, Valthor's onyx. 12 beacons vanishing with a whoosh, threading through the void, back to the subterranean caverns. The lake rippled, Bhogavati's glow dimming as Vasuki's amber eyes lingered. Balance awaits, Balancer. Their mission a silver thread, piercing the forge's shadowed heart.
Chapter 13. Monsters in the Dark. A silver whoosh pierced the Umbrathian chamber's twilight glow, the vast cavern beneath Sahar Realm 38725's forge heart, its black stone walls veined with shimmering threads that pulsed with the crystalline orb's distant hum, its stalactite dome casting a faint sheen over the gathered dark dwellers. Taran materialized first, his Manomeakaya coalescing into his wiry frame, his tattered tunic frayed and faded,
his silver-streaked hair damp from exertion, his jewel-flame eyes, dragon gold and human hazel, blinking as Bhogavati's radiance faded behind him. 11 Naga sentinels followed. Serath's emerald coils, Virus's gold scales, Lyssra's silver shimmer, Zorin's sapphire gleam, Thalis's amethyst flare, Quaver's ruby spark, Mirith's pearl glow, Silver's jade sheen, Jigsal's topaz blaze, Renna's opal luster, Valthor's onyx sheen. Their Manomeakaya forms pulsing briefly, before solidifying, their crests flaring in the cavern's dark, their amber and jade eyes sharp with resolve. The sacred ceremony's silver ward lingered, a faint shimmer on their scales, a whisper of Vasuki's chant, Om Anatta Svaha, grounding their mission against the Dodecahedron's looming demons. Lyrian stepped forward, her twilight robe clinging to her lithe form, her auburn hair framing her serene face, her indigo aura pulsing softly, the Suchness veil shimmering around her shoulders like starlight. "Taran!" she called, her violet eyes bright with relief, her hands outstretched as she clasped his calloused ones. "You've returned!" Zerathra joined her, her silver scales glinting dully under ash, her medallion of the great other tree swaying, her amber eyes piercing with noble wisdom. "Swiftly done, Balancer. The Naga's light strengthens us." Taran grinned, his voice a spark. "Got him, just like I said." But his gaze shifted, catching a towering figure emerging from the Umbrathian crowd. Korath, the sentinel, strode forth, his obsidian scales a midnight fortress, his Bodhi shield slung across his back, its boomic runes pulsing faintly, his rune-carved staff tapping the stone with a thud. His deep voice rumbled.
"Zarathra's call reached me. Through caverns and shadow, I'm here."
His presence was a bulwark, his arrival via her telepathic Sambodhi sealing their trinity's strength. Zorath, the Umbrathian leader, rasped,
"The nest of echoes awaits. Mirith's sight guides you."
The blind seer nodded, his craggly frame leaning on his gnarled staff, his milky blue eyes shimmering.
"Eastern tunnel's end. Follow the silver veins."
Taran's jewel-flame eyes flared. "Let's go!" His resolve sharpened by Vasuki's ceremony, his Manomeakaya itching to shrink for the Dodecahedron. The group moved, Lyrian's veil pulsing, Zarathra's chant a silver hum, Korath's staff a steady beat, the 11 Nagas weaving silently, their scales glinting, descending a tunnel where silver veins pulsed brighter, the orbs hum a guiding thread through the forge's subterranean nest. The eastern tunnel stretched, a snaking corridor of black stone, its walls slick with damp, its air thick with sulphur and silence, broken only by the drip of unseen water and the faint hum weaving through the veins. The group's steps echoed. Korath's heavy tread, Lyrian's light glide, Taran's nervous shuffle, as the tunnel narrowed, its silver veins converging toward a distant glow. Zarathra's amber eyes scanned ahead.
"The nest nears."
But the silence shattered. A guttural screech erupted from the dark, followed by a skittering roar that shook the stone. Unimaginable creatures surged from the shadows. Monstrosities birthed in the forge's lightless depths, their forms a grotesque fusion of nightmare and stone. These were the Scarthids, hulking beasts with carapaces of jagged obsidian, their surfaces veined with molten red that pulsed like magma, their bodies a chaotic sprawl of limbs, 6 clawed legs tipped with iron barbs, 4 whip-like tails lashing with serrated spines, and heads crowned with mandibles that gnashed like steel traps. Their eyes, dozens clustered like glowing coals, burned crimson, their maws dripping viscous ichor that hissed on the stone, their hides studded with bony spikes that gleamed with a sickly sheen. Each stood twice Korath's height, their movements a blur of ferocious grace, their screeches a cacophony that clawed the mind, their presence a primal terror forged in the forge's corrupted heart. a legacy of Yang's desecration, twisted from the realm's silver veins into agents of chaos. The battle erupted, 5 Scarathids charging, their claws rending stone as they lunged, their tails whipping air with a crack. Korath roared, "To me!" his Bodhi shield flaring, its runes a radiant wall as he blocked a claw, the impact shaking his obsidian frame, his staff swinging to crush a mandible with a crunch. Lyrian's Suchness veil pulsed, her indigo aura flaring as she swept it forward. Om Tara Svaha, its silver shimmer tangling a beast's legs, tripping it into a stalagmite with a crash. Zarathra chanted, Om Dhamma Mega Svaha, her silver light threading through the dark, a Tao spiral stunning a Scarathid mid-lunge, its eyes dimming. The Serath's emerald coils struck, coiling its throat with the snap. Tarin dodged a tail, his Manamea flickering. Not today! His stone-throwing trick useless against their hide, his jewel-flame eyes wide with dread as Virus's gold scales flashed, slicing a claw with jade fangs. The Nagas fought, Lyssa's silver grace weaving through spikes, Zorin's sapphire strike shattering a tail, Thalis's amethyst coil crushing a leg, but the Scarathid's ferocity overwhelmed. A claw raked Korath's side, his obsidian scales splitting, silver ichor spilling as he staggered. His roar a pained bellow. Stand fast! His shield flaring to block another, his staff cracking a skull despite the wound. Lyrian's veil shielded Tarin, her violet eyes fierce. Stay close! Her chant tangling a beast as Quaver's ruby fangs bit deep. Zarathra's silver storm flared, Om Svaha, blinding a Scarathid, Mirith's pearl coils snapping its spine. The battle raged, stone splintering, ichor hissing, screeches fading, as the trio and Nagas subdued the beasts, their bodies crumpling into heaps of shattered obsidian, their red eyes dimming, the tunnel's silence returning like a heavy shroud. Korath slumped, his Bodhi shield dim, his staff propping his bulk, his side gashed deep. Stable but gravely wounded, his obsidian scales slick with ichor, his deep voice a rasp. I'll hold. Go on. Lyrian knelt, her veil pulsing to staunch the flow. Rest, brother, her indigo aura soothing his pain. Zarathra's amber eyes burned. Your sacrifice guards us. Tarin's jewel flame eyes shimmered. You saved us. His naive heart heavy, comedy banished by the dark's toll. The Nagas coiled closer, Serath's sapphire eyes steady. The nest awaits. They moved, Korath limping, Lyrian guiding, Zarathra leading, the silver veins brighter, the orbs hum a thunderous call. The tunnel opened, a cavern loomed, the nest of echoes, its jagged stalactites dripping into a black pool, its silver-veined walls pulsing with the Dodecahedron's faint brass glint atop a molten spire. The crystalline orb's prison, its 12 demon knobs a shadowed threat in the forge's heart. Chapter 14. Kraxus, the Whisperer of Doubt. The nest of echoes loomed, a cavern carved deep beneath the forge's industrial heart in Sahar Realm 38725, its jagged stalactites dripping crystalline dew into a black pool that shimmered with faint silver reflections, its walls veined with pulsing threads that sang the crystalline orb's hum. Tarin stood before the Dodecahedron, Silra's brass prison atop a molten stone spire, no larger than a child's fist, its 12 pentagonal faces glinting dully, their smoky crystal panes perforated with chaotic spirals, each sealed by a blackened iron knob, studded with amber flecks, a silent sentinel of the demons within. His jewel flame eyes, dragon gold and human hazel, fixed on the eastern face, its wider perforations a gateway to the orb's mote-sized light, his silver-streaked hair damp from the chasm's plunge, his tattered tunic frayed, yet clinging to his wiry frame, his calloused hands trembling with a mix of dread and resolve. Behind him stood Lyrian, Zarathra, and Korath, their trinity a bulwark against the forge's shadow. Lyrian's twilight robe shimmered, her auburn hair framing her serene face, her Suchness veil pulsing faintly, her violet eyes soft with trust. "Your light will guide you, Tarin." Zarathra's silver scales gleamed, dulled by ash, her medallion of the great other tree swaying, her amber eyes piercing with noble wisdom. "Balance awaits, Balancer. Strike true." Korath leaned on his rune-carved staff, his obsidian scales marred by ichor from his scarathid wounds, his Bodhi shield dim but steady, his deep voice a rasp. "We hold the nest. Go." Tarin nodded, his voice steady despite the knot in his chest. "I'll make you proud." He clasped Lyrian's hand, gripped Zarathra's scaled arm, and met Korath's gaze. "Wish me luck." Their nods were a vow, their presence a tether, as he turned to his allies. The 11 Naga sentinels coiled beside him. Serath's emerald swiftness, Virus's golden ferocity, Lysa's silver grace, Zorin's sapphire precision, Thalis's amethyst calm, Quaver's ruby fire, Mirith's pearl serenity, Silvar's jade resolve, Jixel's topaz agility, Renna's opal warmth, Valthor's onyx strength, their crests pulsing with Vasuki's sacred ceremony, their amber and jade eyes glinting with resolve. "Ready?" Tarin asked, his voice less squeaky, a spark of maturity kindling from their shared rite. Serath hissed, "For the unborn." The others nodded, their coils tightening, their Manomeakaya forms shimmering faintly, ready to shrink. Tarin closed his eyes, Vasuki's chant echoing, "Focus, shrink, soar." His Bodhi child pulsing, a silver spark in his chest, his Manomeakaya flaring, translucent, threaded with Tao spirals, as he shrank, his form a mote of indigo and gold, the Nagas following, 11 prisms of light, emerald, gold, silver, sapphire, amethyst, ruby, pearl, jade, topaz, opal, onyx, swirling toward the Dodecahedron's eastern face. The perforation loomed, a grape-sized tunnel spiraling inward, its crystal walls glinting with Silra's chaotic sigils, its air thick with a metallic tang that stung Tarin's luminous form. The 12 motes slipped through, their Manomeakaya bodies weaving past jagged edges, the orb's hum a thunderous pulse now, its silver mote flickering at the device's core, a pinpoint of yin-yang spirals, dim yet defiant. The chamber within unfolded, a miniature realm of brass and shadow, its 12 faces converging into a lattice of crystal panes, each knob a blackened sentinel pulsing faintly, their amber flecks glinting like eyes. The air hummed with malice, a whisper threading through the silence, a presence stirring as the eastern knob flared, its spell awakening the first demon, Kraxus, the whisperer of doubt. Kraxus emerged, a spectre of swirling smoke, its shape a tumultuous mass of ash and shadow, the edges frayed like a worn cloak, and its center a void devoid of light. Its eyes, narrow slits of grey mist, shone with a chilling, penetrating glow, their stare cutting through the 12 like a knife through silk. Its voice hissed, a sibilant poison that infiltrated the mind, bypassing the physical form. "You are unworthy, fragile beings. Your light fades. Your quest is doomed." The whisper coiled around them, akin to a Skander's grip, an illusion of form distorting reality, planting seeds of doubt in their radiant hearts. Tarin's Manomeakaya flickered, his indigo aura dimming as Kraxus's words struck. "Clumsy fool, you'll break the orb." Memories of Varkul's spilled oil igniting, his once unwavering confidence faltering. Serath's emerald coils constricted, Lies! Yet her sapphire eyes lost their luster as Kraxus hissed. Speed falters. You will fall. Virus growled, his golden scales shimmering as he shouted, Enough! He lunged at the wraith, his jade fangs snapping at the air as Kraxus vanished, only to reappear behind him. Fury blinds you, warrior, Kraxus taunted. Lyssra advanced with her silver grace, declaring, Weave as one. Her amber eyes remained resolute, yet Kraxus's whisper pierced through. Grace is fleeting. You're alone. The Nagas hesitated. Zorin's sapphire precision wavered, and Thalis's amethyst calm began to unravel, as each demon's hiss targeted their scanders, sowing seeds of doubt within their ranks. Taryn's Bodhichild pulsed with energy, a silver spark pushing back against the encroaching haze. No, we're enough, he asserted, his voice gaining strength, echoing Vasuki's training. Awareness is key. He concentrated, his Mano Meakaya glowing more intensely, his jewel flame eyes cutting through Kraxus's mist. You're merely smoke. The Nagas rallied, Serath's coils darting, Virus's fangs weaving, Lyssa's grace threading. But Kraxus struck, its smoke coiling around Zorin, its hiss, precision fails, sapping his sapphire light. Zorin's coils faltered, his form dimming as he sank, ichor seeping, a silver thread fading, the first loss cutting deep. Taryn's heart clenched. No! But Lyssa's voice snapped. Focus, Balancer! Her silver coils weaving a net, trapping Kraxus's smoke. Serath hissed. Now! Her emerald swiftness striking, Virus's gold slashing. The others, Quaver, Mirith, Silver, Jixel, Renna, Valthor, coiling as one, their crests flaring to drown doubt's hiss. Taryn's Mano Meakaya pulsed. I see you, his silver spark flaring, a chant from Vasuki. Om Svaha, weaving his awareness to pierce Kraxus's core, its void shattering with a screech, smoke dissolving into brass dust, the eastern knob dimming. The chamber fell silent as the orb's motes glowed more intensely, the yin-yang spirals becoming more distinct, with 11 motes suspended in the air. Zorin's sapphire was absent, his sacrifice weighing heavily on their hearts. Taryn's Mano Meakaya shone with greater brilliance, his jewel flame eyes steadied, and his voice lost its previous tremor. We succeeded, but Zorin... Serath's coils constricted. For the unborn. Lyssa's amber eyes met his. You are evolving, Balancer. Lead us forward. The remaining Nagas, Virus, Quaver, Mirith, Silver, Jixel, Renna, Valthor, nodded in agreement, their determination unwavering as the next knob pulsed faintly, with 11 demons poised within the Dodecahedron's shadowy aura. Chapter 15. Zythera, the Veil of Desire. The inner chamber of the Dodecahedron throbbed, a small universe of brass and shadow, where its 12 crystal faces met in a network of smoky panels, their erratic openings shimmering softly beneath the silver glimmer of the crystalline orb at its center. The yin-yang spirals within were both clearer and dimmer, serving as a delicate beacon within Silra's confinement. Taryn's Mano Meakaya floated nearby, a speck of indigo and gold, interwoven with Tao spirals, his radiant form more stable since the defeat of Kraxus, his jewel flame eyes focused on the orb, their brightness subdued by the sorrow of Zorin's absence, a sapphire void heavy on his heart. 10 Naga sentinels coiled around him, Serath's emerald swiftness, Virus's golden ferocity, Lyssa's silver grace, Quaver's ruby fire, Mirith's pearl serenity, Silvar's jade resolve, Jixel's topaz agility, Renna's opal warmth, Valthor's onyx strength, and Thalis's amethyst calm, each of their Mano Meakaya forms glimmering in the brass mist, their crests pulsing with Vasuki's sacred protection, their amber and jade eyes shining with a common goal. The eastern knob remained dim, Kraxus's smoke dispersed, but the northern face ignited, its charred iron knob pulsing with amber specks, heralding the awakening of the second demon, Zythera, the Veil of Desire. The atmosphere grew denser, a rich sweetness permeating the crystalline structure, infused with hints of lotus and honey, creating an alluring sensation that tugged at the scanner's desires. Tarin's radiant figure flickered, his Bodhi-child igniting within him, a silver tether from Vasuki's teachings, as a soft voice emerged. "What do you desire, little ones?" Zythera appeared, a vision of molten gold, her body flowing like liquid light, her contours glistening with a translucent glow that shifted through shades of emerald, ruby, and sapphire, resembling a prism of forbidden delights. Her claws shone amber, sharp as the edge of longing, while her hair surged like flames, moving without combustion. Her eyes were twin pools of molten gold, swirling with images of wealth, power, and love that penetrated the mind's barriers. Her voice purred, a silky temptation weaving through the brass fog. "Embrace me. Abandon your quest." Each phrase a hook for the Skanders, igniting a craving that threatened to overwhelm their determination.
Tarin's Manomeakaya flickered, its indigo light waning as Zythera's purr entwined around him.
"A throne of yours for the taking, Balancer. Treasures surpassing Varkul's trove."
A vision flashed before him, gold cascading from his grasp, Silver's contempt diminishing under his reign. He shook his head, his voice more resolute than it had been against Kraxus. "No, it's a deception." His maturity blossomed, igniting a spark of confidence within him. Serath's emerald coils constricted, her sapphire eyes shimmering. "She crafts illusions." Yet her resolve faltered, as Zythera's purr focused on her.
"Remember the races, Serath. The exhilaration of victory."
Serath hissed in response. "Long ago, in the waters of Bhogavati, I outpaced everyone." Her coils relaxed as she reminisced, her memory radiating warmth. Tarin nodded in agreement, his radiant form hovering nearby, attentive.
"You were invincible."
Her sapphire gaze sharpened with determination. "But desire ensnared me once. This time, it will not." Virus's golden scales shimmered as he bared his jade fangs, exclaiming, "Enough!" He lunged at Zythera, embodying a tempest of ferocity, but she vanished, reappearing behind him.
"Power beckons you, Virus. Reign without opposition."
He growled in response.
"I have led hunts for Naga and vanquished shadow beasts in ages long past."
His voice resonated like thunder, prompting Tarin to nod in agreement.
"Just like a king."
Virus's jade eyes blazed with intensity.
"Yet power diminishes. This orb remains eternal."
Lyssa's silver coils advanced, urging, "Stay vigilant." Her amber eyes unwavering, but Zythera's seductive voice interjected.
"Love is waiting, Lyssra. A heart to cherish."
Lyssa's composure wavered as she recalled. "I once protected a young Naga. Her smile was my guiding light." Her tone softened, and Tarin's gaze grew tender. "You ensured her safety," she hissed in response. "But desire can cloud judgment. This is not love." The Nagas began to share their stories, memories weaving through the mist, their characters coming to life as Tarin listened, his confidence bolstering with each narrative. Quaver's fiery ruby flared brightly. "I burned through yang traps, my flames serving as a beacon." Her voice fierce, prompting Tarin to respond, "Like a star." Mirith's serene pearl radiated. "I sang sutras in the halls of Bhogavati, soothing storms." Her tranquility acting as a shield, Tarin replied steadily, "You embody peace." Sylvar's resolute jade presence remained steadfast. "I reconstructed shattered shrines, stone by stone,
Taryn nodded warmly.
As solid as rock. Jigsaw's agile topaz energy sparkled. I leapt across chasms that others feared. His enthusiasm matched. Like the wind.
Renner's opalescent warmth illuminated.
I healed injured coils. My touch a soothing balm.
Taryn's eyes shone brightly.
A true healer.
Valthor's onyx strength resonated. I held back the tides for my kin. Taryn's nod was resolute.
A mountain. Thales' amethyst calm pulsed. I created balance amidst chaos.
Taryn's voice was assured.
You are harmony.
Zythera's purr grew more intense. Take everything. Spare the orb. As her golden figure expanded, claws slicing through the air, while visions surged. Gold for Taryn, glory for Virus, love for Lyssra.
Taryn's Bodhichild ignited. No! His Manomeakaya shining even more brightly. His voice firm and resolute. We choose the unborn.
Echoing Vasuki's Samanphala Sutta. Awareness pierces illusion. He intoned Om Svaha, his silver spark weaving through the mist, while Serath's emerald coils rushed to restrain Zythera's arm, Lyssra's silver grace entwining her hair, and Virus's gold slashing at her claws. Yet Zythera retaliated, her amber claws raking Quaver, her ruby fire dimming as ichor flowed, her coils collapsing. The second defeat, her voice dwindling.
For Yin.
Taryn's heart tightened.
Quaver!
But Thales' amethyst chant, hold fast, inspired them, as Mirith's pearl crafted a net. Silvar's jade crushed her form, Jigsaw's topaz darted, Renner's opal provided protection, and Valthor's onyx struck. Taryn's Manomeakaya ignited with intensity.
I see through you!
As his confidence surged. His chant, Om Anatasvaha, struck at Zythera's essence, causing her golden form to fracture into crystal shards, while the northern knob dimmed with a hissing sound. The orb's mote glowed more brightly, its yin-yang spirals vibrant, 10 motes suspended in the air, Quaver's ruby absent, her sacrifice weighing heavily. Taryn's radiant form intensified, his jewel flame eyes unwavering.
We're getting closer. For her.
Serath hissed. 2 down. Lyssra's amber gaze remained steady.
10 remain. Lead us, Balancer.
The Nagas, Virus, Lyssra, Serath, Mirith, Silvar, Jigsaw, Renner, Valthor, Thales, coiled tightly, as the next knob pulsed, with 10 demons lurking in the shadowy depths of the Dodecahedron. Chapter 16. Gorvox, the Roar of Rage. The inner chamber of the Dodecahedron resonated with energy, a small universe of brass and shadow, featuring 12 crystal faces that formed a network of smoky panels. Their erratic openings sparkled beneath the silvery glow of the crystalline orb at the center, where the yin-yang spirals shone brightly yet delicately, serving as a beacon struggling against Silra's confinement. Taryn's Manomeakaya floated nearby, a speck of indigo and gold, interwoven with Tao spirals, his radiant form more stable since the defeat of Zythera. His jewel flame eyes, one resembling dragon gold and the other human hazel, were fixed on the orb, their brightness subdued by Quavar's recent sacrifice, a fresh wound that added to Zorin's sapphire emptiness. 9 Naga sentinels coiled around him, each embodying unique qualities: Virus's golden ferocity, Lyssra's silver elegance, Serath's emerald swiftness, Mirith's pearl-like tranquility, Silvar's jade determination, Jigsaw's topaz agility, Renner's opal warmth, Valthor's onyx strength, and Thales' amethyst serenity. Their Manomeakaya forms shimmered in the brass haze, their crests pulsating with Vasuki's sacred protection, and their amber and jade eyes reflected a shared determination. The eastern and northern knobs remained dim. Kraxus' smoke and Zythera's gold lay shattered, while the western face ignited, its charred iron knob throbbing with amber sparks, heralding the awakening of the third demon.
Gorvox, the roar of rage. The atmosphere ignited, a scorching heat permeating the crystalline structures, its scent sharp with iron and ash, embodying a primal rage that challenged the aggression of the Scanders. Taran's radiant figure flickered, his Bodhi child igniting within his chest, a silver tether from Vasuki's teachings, as a deafening roar reverberated through the chamber, shaking the brass with the proclamation.
"Crush me, weaklings!"
Gorvox emerged, a massive creature of molten rock, his form a jagged giant of charred basalt, interlaced with crimson magma, overshadowing the diminutive realm, with bony spikes glowing red-hot protruding from his shoulders. His head resembled a furnace, molten horns curling like daggers, his mouth a chasm of white fire, and his eyes 2 embers burning with uncontrollable fury, their glare a catalyst for igniting the flames of rage. His claws, iron talons enveloped in fire, sliced through the air, his roar serving as a Scander's hook, unleashing chaos among the mental formations and drowning their tranquility in wrath. Taran's Manomeakaya flickered, its indigo light waning, as Gorvox's roar echoed.
"You are insignificant, Balancer. Come at me!"
A vision surged forth. Varkul's throne engulfed in flames, Silra's chains shattering beneath his might. His heart raced with fury, yet he breathed deeply, his voice more composed than Zythera's temptation. "I won't be deceived." His maturity growing, confidence igniting from uncertainty to determination. Virus's golden coils surged forward. "He provokes us," his jade fangs exposed, but his intensity flared as Gorvox bellowed.
"Recall your victories, warrior. Fury secured them."
Virus hissed. "I ravaged Jiang's beast packs, my claws their demise." His tone a low growl. Taran nodded, his radiant form hovering nearby. "You are invincible." Virus's jade eyes focused. "Yet anger has cost me kin. I will control it." Lyssa's silver strands advanced. "Remain composed." Her amber eyes keen, yet Gorvox's roar interrupted.
"Grace ignites fury, dancer. Let it out."
Lyssa's poise wavered. "I navigated Bhogavati's challenges, outsmarting tempests." Her tone gentle, as Taran's gaze met hers. "Like a gentle breeze," she hissed. "But anger obscures vision. This is not a dance." Serath's emerald agility surged. "Move as one!" Her sapphire eyes sparkling, while Gorvox thundered.
"Speed fuels rage, runner,"
she replied breathlessly. "I raced through Naga rivers, outpaced the tides of Kalpas." Taran's nod was warm. "Swifter than light." Her coils constricted. "Yet anger stumbles. Concentration prevails." The Nagas recounted their stories, memories weaving through the warmth of the moment, their vibrant personalities coming to life as Taran listened, his confidence bolstering with each narrative. Mirith radiated a tranquil aura. "I comforted young Nagas with sutras, calming the storms," her serenity serving as a protective barrier, while Taran asserted, "You are our tranquility." Silvar's steadfast determination emerged. "I constructed the gates of Bhogavati, unwavering." Taran acknowledged with a firm nod, as solid as stone. Jigsaw's nimble spirit shone. "I ascended heights that others feared." His enthusiasm ignited, like a spark. Renna's nurturing warmth illuminated the space. "I repaired fractured crests, my compassion their foundation." Taran's eyes sparkled. "A heart of gold." Valthor's formidable strength resonated. "I sealed chasms for my kin." Taran's voice remained unwavering, a true titan. Thalis's serene presence resonated. "I maintained balance within Naga councils." Taran's nod was resolute, the embodiment of harmony. Gorvox's roar intensified.
"Defeat your enemies!"
As his basalt figure surged forward, claws scraping against brass, while flames erupted around him, conjuring visions. Varkul's contempt for Taran, the loss of kin for Virus, and chaos for Lyssra. Tarin's Bodhi child ignited. "No!" His Manomeakaya shining even more brightly, his voice unwavering. "We embrace tranquility." Echoing Vasuki's Samanaphala Sutta, awareness calms chaos. He intoned Om Svaha as his silver spark navigated through the flames. Serath's emerald coils swiftly evading a claw, while Lyssra's silver elegance crafted a net to hinder Gorvox's advance, and Virus's gold sliced through his spikes. Yet Gorvox struck, his molten horns impaling Mirith, her pearl-like serenity fading as ichor flowed, her coils crumpling. "For light," marking a third loss, her voice dwindling to a whisper. Tarin's heart tightened. "Mirith!" But Thalis's amethyst incantation ground us, revived their spirits, with Virus's gold securing a horn, Silvar's jade crushing a claw, Jixel's topaz darting, Renna's opal providing protection, and Valthor's onyx delivering a blow. Tarin's Manomeakaya ignited with intensity. "I see you," as his confidence surged. His chant, Om Manatasvaha, struck at the heart of Gorvox, causing his basalt form to fracture into molten fragments, while the western knob dimmed with a thunderous roar. The orb's mote glowed more brightly, its yin-yang spirals vivid, with 8 motes hovering in the air. Mirith's pearl was absent, her sacrifice weighing heavily on them. Tarin's radiant form shone even brighter, his jewel-flame eyes unwavering. "We're stronger. For her," Serath hissed. 3 down. Lyssra's amber gaze remained steady. 9 remain. Lead, Balancer. The Nagas, Virus, Lyssra, Serath, Silva, Jixel, Renna, Valthor, Thalis, coiled tightly as the next knob pulsed, with 9 demons poised in the cold realm of the Dodecahedron.
Chapter 17. Lyssra, the Mirror of Pride. The inner chamber of the Dodecahedron resonated with energy, a small universe of brass and crystal, where its 12 smoky panels created a web of shadows around the silver speck at the center of the crystalline orb. The yin-yang spirals within glowed intensely, yet delicately, serving as a beacon struggling against Silra's confinement. Tarin's Manomeakaya floated nearby, a blend of indigo and gold interwoven with Tao spirals, his radiant form more stable since the destruction wrought by Gorvox, his jewel-flame eyes focused on the orb, their brightness dimmed by Mirith's loss of pearl, joining Zorin's sapphire and Quaver's ruby in an expanding emptiness. 8 Naga sentinels coiled around him, Virus's fierce gold, Lyssra's elegant silver, Serath's swift emerald, Silvar's resolute jade, Jixel's agile topaz, Renna's warm opal, Valthor's strong onyx, and Thalis's serene amethyst, each of their Manomeakaya forms shimmering in the brass mist, their crests pulsating with Vasuki's blessing, their amber and jade eyes shining with unwavering determination. The knobs to the east, north, and west remained dim, Kraxus, Zythera, and Gorvox defeated, but the southern face ignited, its scorched iron knob throbbing with amber flecks, heralding the awakening of the 4th demon, Lyssra, the Mirror of Pride. The atmosphere shimmered with a crystalline chill that permeated the lattice, its sharpness reminiscent of polished metal and frost, creating an alluring gleam that appealed to the ego of the Scanders. Tarin's radiant figure flickered, his Bodhi child igniting within his chest, a silver anchor forged from Vasuki's teachings. A voice emerged, clear and piercing like a blade against glass. "You are superior, little ones. Forsake them." Lyssra appeared, a spectral entity of fragmented light, her form reflecting Tarin's own, his lean physique, silver-streaked hair, and jewel-flame eyes, yet distorted, her features more angular, her gaze a chilling gold that mocked with insincere praise. Her body shimmered, alternating between Virus's golden scales and Lyssra's silver coils, transforming into the likeness of each sentinel. A kaleidoscope reflecting pride,
her edges glistening with icy shards that penetrated the mind. Her voice resonated. "You are better off alone. Why share the light?" A scander's lure, distorting perception to elevate their worth above all else. Taryn's Manomeakaya flickered, its indigo light waning, as Lyssra's mirror made contact. "You are the balancer, Taryn, superior to these serpents." A vision surged forth, him alone with the orb, Lyrian and Zythera bowing before him, while Varkul's forge crumbled under his gaze. His chest tightened with swelling pride, yet he exhaled, his voice more composed than Gorvox's roar. "I do not consider myself above them." His maturity deepened, and his confidence ignited from a spark of determination to a sense of unity. Virus's golden coils bristled as he exclaimed, "She imitates us!" His jade fangs were bared, though his intensity faltered as Lyssra shone brightly. "Remember your triumphs, warriors. None could rival you," Virus hissed in response. "I led the Naga clan through flames, my roar serving as their shield." His voice a low growl. Taryn nodded, his radiant form hovering nearby. "You bore that responsibility." Virus's jade eyes steadied as he replied, "Yet pride divided us. I stand with my kin." Lysa's silver strands advanced. "She distorts reality." Her amber eyes keen, yet Lyssra's reflection countered. "Grace surpasses all, dancer. You require no one else." Lysa's elegance wavered. "I orchestrated Bhogavati's rituals, my movements their beacon." Her voice gentle, as Taryn's gaze met hers. "You led with passion." She retorted, "But arrogance breeds solitude. This is not a solitary performance." Serath's emerald agility flashed. "We are united." Her sapphire eyes sparkling, while Lyssra shone. "Speed elevates you, runner. Outpace them." Serath replied, "I directed Naga scouts through the voids. My speed their guide." Taryn's acknowledgement warm. "You illuminated the path." Her coils constricted. "Yet arrogance falters. Together we ascend." The Nagas recounted their stories, memories weaving through the cold air, their vibrant personalities coming to life as Taryn listened, his confidence bolstering with each narrative. Silvar's steadfast determination shone through. "I withstood storms at Naga towers, my will their foundation." Taryn nodded affirmatively. "Unyielding." Jigsaw's nimble spirit sparkled. "I soared over Naga peaks, my leaps charted their territory." His enthusiasm ignited, like a shooting star. Renner's comforting presence radiated. "I eased Naga sorrow, my voice a soothing balm." Taryn's eyes lit up. "A genuine beacon." Valthor's formidable strength resonated. "I shattered yang chains for my people." Taryn's tone remained firm. "A giant's power." Thalis's tranquil essence resonated. "I resolved Naga conflicts, my peace their connection." Taryn's nod was unwavering. "The essence of harmony." Lyssra's brilliance grew stronger. "You surpass them all." As her mirrored figure expanded, shards slicing through the air, while visions surged. Taryn reigning alone, Virus unparalleled, Lyssa unmatched. Taryn's Bodhi child ignited. "No!" His Manomeakaya shining even more brightly, his voice a firm declaration. "We are equals." Vasuki's Samanaphala Sutta resonated. "Awareness perceives truth." He intoned, "Om Svaha," his silver spark weaving through the shards, while Serath's emerald coils swiftly maneuvered to evade a strike. Lyssa's silver elegance forming a net to hinder Lyssra's transformation, and Virus's golden energy targeting her mirrored claws. Yet Lyssra retaliated, her icy shards piercing silver, dimming his jade determination as ichor flowed, his coils crumpling. "For unity," marking a fourth defeat, his voice barely a whisper. Taryn's heart tightened. "Silver!"
but Thales' amethyst incantation, together, inspired them. As Virus's gold secured a shard, Jigsal's topaz darted, Renna's opal provided protection, and Valthor's onyx struck. Taran's Manamea ignited with intensity. "We are united," his confidence surging as he chanted, "Om Anatasvaha," which struck at the very essence of Lyssra, causing her mirrored figure to shatter into crystalline fragments, while the southern knob dimmed with a fracture. The orb's mote radiated with increased brightness, its yin-yang spirals vibrant, 7 motes suspended in the air, Silvar's jade essence lost, his sacrifice weighing heavily. Taran's radiant form intensified, his jewel flame eyes unwavering. "For Silver, we shall continue," Serath hissed. "4 have fallen." Lisa's amber gaze remained steady. 8 are left. Lead us, Balancer. The Nagas, Virus, Lyssa, Serath, Jixal, Renna, Valthor, Thales, coiled tightly, as the next knob pulsed, revealing a new challenge within the Dodecahedron's brass confines. Chapter 18. The Feast of False Triumph. Varkul's palace towered over Sahar Realm 38725, a grotesque monument to Yang's dominion. Its blackened granite spires piercing an ash-choked sky, their tips crowned with crimson sigils that pulsed like festering wounds, casting a sickly glow over the ravaged plain below. Within its labyrinthine halls, the grand dining chamber sprawled, a cavernous expanse of opulence that dwarfed the forge's industrial heart. Its walls clad in gold filigree stolen from dragon shrines, their surfaces etched with Yang's triumphant glyphs. Varkul's hammer, Silra's spiral, twisted into garish swirls that gleamed under chandeliers of molten bronze, their crystal prisms looted from yin sanctuaries, refracting torchlight into a riot of blood-red beams. The floor gleamed, a mosaic of shattered dragon scales, silver and black shards arranged in chaotic whirls, each step a desecration of the unborn mind's lost light. The air hung heavy with sulphur and roasted flesh, mingling with the cloying sweetness of incense burners, effigies of Yang Lords spewing plumes of acrid haze, their iron mouths agape in silent roars. At the chamber's heart stood an enormous dinner table, a slab of blood-red porphyry hewn from a dragon temple's altar, its edges encrusted with rubies pried from Bodhigotratva relics, its surface sprawling 30 feet, polished to a mirror sheen that reflected the feast above. The spread was a flavour of every taste known to Sahar Realm. Platters of charred beast flesh dripping with spiced oils, bowls of glistening fruits pilfered from naga groves, trays of honeyed roots and smoked grains, goblets brimming with dark wine fermented from golden vines, their surfaces swirling with stolen silver motes. Golden tureens bubbled with stews of exotic marrow. Silver platters bore cakes dusted with crystal sugar, each dish a trophy of Yang's greed, harvested from raised yin lands, a banquet to glut the senses and bury the spirit beneath matter's weight. Varkul presided at the table's head, his mammoth carcass a mountain of flesh swathed in a crimson velvet robe, its golden threads glinting, its fiery beard trailing like embers across his chest, its curls singed from past excesses. His yellow eyes blazed with gluttonous mirth, his meaty hands, ringed with amber and iron, gripping a dragon-bone chalice, its rim crusted with wine stains, his bellowing voice shaking the chandeliers.
"They're gone, my kin, washed away!"
He slammed the chalice down, wine sloshing onto the porphyry, his laughter a thunderclap.
"The half-breed fool, the witch, the silver hag, drowned in the chasm's waters."
His belief in Taran, Lyrian and Zarathra's demise fueled his boast. His comrades, murky lords of Yang, echoing with guttural cheers, their crimson-armoured forms hunched over the feast, their golden eyes glinting with shared delusion. Silra sat at his right, her golden robes shimmering with Yang sigils, their crimson glyphs pulsing faintly, her raven black hair cascading with golden beads that clinked softly
her jet choker's ruby centerpiece gleaming like a bloodied star. Her face, a cruel beauty of sharp cheekbones and crimson lips, bore a faint sneer. Her golden eyes slit with the sorceress's vigilance, her long-fingered hands toying with a silver goblet, its surface etched with stolen Tao spirals. She humoured Varkul's mirth.
"Indeed, brother, the waters claimed them,"
but her voice held a silk-edged chill, her gaze flickering as if sensing a shadow beyond the feast. Around the table sat their elite. Gorzod, his patchy beard dripping grease, gnawing a beast leg. Tharok, his bent-helmed head nodding, clutching a stolen Bodhi seed. Drenvar, his whip coiled beside his plate, slurping stew with a scowl, their revelry a cacophony of boasts and clinking goblets, blind to the orb's hum stirring far below. Varkul raised a haunch of roasted flesh.
"To Yang's triumph!"
His comrades roaring, their fists pounding the table, rubies rattling loose to plink onto the mosaic floor.
"No more yin pests!"
Gorzod bellowed, ale splashing his armor.
"The forge is ours!"
Tharok crushed his seed, its silver sparks snuffed.
"Their lights ash!"
Drenvar grinned.
"Drowned like rats!"
Varkul's laughter boomed.
"We feast eternal!"
His chalice spilling as he gorged, the spread a testament to their hubris, a belief that the chasm's waters had erased their foes, the Dodecahedron's demons unchallenged in their brass lair. Mid-sentence, Varkul's voice droning of chains for all, Silra froze, her goblet clattering to the table, wine pooling like blood on the porphyry. Her golden eyes widened, a disturbing vision piercing her mind, a flash of Taran's Manomeakaya, indigo and gold, weaving through her dodecahedron. Naga's at his side. Serath's emerald coils, Lyssa's silver grace, shattering Kraxus's smoke. Zythera's gold, Gorvox's basalt, Lyssra's mirror. Her crimson lips parted.
"No!"
Her hands trembling as she rose, her robes swirling like a golden storm, her beads clinking as she rushed from the table, ignoring Varkul's bellow.
"Sura, what?"
Her heels clicking on the mosaic as she fled the chamber, her sorceress's instincts screaming of violation in her sacred trap. She stormed through the palace's shadowed halls, past iron gates and yang effigies, their crimson eyes glinting, ascending a spiral stair to her sorcerer's lair, a sanctum perched in the highest spire, its ambience a chilling blend of power and dread. The lair was a dome of black obsidian, its walls carved with yang sigils that pulsed faintly, their golden veins threading through stone like blood through flesh, their glow casting jagged shadows across a floor inlaid with dragon bone shards, their edges sharp enough to cut. Shelves groaned under grimoires, leather tomes bound in naga hide, their pages scrawled with forbidden chants, while braziers of molten iron burned with the sickly green flame, their smoke curling into shapes of chains and thorns, its acrid tang stinging the air. At the centre stood an altar of blood-red porphyry, its surface etched with Silra's spiral, strewn with relics. Dragon claws, Bodhi seed ash, silver veins torn from the forge's depths, its edges dripping with wax from black candles that flickered without wind, their light swallowed by the lair's oppressive dark. Silra swept to the altar, her golden robes flaring, her hands seizing her scrying mirror, a disk of polished obsidian framed in brass, its surface rippling like liquid shadow, its rim etched with runes that burned crimson as her fingers traced them.
"Show me,"
she hissed, her voice a lash of silk and steel, her golden eyes blazing as she chanted, Om Vakul Svaha, the mirror flaring with a molten light. Its depths swirled, an image coalescing. Taran's Manomeakaya, 7 naga motes, Virus, Lyssa, Serath, Jixal, Renna, Valthor, Thalis, within the dodecahedron, their silver sparks piercing her demon's knobs. 4 dimmed, the orb's mote glowing brighter. Her crimson lips curled.
"They live."
Her fingers tightening, the mirror trembling as she saw Silvar's jade ichor, a wound in her trap's heart. She stepped back,
her golden gaze narrowing, her beads clinking as she paced, the lair's green flames flaring with her fury.
"Taran, that half-breed cur,"
she murmured, her voice a venomous purr.
"And Nagas, filthy worms, dare breach my Dodecahedron."
The mirror dimmed, its runes fading as she turned, her robes swirling, her crimson lips parting in a cold smile.
But they won't defeat what's coming up next on the menu.
Her words hung, a cryptic promise echoing through the lair's shadowed stone, the forge's depths stirring with her unseen wrath. Chapter 19. Vexilon, the Shroud of Envy. The core of the dodecahedron shone brightly, resembling a brass-bound prison where crystal panels formed a shadowy enclosure. These smoky surfaces were inscribed with Silra's chaotic symbols, while a silver speck at the center of the crystalline orb pulsed rhythmically, its yin-yang spirals glowing with a fragile yet defiant light that struggled against its confinement. Taran's Manomeakaya floated nearby, a small entity of indigo and gold intertwined with Tao spirals. His radiant form had become more stable since the shattering of Lyssra's mirrored shards. Fixated on the orb, his brilliance dimmed by Silvar's loss, joining Zorin, Quavar, and Mirith in a silent tribute that fortified his determination. 7 Naga sentinels coiled around him, Virus with her golden ferocity, Lyssra embodying silver grace, Serath showcasing emerald swiftness, Jigsaw demonstrating topaz agility, Renna exuding opal warmth, Valthor representing onyx strength, and Thalis radiating amethyst calm. Their Manomeakaya forms shimmered in the metallic haze, their amber and jade eyes glowing with a shared sense of purpose. 4 knobs remained dim. Kraxus, Zythera, Gorvox, and Lyssra had been defeated, but a 5th face ignited, its blackened iron knob flaring with amber sparks, heralding the arrival of the next demon, Vexilon, the Shroud of Envy. A biting cold permeated the crystalline structure, its edges sharp with a mix of verdigris and bile, a corrosive poison that incited the jealousy of the Scanders. Taran's radiant form trembled, his Bodhi-child igniting within his chest, a silver connection stemming from Vasuki's teachings. A low, jagged hiss escaped, reminiscent of thorns scraping against stone.
"Others eclipse you, seize their glory."
Vexilon materialized, a serpentine figure of decaying green, his body a twisting amalgamation of mist and scale, slender yet taut, with emerald veins pulsating like toxic rivers. His jade fangs dripped a thick ichor that sizzled upon contact with brass, while his eyes, narrow slits of Chartreuse fire, bore a gaze sharp enough to inflict the wound of envy, conjuring visions of surpassing allies, their brilliance overshadowing. His voice slithered forth.
"Why remain in the shadows? Take what belongs to them."
A Scander's sting, transforming the unity of consciousness into a bitter rivalry. Taran's Manomeakaya dimmed, his indigo radiance wavering as Vexilon's hiss cut through the air.
"Lyrian shines brighter, Balancer. Her veil eclipses your spark."
A vision ignited, Lyrian wielding the orb, her indigo aura dazzling, while his own essence began to fade. A tightness gripped his throat, envy awakening within him, but he tightened his glowing fists, his voice more resolute than Lyssra's brilliance.
"She's my friend."
His maturity deepening, confidence igniting like a flame born from unity and trust. Virus's golden coils surged forward.
"He poisons us!"
His jade fangs snapping in anger, yet envy flared as Vexilon hissed.
"Lyssa's grace is unmatched, warrior,"
Virus growled.
"I led Naga strikes, my claws forged paths."
His voice a low rumble, to which Taran nodded, his luminous form hovering nearby.
"You are a formidable force."
Virus's jade eyes steadied.
"Yet envy lingers. I fight alongside her."
Lysa's silver tendrils advanced.
"He divides us!"
Her amber eyes blazing with intensity, but Vexilon's hiss interrupted.
"Serath's speed surpasses yours, dancer."
Lyssa's poise faltered,
I performed Bhogavati's dances, my rhythm their heartbeat. Her tone gentle, as Taryn's gaze met hers. You are their heartbeat. She hissed. Yet envy obscures. Together we shine. Serath's emerald agility surged. We are connected, her sapphire eyes sparkling, while Vexilon hissed. Jigsaul's leaps overshadow you, runner. Serath replied. I raced through Naga voids, my trails guiding them. Taryn nodded warmly. You illuminate paths. Her coils constricted, but envy hinders. Unity elevates. The Nagas recounted their stories, memories intertwining with the essence of their venom, their personalities coming to life as Taryn absorbed their narratives, his confidence growing with each tale. Jigsaw, with his topaz agility, proclaimed, I leaped over Naga cliffs, my arcs charting their paths. Taryn nodded affirmatively, like a star. Rena radiated opal warmth as she shared, I nurtured Naga young, my care serving as their protection. Taryn's eyes sparkled. A true sanctuary. Valthor's onyx strength resonated as he declared, I brought down Yang gates for my kin. Taryn's voice remained firm. A true force. Thalis, embodying amethyst tranquility, stated, I calmed Naga fears, my voice grounding them. Taryn nodded with conviction. A perfect equilibrium. Vexilon's hiss intensified. Take their light. As his emerald form expanded, fangs slicing through brass while vision surged forth. Taryn eclipsing Lyrian, Virus outshining Lyssra, Serath surpassing Jigsaw. Taryn's Bodhi child ignited. No! His Manamea Kaya radiating with increased brilliance, his voice a resolute declaration. We rise together! Echoing Vasuki's Samanaphala Sutta. Awareness binds truth. He intoned. Om Svaha, his silver spark weaving through the mist, while Serath's emerald coils darted to evade a fang. Lyssra's silver elegance forming a net to hinder Vexilon's assault, and Virus's golden strikes slashing at his scales. Yet Vexilon lunged, his jade fangs grazing Jigsaw, his topaz agility waning, as ichor flowed, his coils weakening. For kin, marking a fifth loss, his voice barely a whisper. Taryn's heart tightened. Jigsaw! But Thalis's amethyst chant, Hold! Rallied their spirits, with Virus's gold ensnaring a fang, Rena's opal providing protection, and Valthor's onyx delivering a decisive blow. Taryn's Manamea Kaya ignited with fervour. We are sufficient, as his confidence surged. His chant, Om Anatasvaha, penetrated Vexilon's essence, causing his emerald form to disintegrate into green dust, while the fifth knob dimmed with a hissing sound. The orb's mote radiated with increased brightness, its yin-yang spirals vibrant. 6 motes suspended in the air, with Jigsaw's topaz now absent, his sacrifice weighing heavily. Taryn's radiant form intensified, his jewel flame eyes unwavering. For Jigsaw, we persevere. Serath hissed. 5 have fallen. Lyssra's amber gaze remained steady. 7 are left. Lead us, Balancer. The Nagas, Virus, Lyssra, Serath, Rena, Valthor, Thalis, coiled tightly as a new knob's amber shimmer signalled the approach of the next challenge. Chapter 20. Thryme, the Chains of Fear. The brass lattice of the dodecahedron glimmered, resembling a crystalline cage where 12 smoky panels formed a shadowy dome. Their chaotic symbols flickered faintly, while the silver mote at the centre of the crystalline orb radiated brightly, its yin-yang spirals now pulsating with vibrant energy, no longer subdued. This light intensified with each demon's defeat, serving as a beacon of hope against Silra's entrapment. Taryn's Manamea Kaya floated nearby, a small blend of indigo and gold, intertwined with Tao spirals, his radiant form more stable since the destruction of Vexilon's lush realm. His jewel flame eyes were fixed on the orb, which had expanded from the size of a dewdrop to that of a grape, its silver luminescence cutting through the brass mist, tempered by the loss of Jigsaw's topaz, joining Zorin, Quaver, Mirith and Silver
in a solemn toll. 6 Naga sentinels coiled beside him, Virus with her golden ferocity, Lyssra embodying silver grace, Serath showcasing emerald swiftness, Rena exuding opal warmth, Valthor representing onyx strength, and Thalis radiating amethyst calm. Their Manomeakaya forms shimmered, remaining steadfast despite the burden of 5 dimmed knobs. Kraxus, Zythera, Gorvox, Lyssra, and Vexilon, all defeated. A 6th face ignited its blackened iron knob, glowing with amber sparks, heralding the arrival of the next demon, Thryme, the chains of fear. A chilling dread permeated the crystalline chamber, its sting laced with decay and hopelessness, creating an oppressive atmosphere that ensnared the Scanders in terror. Taryn's radiant figure trembled as a sound reverberated, a metallic clash against bone that chilled the surroundings. Thryme appeared, a gaunt, skeletal apparition of pale bone, towering and emaciated, his ribcage resembling a jagged prison. His eyeless skull burned with 2 voids of black flame, their gaze a binding force that immobilized the spirit. Iron chains hung from his body, rusted links twisting like serpents, their ends adorned with barbed shackles that scraped against brass, clanking with every movement, and oozing a grey ichor that hissed upon contact. His voice emerged in a harsh whisper. "Death is near. Escape!" A grip of despair that paralyzed the Scanders, binding their essence to the depths of hopelessness. Taryn's Manomeakaya dimmed, its indigo radiance wavering as Thryme's chain struck.
"You will fail, Balancer. The orb will shatter."
A vision ignited, the orb fracturing, Lyrian's veil torn asunder, Zarathra's scales reduced to dust, and his own essence dissolving into shadow. A gasp escaped him, fear tightening its grip, but he regained his composure, his voice more resolute than Vexilon's hiss. "I will not flee!" His maturity deepened, confidence igniting like a flame fueled by trust and courage. Virus's golden coils surged forward. "He binds us!" he exclaimed, baring his jade fangs, yet fear flickered within him as Thryme rasped, "Loss haunts you, warrior." Virus growled in response. "I faced Yang's fire, with kin falling beside me," his voice a deep rumble. Taryn nodded, his radiant form hovering nearby. "You fought for them." Virus's jade eyes steadied as he declared, "Fear shattered us then, not now." Lysa's silver tendrils advanced as she declared, "He binds our hearts." Her fierce amber eyes shone, but Thryme interjected with a rattle. "Death takes away grace, dancer." Lysa's poise faltered as she replied, "I conducted the Naga rites, confronting voids that others feared." Her tone softened as she locked eyes with Taryn. "You possess no fear." She hissed defiantly. "Fear is a chain. This is my dance." Serath, with her swift emerald movements, exclaimed, "We are free!" Her sapphire eyes sparkled, while Thryme clanged, "Terror hinders you, runner." Serath retorted, "I escaped Yang's shackles. My speed is their hope." Taryn nodded approvingly. "You are unstoppable." Lyssra tightened her coils, asserting, "Fear constrains, courage liberates." The Nagas recounted their stories, memories intertwining with fear, their vibrant personalities coming to life as Taryn listened, his confidence strengthened by their narratives. Rena radiated a soothing opal warmth. "I cradled the wounded Naga. My touch brought them peace." Taryn nodded affirmatively. A true healer. Valthor's deep onyx voice resonated. "I stood firm against Yang's waves, my presence a barrier." Taryn replied with assurance. "A fortress." Thalis's calming amethyst energy resonated. "I calmed the Naga's panic. My chant served as their shield." Taryn's nod was unwavering. Pure serenity. Each voice anchored him, his jewel flame eyes shining brighter, his radiant form serving as a beacon as the orb's silver light intensified, its pea-sized glow illuminating the chamber, with spirals vividly marking each demon's defeat, a testament to their struggle. Thryme's chains whipped through the air, demanding, "Flee or perish!" as his skeletal figure lunged forward, the manacles clanging against brass, while visions overwhelmed him. Taryn's failure, Virus's collapse, Lyssa's disappearance. Taryn's Bodhi child ignited with intensity. "No!" His Manamea Kaya shining even more brilliantly, his voice unwavering. "We confront you." As Vasuki's Samanaphala Sutta resonated, awareness dispels fear. He intoned Om Svaha, his silver spark weaving through the chains, while Serath's emerald coils swiftly evaded a manacle, and Lyssa's silver elegance crafted a net to hinder Thryme's advance, with Virus's golden strikes targeting his spurs. Yet Thryme retaliated. His barbed chains brushed against Renna, dimming her opal warmth as ichor flowed, her coils weakening. "For hope," marking a sixth loss, her voice dwindling to a whisper. Taryn's heart tightened. "Renna!" But Thalis's amethyst incantation, "Stand," inspired them, as Virus's gold ensnared a chain and Valthor's onyx crushed a spur. Taryn's Manamea Kaya ignited with fervor. "We are fearless," as his confidence surged. His chant, Om Anatasvaha, struck at Thryme's essence, causing his skeletal figure to disintegrate into rusted particles, while the sixth knob dimmed with a metallic sound. The orb's mote radiated with increased brightness, its yin-yang spirals, vibrant, now the size of a pea, with silver light flooding the vault, symbolizing a radiant promise. 5 motes remained. Renna's opal was absent, her sacrifice weighing heavily. Taryn's glowing form intensified, his jewel-flame eyes unwavering. "For Renna, we continue," Serath hissed. 6 down. Lyssa's amber gaze remained fixed. 6 remain. Lead us, Balancer. The Nagas, Virus, Lyssa, Serath, Valthor, Thalis, coiled tightly, as a new knob's amber glow stirred the vault's ominous silence.
Chapter 21. Silthar, the Fog of Ignorance. The crystalline dome of the dodecahedron throbbed with energy, a brass-crafted trap where 12 shadowy panels wove a net of confinement, their inscribed symbols shimmering beneath the silver light of the orb at its center. Now a plum-sized beacon, its yin-yang spirals radiating with striking balance. Each fallen demon contributed to its expansion, a rebellious light striving to escape Silra's design. Taryn's Manamea Kaya floated, a blend of indigo and gold, intertwined with Tao spirals, his radiant form more stable since the collapse of Thryme's chains, his focus fixed on the orb's intensifying glow, its brilliance overshadowed by Renna's opal loss, a wound that connected Zorin, Quaver, Mirith, Silvar, and Jixel in a silent tribute that sharpened his resolve. 5 Naga Guardians coiled beside him, Virus's golden ferocity, Lyssa's silver elegance, Serath's emerald agility, Valthor's onyx power, and Thalis's amethyst tranquility. Each of their Manamea Kaya forms glimmering in the metallic mist, their amber and jade eyes unwavering despite the presence of 6 extinguished knobs. Kraxus, Zythera, Gorvox, Lyssra, Vexilon, and Thryme defeated. A 7th panel ignited, its iron knob glowing with amber veins, awakening the next demon. Silthar, the Fog of Ignorance. A dense fog enveloped the chamber, its dampness infused with mildew and uncertainty, creating a disorienting barrier that obscured the clarity of the scanders. Taryn's radiant figure quivered, his inner light flickering like a steady flame, a testament to the teachings of Bhogavati, as a soft yet insidious murmur floated through the air. "All is chaos. Surrender." Silthar materialized, a formless cloud of grey mist, its edges fraying into tendrils that writhed like smoke, with a core that pulsed as a void where shadows danced. Its eyes, blind, milky orbs, shone with a chilling emptiness, their gaze casting a pall over the mind, giving rise to illusions. Paths contorting, allies disappearing, and truth disintegrating. Its voice whispered, "Why pursue light? Nothing is clear." A trap of the Skanda, with the fog of perception burying insight beneath layers of doubt. Taran's Manomeakaya flickered, its indigo radiance diminishing as Silthar's mist enveloped him.
You understand nothing, Balancer. The orb is a deception.
A vision materialized, the orb fading, his companions vanished, and his purpose obscured by an endless void. His thoughts spiraled, ignorance clouding his perception, but he regained his composure, his voice more resolute than Thryme's fear.
I perceive enough.
His maturity flourished, confidence illuminating the darkness with clarity. Virus's golden coils surged forward.
It blinds us, he exclaimed, his jade fangs snapping, yet confusion lingered, as Silthar whispered, Your struggles were futile, warrior.
Virus retorted,
I guided my kin through Yang's ashes. My scars serve as their map.
His voice resonated like thunder, and Taran nodded, his radiant form drawing closer.
You illuminated their path.
Virus's jade eyes sharpened with understanding.
Ignorance has faded. I see it clearly now.
Lyssra's silver tendrils moved gracefully as she declared,
It conceals the truth.
Her amber eyes were piercing, yet Silthar's mist swirled around them, responding,
Elegance is in vain, dancer.
Lyssra's poise faltered as she replied,
I spun the stars of Bhogavati. My dance serves as their guide.
Her voice was gentle, while Taran's gaze provided reassurance.
You embody their rhythm.
With a hiss, she asserted,
The fog obscures. This is my journey.
Serath, with her swift emerald movements, interjected,
We have clarity.
Her sapphire eyes sparkled, prompting Silthar to murmur,
Speed merely pursues shadows, runner.
Serath retorted,
I followed the paths of Naga. My urgency is their hope.
To which Taran nodded warmly.
You illuminate the way.
Her coils tightened as she concluded,
Ignorance obscures. Insight reveals.
The Nagas recounted their stories, memories cutting through the haze, their characters as vivid as Taran absorbed their truths, which strengthened his confidence. Valthor's deep onyx voice resonated,
I defended the Naga lines against Yang's assault.
Taran nodded firmly.
A true bastion.
Thalis's soothing amethyst presence radiated.
I quell the Naga's uncertainties. My chant, their reality.
Taran responded with conviction.
A vision of purity.
Each narrative honed his concentration, his gaze intensified, his radiant form serving as a guiding light as the orb's silver expanded, its grape-sized brilliance illuminating the chamber, its spirals aglow with the defeat of 6 demons, heralding the imminent victory of Yin. Silthar's mist grew denser.
Nothing is real.
As his ethereal form expanded, tendrils whipping against brass, while illusions surged forth. Taran was lost, Virus abandoned, and Lyssra diminished. Taran's inner light ignited.
No!
His Manomeakaya shining more intensely, his voice unwavering.
We know the truth.
Echoing Vasuki's teachings, the mind reveals clarity. He intoned, Om Svaha, his silver spark weaving through the fog, while Serath's emerald coils maneuvered to evade a tendril, and Lyssra's silver elegance crafted a net to ensnare Silthar's void, with Virus's golden strikes cutting through the haze. However, Silthar retaliated, his misty tendrils ensnaring Valthor, whose onyx strength waned as ichor flowed, his coils weakening.
For light,
marking a 7th loss, his voice dwindling to a whisper. Taran's heart tightened.
Valthor!
But Thalis's amethyst chant, See, inspired them, as Lyssra's silver captured a tendril, and Serath's emerald struck true. Taran's Manomeakaya ignited with fervor.
We're clear,
his confidence surging as he chanted, Om Anatasvaha, sending vibrations through Silthar's emptiness, causing his misty form to dissipate into grey tendrils, while the 7th knob dimmed with a soft exhale. The orb's mote shone more brightly, its yin-yang spirals vivid, and now the size of a grape, its silver glow illuminating the brass chamber, a beacon of hope. 4 motes lingered. Valthor's onyx had vanished, his sacrifice weighing heavily on them. Taran's radiant form intensified, his determination unwavering.
For Valthor, we persevere, Serath hissed. 7 down.
Lyssa's amber gaze remained steady.
5 remain. Lead us, Balancer.
The Nagas, Lyssra, Serath, Thalis, coiled tightly, as a new amber flicker from the knob awakened a deeper threat within the crystal enclosure. Chapter 22. Clytha, the Flame of Greed. The brass matrix of the dodecahedron shone brightly, resembling a crystalline trap where 12 smoky facets encased a shadowy prison. Their jagged sigils pulsed softly, while the crystalline orb at its centre radiated a silver light, now reduced to the size of a grape, with its yin-yang spirals glowing with intense clarity. Each demon's defeat enhanced its brilliance, serving as a beacon that shattered Silra's chains. Taran's Manamaeakaya floated nearby, a wisp of indigo and gold adorned with Tao spirals, his radiant form more stable since the fog of Silthar had lifted. His gaze was once again fixed on the orb's fiery glow, which had dimmed due to Valthor's loss, joining Zorin, Quaver, Mirith, Silvar, Jixel, and Renna in a silent tribute that strengthened his resolve. 3 Naga sentinels coiled beside him, Lyssa's silver elegance, Serath's emerald agility, and Thalis's amethyst tranquility, each of their Manamaeakaya forms shimmering in the metallic haze, their scales glowing with renewed vigour. Their amber and jade eyes remained steadfast despite the presence of 7 dimmed knobs: Kraxus, Zythera, Gorvox, Lyssra, Vexilon, Thryme, and Silphar, all defeated. An 8th facet ignited, its iron knob flaring with amber veins, awakening the next demon, Clytha, the Flame of Greed. A fierce greed surged through the matrix, its intensity reminiscent of molten gold and ash, creating an insatiable urge that gnawed at the Skander's desires. Taran's radiant form trembled, his inner strength resonating like a steady beacon, fueled by his companions, as a sharp, joyful cackle pierced the atmosphere, echoing like the sound of coins in a treasure trove. Clytha appeared, a diminutive, fiery imp, no taller than a hand, his body a swirling mass of crimson flames, with skin resembling molten gold, pulsating with veins of liquid fire. He grasped dazzling gems, plundered Naga jewels, his pointed ears twitching and his ears glimmering with emerald greed, their gaze a tempting promise of unimaginable wealth. His voice crackled as he urged,
"Take this. Forget everything else."
A trap set by a Skander, igniting a desire that compelled one to forsake purpose in pursuit of gain. Taran's Manamaeakaya flickered, its indigo light fluctuating, as Clytha's mocking laughter echoed,
"Yours, Balancer. Mountains of gold."
A vision surged forth, heaps of riches the orb left behind, his companions fading as he reached for boundless wealth. His hands trembled, tempted by greed, but he regained his composure, his voice more resolute than Silthar's mist.
"I don't need it,"
his maturity deepening, confidence igniting like a flame fueled by purpose and sacrifice. Lyssa's silver coils moved gracefully.
"He is tempting us,"
her amber eyes keen, yet greed began to stir. Clytha crackling,
"Grace deserves jewels, dancer."
Lyssa's poise faltered.
"I wove Bhogavati's light. My steps are their treasure."
Her tone gentle, as Taran's gaze met hers.
"You possess more than gold,"
she retorted. "Greed diminishes. This is my dance." Serath's emerald swiftness surged forward.
"He is leading us into a trap,"
her sapphire eyes blazing with intensity. Clytha responded with a spark.
"Speed brings fortune, Swift One,"
Serath replied, her voice raspy.
"I have raced against the Naga winds. My speed, their reward."
Taran nodded warmly.
"You surpass mere riches."
Serath's coils tightened.
"Greed ensnares. Liberation cuts the ties."
Thalis, with her amethyst tranquility, asserted,
"He obscures our path."
her jade eyes unwavering. Clytha laughed.
Calm accumulates strength, Seer, Thalis declared.
I have harmonized with Naga hearts, my serenity their gift. Taran spoke with conviction. That is true wealth.
Her tranquility deepened. Greed consumes. Generosity liberates. The Nagas recounted their stories, memories cutting through the heat, their natures as vibrant as Taran felt, his confidence strengthened by their revelations. Lyssra's tone softened as she shared, "There was a time when I adorned a Naga elder in starlight silk, and her smile was my reward." Taran acknowledged her words with a nod, stating, "That is true wealth." Serath's hiss became more urgent as he added, "I transported Nagakin across vast chasms, earning their trust in return." Taran's gaze remained steady as he replied, "That is invaluable." Thalis's chant resonated, "I imparted Naga wisdom, and their clarity became my treasure." Taran nodded firmly, affirming, "You possess great abundance." Each recollection strengthened his determination, his eyes shining brighter, his radiant form serving as a beacon as the orb's silver light expanded, its grape-sized glow illuminating the matrix, its spirals aglow with the downfall of 7 demons, heralding Yin's impending victory. Clytha's flames roared with intensity.
Take it all!
As his molten body expanded, claws casting gems into the air while visions flooded forth. Taran seizing riches, Lyssra adorned in splendor, Serath burdened with treasures, and Thalis seated upon a throne. Taran's determination ignited. "No!" His Manameakaya shining even more brightly, his voice unwavering. "We give!" The orb's radiance resonating. "Clarity surpasses greed." He intoned, Om Svaha, his silver spark weaving through the inferno, while Serath's emerald coils darted to evade a gem, Lyssra's silver elegance forming a net to ensnare Clytha's flames, and Thalis's amethyst tranquility pulsing to temper the heat. Clytha lunged forward, his fiery claws slicing through the air, but the Nagas united in their response. Lyssra's silver net constricted, Serath's emerald coils tripped him, and Thalis's amethyst incantation, "Hold!" stilled his sparks. Taran's radiant form surged. "We share!" His chant, Om Anatasvaha, piercing Clytha's core, causing his molten body to disintegrate into ash, while the 8th knob dimmed with a crackle. The orb's illumination intensified, its yin-yang spirals vibrant, and now the size of a walnut, with silver light cascading over the brass framework, symbolizing a beacon of hope. 3 motes lingered in the air. No additional losses, their collective presence embodying a solemn strength. Taran's radiant form shone even brighter, his determination unwavering. "We're getting closer." Serath interjected with a hiss. 8 have fallen. Lyssra's amber gaze remained steady. 4 are left. Lead us, Balancer. The Nagas, Lyssra, Serath, Thalis, tightened their coils, a new amber glimmer casting an insatiable shadow over the crystalline trap. Chapter 23. The Vigil. The nest of echoes loomed, a cavern carved deep beneath the forge's molten heart in Saha Realm 38725, its walls of black stone veined with silver threads that pulsed faintly, mirroring the crystalline orb's distant hum, its jagged stalactites dripping dew into a still pool below, its surface a mirror of shadow and hope. The air hung thick with damp and sulphur, a quiet broken only by the soft drip of water and the faint clink of Umbrathian tools, their grey forms moving like ghosts in the silver twilight. At the cavern's centre rose a spire of cooled lava, its peak cradling the Dodecahedron, a brass orb no larger than a fist, its 12 crystal faces glinting dully, their iron knobs pulsing with amber menace, a prison for the orb Taran and the Nagas fought to free within. Zarathra, Lyrian, and Korath, the Noble Three, stood vigil beside it, their presence a steadfast flame against the forge's oppressive dark, joined by a circle of Umbrathians, their pale blue eyes glinting with reverence, their clawed hands poised in silent prayer.
Zythera stood tall, her silver scales dulled by ash, their dial spirals faint yet unyielding, her twilight robe trailing like a shadow, her medallion of the great other tree swaying at her chest, its silver branches pulsing with the Dharma Mega's echo. Her amber eyes burned with noble wisdom, their gaze fixed on the Dodecahedron, her hands tracing a spiral in the air, a gesture of the dark Dharma that tethered her to Taryn's unseen battle. Lyrian knelt nearby, her twilight robe shimmering with indigo threads, her auburn hair spilling over her shoulders, her Suchness veil draped across her lap, its silver folds glinting like starlight, her violet eyes soft with compassion, yet sharp with purpose, her hands tending a fungal salve for their wounded sentinel. Korath sat against the spire, his obsidian scales scarred from scarathid claws, his Bodhi shield propped beside him, its boomic runes dim, his rune-carved staff across his knees, its knots worn smooth. His wounds mended fast, silver ichor clotted, gashes sealing, yet pain lingered, his deep voice a rasp. "I'll stand soon," his resolve a bulwark despite the ache. The Umbrathians, Zorath at their fore, his silver-scarred skin glinting, worked quietly, their fungal lanterns casting a pale glow, their tools carving stone to fortify the nest's edge, a defense against Yang's looming enforcers.
"They fight within,"
Zorath rasped, his blue eyes on the Dodecahedron.
"Myrith's sight holds true."
Lyrian's hand paused, her salve-soaked cloak hovering over Korath's side.
Taryn, the Nagas, they endure.
Zarathra's silver chant hummed.
"They do."
Her amber eyes closed, her Sambodhi reaching inward, a telepathic thread piercing the Dodecahedron's brass veil to glimpse Taryn's trials. Kraxus's doubt, Zythera's desire, Gorvox's rage, Lyssra's pride, Vexilon's envy, Thryme's fear, Silthar's fog, Clytha's greed. Each demon's fall a pulse of light, the orbs swelling to a walnut size, Taryn's courage a growing fire, the Nagas resilient despite their losses.
"They thrive,"
Zythera intoned, her voice a silver tide weaving through the cavern, her hands rising as she turned to the circle.
"Yet loss marks their path."
Lyrian's violet eyes lifted.
The Nagas.
Korath's staff tapped stone.
"Name them."
Zythera stepped to the pool's edge, her medallion flaring, her chant shifting to poetic verse, a hymn to honor the fallen, each Naga a line in its cadence, her words a silver thread binding vigil to valor.
"In whispers of the twilight hour, where shadows gently sway, Zorin, sapphire swift, with precision cast in blue, pierced the veil of doubt and fear, igniting hearts in play. But Kraxus's smoke engulfed her light, a spark now drifted through. Quaver, ruby fierce and bold, her flames in passion soared, warmed the air with burning gold, but Zythera's lure enticed. Her fire dimmed, yet still it glowed, a promise long adored. The ember thrums within our souls, though fate exacts its price. Mirith, pearl in gentle grace, her sutras fought the storm, a calm upon the raging sea, the harbour safe and wise. Yet Gorvox's roar broke silence sweet, her peace to transform. Still in her wake, a tranquil tide, our silent guiding eyes. Silver, jade resolute, his strength against the tide, reflected pride, a mirrored foe, his will a steadfast root. Yet Lyssra's gleam ensnared him close, to darkness he complied, but in our hearts his legacy, a silent, noble foot. Jigsaw, topaz, leaps of joy, defying envy's claim. In bounds that kiss the azure sky, he danced through time and space. Yet Vexilon's shroud brought him down, his spark we still proclaim, for in his fall our hearts took flight, as dreams find their embrace. Renna, opal warm and bright, her care a tender balm, broke fright's iron chain with love, a shield against the night. Yet Thryme's dread sought to extinguish hope's comforting psalm. Still wrapped in warmth, her heart remains, a guiding star in flight. Valthor, onyx strong and proud, his might like a mountain stone, stood firm against the fog of lies, a bastion in despair. But Silthar's haze obscured the truth and left him on his own, yet in his depths his spirit roars, a strength beyond compare. Her voice rose, the Umbrathians' blue eyes shimmering, their rasps joining her chant. For the unborn, as Zarathra's verse swelled, honouring Tarin. Tarin, balancer of fate, with courage fierce and bold, in light's embrace his heart reborn, a champion clad in grace. With Lyssa's speed and Sirath's calm, Thalis in dreams retold, their unity a shining blade that carves a truth in space. The pool rippled, its silver waves catching the Dodecahedron's faint pulse, the orb's walnut-sized glow echoing through Zarathra's Sambodi, her amber eyes opening. 8 demons fall, 4 remain. Clytha's greed the latest ash. Lyrian's hand resumed, her salve easing Korath's scars. Tarin's stronger now. Korath's deep voice rumbled.
He carries their weight.
Zorath stepped closer. The forge stirs. Yang hunts. Zarathra's silver scales glinted. We hold here. Our vigil, their shield. The Umbrathians tightened their circle, their fungal lanterns flaring, their stone barriers rising, as the noble three, Zarathra's wisdom, Lyrian's care, Korath's strength, stood fast. The nest of echoes a silent vow to Tarin's unseen fight, the orbs hum a pulse of hope in the forge's shadowed depths.
Chapter 24. Zorath, the Whisper of Sloth. The crystal snare of the Dodecahedron gleamed, a brass framework composed of 12 misty panes that formed a shadowy trap, their engraved symbols shimmering beneath the silver blaze of the crystalline orb, now resembling a plum-sized star at its center. The yin-yang spirals within pulsed with vibrant energy, each demon's defeat enhancing its brilliance, serving as a defiant beacon against Silra's curse. Tarin's Manomeakaya floated nearby, a wisp of indigo and gold, adorned with Tao spirals, his radiant form more stable since the scattering of Clytha's molten ash. His attention was fixed on the orb's vivid glow, its brilliance diminished by Valthor's onyx loss, joining Zorin, Quaver, Mirith, Silva, Jixel and Renna in a solemn toll that sharpened his resolve. 3 Naga sentinels coiled beside him, Lyssa's silver elegance, Serath's emerald agility, and Thalis's amethyst tranquility. Each of their Manomeakaya forms shimmering in the metallic haze, their scales glowing with the power gained from Bhogavati's sacred rite. Their amber and jade eyes remained steadfast despite the absence of 8 companions, Kraxus, Zythera, Gorvox, Lyssra, Vexilon, Thryme, Siltha, and Clytha. A 9th pane ignited, its iron knob glowing with amber veins, awakening the next demon, Zorath, the Whisper of Sloth. A heavy weight permeated the lattice, its pull thick with damp soil and sluggishness, creating a stifling calm that dulled the Skander's efforts. Tarin's radiant form drooped, his inner strength flickering like a steady flame, fueled by his companions, as a whisper emerged, soft and burdensome, akin to mud engulfing stone. Rest. Why struggle? Zorath appeared, a languid silhouette with drooping limbs, his figure a sagging cloud of grey mist, arms trailing like withered vines, torso bent and head a formless blur, except for his eyes, twin pools of murky jade, their gaze a soothing tide that submerged determination in indifference. His fingers twitched, ethereal threads spinning weariness, his voice a monotonous hum.
Comfort awaits. Let the orb diminish.
A Skander's burden, the drive of will buried beneath a fog of inaction. Tarin's Manomeakaya dimmed, his indigo radiance flickering as Zorath's drone enveloped him.
You've fought enough, Balancer. Sleep.
A vision surged within him.
He was curled in darkness, the orb forgotten, his allies silent, and effort felt like a distant memory. His limbs grew heavy, the temptation of sloth creeping in, yet he stirred, his voice more powerful than Clytha's blaze. "We must continue." His maturity deepened, and confidence ignited from a sense of duty. Lyssra's silver coils moved gracefully. "He drains our strength," her amber eyes sharp, but lethargy began to take hold as Zorath droned.
"Grace requires no effort, dancer,"
Lyssra's grace faltered.
"I spun the moons of Bhogavati. My dance is their call."
Her voice softening, as Taryn locked eyes with her.
"You are an inspiration."
She hissed in response.
"Sloth brings stillness. This is my rhythm."
Seraph's emerald speed surged forward.
"He judges us,"
her sapphire eyes blazing with intensity, while Zorath's voice fell flat.
"Speed demands rest, runner,"
Serath replied breathlessly. "I race through Naga skies. My urgency their flame."
Taryn responded warmly.
"You inspire."
Her coils constricted.
"Laziness weighs down. Effort soars."
Thalis's amethyst tranquility resonated.
"He dulls our resolve."
Her jade eyes unwavering, Zorath continued monotonously.
"Calm seeks stillness, Seer,"
Thalis declared.
"I spun Naga truths, my words their ignition."
Taryn's tone firm.
"You revive."
Her serenity deepened.
"Laziness restrains. Striving liberates."
The Nagas recounted their stories, memories slicing through the monotony, their vibrant personalities invigorating Taryn, who felt his confidence grow in their passionate presence. Lyssra's tone softened as she spoke.
"I guided Nagakin through the twilight. Their journey became my mission."
Taryn acknowledged her words with a nod, remarking,
"That exemplifies true determination."
Serath's voice quickened.
"I outpaced Naga storms, drawing strength from their hope."
Taryn's gaze remained steady, affirming,
"You are unstoppable."
Thalis's chant resonated.
"I awaken Naga spirits, their enthusiasm illuminating my path."
Taryn nodded, firmly, declaring,
"You shine brightly." Each narrative strengthened his resolve. His eyes sparkled with intensity, his radiant form serving as a beacon as the orb's silver light expanded, its plum-sized glow illuminating the surroundings, its spirals aglow with the defeat of 8 demons, signaling the imminent victory of Yin.
Zorath's drone intensified.
"Release it,"
his ethereal form expanding, threads whipping like brass as visions surged forth.
Taryn at rest, Lyssra motionless, Serath decelerating, Thalis in silence.
Taryn's determination ignited.
"No!"
His Manomeakai shining more brilliantly, his voice unwavering.
"We persevere."
The orb's illumination resonating.
"Purpose outweighs comfort,"
he intoned.
Om Svaha,
his silver spark intricately weaving through the threads, Serath's emerald coils swiftly maneuvering to evade a strand, while Lyssra's silver elegance crafted a net to ensnare Zorath's mist. However, Zorath retaliated, his spectral threads ensnaring Thalis, her amethyst tranquility fading as ichor flowed, her coils collapsing.
4. Light.
Marking an 8th loss, her voice a mere whisper. Taryn's heart tightened.
"Thalis!"
But Lyssra's silver incantation,
"Rise!"
inspired them, as Serath's emerald struck. Taryn's Manomeakai ignited with fervor.
"We endure,"
as his confidence surged. His chant, Om Anatasvaha, struck at Zorath's essence, causing his ethereal form to dissipate into sluggish wisps, while the 9th knob dimmed with a resigned sigh. The orb's illumination intensified, its yin-yang spirals now vivid and the size of a plum, with silver light flooding the brass snare, heralding a beacon of hope. 2 motes lingered. Thalis's amethyst had vanished, her sacrifice weighing heavily. Taryn's radiant form shone even brighter, his determination unwavering.
"For Thalis, we move forward,"
Serath hissed.
9 down.
Lyssra's amber gaze remained steady. 3 remain. Lead, Balancer. The Nagas, Lyssra and Serath, coiled tightly, as their new knob's amber glimmer stirred a restless shadow across the dim snare.
Chapter 25. Virus, the Blade of Hatred. The brass prism of the dodecahedron shimmered, resembling a crystal labyrinth where 12 shadowy facets formed a cage of malevolence. Their engraved sigils pulsed softly, while the crystalline orb at its centre radiated a light akin to an orange-sized star, its yin-yang spirals glowing with intense clarity. Each demon's defeat amplified its brilliance, serving as a defiant beacon that pierced through Silra's entrapment. Taran's Manamea floated nearby, a wisp of indigo and gold, adorned with Tao spirals, his radiant form more stable since the dissipating mist of Zorath. Chapter 24. His gaze was fixed on the orb's vibrant illumination, which had dimmed due to Thales' amethyst loss, joining Zorin, Quaver, Mirith, Jigsaw, Silva, Renna, and Valthor in a solemn toll that sharpened his resolve. 2 Naga sentinels coiled beside him, Lysa's silver elegance and Serath's emerald agility, each of their Manamea forms glimmering in the metallic haze, their scales glowing with the power gained from Bhogavati's sacred rite. Chapter 12. Their amber and sapphire eyes remained steadfast, despite the presence of 9 extinguished knobs: Kraxus, Zythera, Gorvox, Lyssra, Vexilon, Thryme, Silthar, Clytha, and the fallen Zorath. A 10th facet ignited, its iron knob glowing with amber veins, rousing the emergence of the next demon. Virus, the Blade of Hatred. A fierce anger surged through the prism, its sting sharp as iron and blood, a toxic desire that clawed at the Skander's thirst for vengeance. Taran's radiant figure trembled, his inner strength pulsating, a steady light ignited by his companions as a snarl filled the air, raw and jagged, reminiscent of blades clashing in rage. Virus appeared, a lean warrior engulfed in crimson flames, his body taut and his armor resembling molten steel marked with scars. His sword blazed with a fire that produced no smoke, its edge dripping ichor that sizzled upon contact with brass. His eyes, 2 embers of black fury, burned with contempt, their glare igniting images of adversaries, Varkul's sneer, Silra's chains, all awaiting destruction. He bellowed, "Strike your enemies!" A Skander's whip, the chaos of mental formations fueling the flames of hatred, compelling vengeance over intention. Taran's Manamea dimmed, his indigo radiance faltering as Virus's snarl echoed. "Crush Varkul, Balancer! Bring his reign to an end!" A vision surged within him. Taran striking Varkul's throne, Silra collapsing, blood pooling at his feet, the orb forgotten. His chest tightened with a flare of hatred, yet he steadied himself, his voice more resolute than Zorath's drone. "We fight for light, not for revenge." His maturity deepening, confidence emerging as a beacon of unity and compassion. Lysa's silver coils moved gracefully. "He incites rage." Her amber gaze fierce, but hatred simmered beneath the surface. Virus growling, "Avenge your kin, dancer." Lysa's poise faltered. "I led Naga through Yang's fire, their cries spurring me on." Her voice softened, and Taran's gaze met hers. "You saved them." She hissed in response, "Hatred burns. This is my dance." Serath's emerald swiftness surged forward. "He manipulates us." Her sapphire eyes aflame, yet Virus's blade cut through the air. "Punish Silra, Swift One." Serath rasped, "I evaded Yang's traps. My speed serves as their protection." Taran nodded warmly. "You are their wings." Her coils tightened. "Hatred binds us, while love liberates." No other Naga spoke. Thales' amethyst voice remained silent, her grief a recent wound, yet her memory persisted, her tranquility a guiding light for Taran. He absorbed their truths. His confidence strengthened as Lysa's voice softened.
I crafted starlight for young Naga, their laughter a soothing balm.
Tyryn affirmed. That is true strength. Serath's hiss intensified.
I led my kin away from Yang's claws. Their lives are my promise.
Tyryn's gaze became resolute. A pure heart. Each recollection fueled his determination. His eyes shone brighter, his radiant form a beacon as the orb's silver expanded, its glow the size of an orange flooding the prism, its spirals aglow with the fall of 9 demons, heralding Yin's impending victory. Virus's flames erupted with a fierce roar. Slay them all! As his molten figure advanced, sword cleaving through brass, while visions flooded his mind. Tyryn confronting Varkul, Lyssra engaging Silra, Serath overpowering adversaries. Tyryn's determination ignited. No! His Manameakaya radiating with increased intensity, his voice unwavering. We heal. The orb's illumination resonating. Compassion prevails over anger, he intoned. Om Svaha, his silver spark intertwining with the flames, while Serath's emerald coils skillfully evaded a strike, and Lyssra's silver elegance crafted a net to ensnare Virus's weapon. Virus lunged forward, his crimson sword slicing through empty space, but the Nagas coordinated their attack. Lyssra's silver net constricting, Serath's emerald coils tripping him. Tyryn's radiant form surged. We rise. His incantation, Om Anatasvaha, piercing Virus's core, causing his molten body to disintegrate into embers, the 10th knob dimming with a hissing sound. The orb's illumination intensified, its yin-yang spirals now vibrant and the size of an orange, with silver light cascading over the brass prism, symbolizing hope. 2 motes lingered in the air. No new losses to report, their unity representing a profound strength. Tyryn's radiant form shone even brighter, his determination unwavering. We're getting closer. Serath interjected with a hiss. 10 down. Lyssra's amber gaze remained steady. 2 left. Lead us, Balancer. The Nagas, Lyssra and Serath, tightened their coils, as a new amber glimmer stirred a final shadow within the crystal labyrinth. Chapter 26. Mythar, the Web of Delusion. The Dodecahedron's crystal lattice quivered, a brass prison where 12 shadowed panes spun a web of torment, their jagged sigils glinting faintly, the crystalline orb's silver radiance now an apple-sized star at its core, its yin-yang spirals pulsing with searing clarity, each demon's fall swelling its glow, a defiant beacon shredding Silra's malice. Tyryn's Manameakaya hovered, a mote of indigo and gold, laced with Tao spirals. Its luminous form steadier since Virus's crimson blade shattered, his gaze locked on the orb's blazing light, its spark shadowed by Thalas's looming fate, joining Zorin, Quaver, Mirith, Silva, Jixel, Renna and Valthor in a toll that steeled his soul. 3 Naga sentinels coiled beside him, Lyssa's silver grace, Serath's emerald swiftness, Thalas's amethyst calm, their Manameakaya forms shimmering in the metallic haze, their scales glinting with the resolve forged in Bhogavati's sacred rite, their amber and sapphire eyes unyielding despite 10 dimmed knobs. Kraxus, Zythera, Gorvox, Lyssra, Vexilon, Thryme, Silthar, Clytha, Zorath, Virus, vanquished. An 11th pane flared, its iron knob aglow with amber veins, rousing the most dreaded demon, Mythar, the Web of Delusion. The air grew clammy, a creeping chill laced with rot and silk, its touch a suffocating shroud that snagged the Scander's discernment. Tyryn's luminous form quivered, his inner resolve pulsing, a steady light kindled by his allies, as a faint skitter echoed, a sound like bone needles on brass, growing louder, closer, deliberate. The lattice dimmed, the orb's glow casting jagged shadows, when a silky thread brushed Tyryn's mote, its sticky grip snaring his light. He froze.
What's this?
His voice a whisper, dread curling as he glanced down. His feet, Lyssa's coils, Serath's scales, Thales' form, were trapped, bound by glistening strands that stretched upward, weaving a vast, quivering web across the chamber, its silvery filaments pulsing with a sickly green sheen, each thread thrumming with a heartbeat not their own. The heroes struggled, Lyssa's silver twisting, Serath's emerald thrashing, Thales' amethyst pulsing, but the silk held fast, its grip tightening like a living snare. Tarin's eyes darted up, and his breath caught, horror seizing his core as Mythar descended. She was no mere spider. She was a nightmare spun from the abyss, the most terrifying arachnid ever conceived, a creature to haunt the darkest corners of lore. Mythar's body loomed massive, a bulbous, pulsating sack of black chitin, its surface slick with oozing ichor, mottled with crimson veins that writhed like worms beneath her hide, her hairy belly bristling with coarse bristles that quivered with each breath, their tips glistening with a venomous dew. 8 legs, each a gnarled spear of bone and steel, splayed wide, their tips hooked with barbs that dripped venom, their joints creaking with a grotesque rhythm, scraping brass as she slunk down the web. Her abdomen throbbed, studded with spines that quivered like living thorns, their stench a rancid blend of rotted flesh and sour bile, burning the air. Her head was a horror, mandibles clacking like iron traps, their edges serrated, framing fangs long, sharp and pointy, each a curved dagger gleaming with sickly yellow venom, their tips glistening with ravenous hunger, poised to pierce and drain. Her eyes, 8 kaleidoscope orbs of fractured green, swirled with hypnotic chaos, their gaze a vortex that spun delusions, paths fracturing, allies turning foe, the orb a mirage. Her voice hissed, a sibilant screech that clawed the mind.
This is real. Stay.
A scander's delusion, perception's web tangling truth in lies. Tarin's Manamaeakaya shuddered, his indigo glow dimming as Mythar's eyes struck.
The orb's a dream, Balancer. You're mine.
A vision splintering, the orb dissolving, Lyssra and Serath snarling at him, his purpose unravelling in a maze of silk. His heart raced, delusion gripping, but he steadied, his voice stronger than Virus's roar. You're the lie! His maturity deepening, confidence a spark flaring from trust to clarity. Lyssa's silver coils strained. She weaves chaos, her amber gaze fierce. But delusion stirred, Mythar hissing.
Grace is vain, dancer.
Lyssa's grace faltered. I led Nagakin through shadow, my light their truth. Her voice soft, Tarin's eyes locking hers. You're our guide. She hissed. Web's blind. This is my dance. Serath's emerald swiftness thrashed. She traps us, her sapphire eyes blazing, but Mythar's mandibles clacked. Speed's a mirage, runner. Serath rasped. I darted Naga voids, my path their hope. Tarin's nod warm. You're our star. Her coils surged.
Delusion binds. Truth cuts.
Thales' amethyst calm pulsed. She twists reality. Her jade eyes. Delusion binds. Truth cuts. Thales' amethyst calm pulsed. She twists reality. Her jade eyes steady. Mythar screeching.
Calm's a lie, Seer.
Thales intoned. I unveiled Naga dreams. My chant their dawn. Tarin's voice resolute. You are our light. Her calm deepened. Webs tangle. Vision free. The band spoke, memories slicing through the silk, their characters vivid as Tarin listened, his confidence bolstered by their truth. Lyssa's voice trembled. I sang to Naga Young, their dreams my weave. Tarin nodded. That's real strength. Serath's hiss sharpened. I outran Yang's traps, their lives my vow. Tarin's gaze steadied. True purpose. Thales' chant hummed.
I mended Naga fears, dare trust my spark.
Tarin's nod firm, pure clarity.
Each memory fueled his will, his eyes brighter, his luminous form a guide, as the orb's silver swelled, its apple-sized glow flooding the lattice, its spirals radiant with 10 demons' fall, a herald of Yin's nearing triumph. Mythar's web tightened, threads constricting, her legs skittering closer, her fangs bared, venom dripping in sizzling pools.
Stay!
She screeched, her kaleidoscope eyes spinning, visions surging. Tarin lost, Lyssra foe, Serath's shadow, Thales' dust. The heroes fought, Lyssra's silver coils slashing threads, Serath's emerald swiftness dodging barbs, Thales' amethyst chant pulsing to clear the haze. But Mythar lunged, her massive form a tidal wave of horror. Her hairy belly, bristling with coarse, writhing bristles, slammed down, pinning Tarin's Manamaeakaya beneath its pulsating weight, the stench of rot and venom choking his senses, her crimson veins throbbing against his indigo glow. Her fangs descended, long, sharp, pointy daggers glinting, their yellow venom dripping inches from his face, their points grazing his luminous form, her kaleidoscope eyes swirling chaos into his mind. Varkul laughing, the orb gone, his allies dead. Tarin's heart pounded, terror clawing, but his resolve flared, his voice a defiant roar. Not real! His maturity surging, confidence a beacon in the spider's face. Pinned beneath her hairy belly, her bristles scraping his light, he chanted Om Svaha, his silver spark blazing, piercing her delusion, his indigo form flaring to break the web's grip, rolling free as her fangs snapped air. Lyssra's silver chant, rise, weaved a net, binding a leg. Serath's emerald coils slashing another, but Mythar spun, her mandibles clacking, seizing Thales' amethyst coils. Thales screamed, a blood-curdling wail, as Mythar's fangs plunged deep, venom searing, ichor gushing in endless crimson and silver streams, her luminous form convulsing, flesh torn as the spider's jaws dug relentless, her coils writhing, then stilling.
For Yin,
her voice a fading gasp, an eighth loss, her jade eyes dimming in the spider's maw. Tarin's heart shattered. Thales! But Lyssa's silver cry, fight, rallied them. Serath's emerald coils slashing a spine. Mythar screeched, her spines quivering, venom spraying, but Tarin surged. We're true. His Manamaeakaya flaring, his chant, Om Anatasvaha, piercing Mythar's core, her kaleidoscope eyes fracturing, her chitinous form collapsing onto silken ash, the 11th knob dimming with a screech. The orb's light pulse brighter, its yin-yang spirals vivid, now an apple's size, its silver flooding the crystal lattice, a clarion of hope. 2 motes hovered, Thales' amethyst gone, her sacrifice a crushing weight. Tarin's luminous form glowed stronger, his resolve unshaken. For Thales, we end this, Serath hissed. 11 down. Lyssa's amber eyes held. 1 remains. Lead balancer. The Nagas, Lyssra, Serath, coiled tight, the final knob's amber glint casting a dread shadow across. Chapter 27. Draconeth, the Void of Despair. The brass vault of the Dodecahedron quivered, revealing a crystal maze where 12 shadowy panels created a crucible of malevolence. Their inscribed symbols faded beneath the silver radiance of a crystalline orb, which housed a star the size of an apple at its core. The yin-yang spirals within transformed into a brilliant vortex, its luminosity amplifying 100-fold with each demon's defeat, serving as a beacon ready to shatter Silra's confinement. Tarin's Manamaeakaya floated nearby, a speck of indigo and gold intertwined with Tao spirals, his radiant form more stable since the collapse of Mythar's silken terror. His gaze was fixed on the orb's intense glow, its brilliance weighed down by Thales' amethyst loss, joining Zorin, Quaver, Mirith, Silva, Jixel, Renna, and Valthor
in a solemn tribute that strengthened his determination. 2 Naga sentinels coiled beside him, Lyssa's silver elegance and Serath's emerald agility, forming the last trio of 12 heroes. Their Monomaiakaya forms shimmered in the metallic haze, their scales illuminated by the power ignited by Bhogavati's sacred rite, their amber and sapphire eyes resolute despite the 11 dimmed knobs. Kraxus, Zythera, Gorvox, Lyssra, Vexilon, Thryme, Silthar, Clytha, Zorath, Virus, and Mytha, all vanquished. The final panel ignited, its iron knob glowing with amber veins, awakening the last demon, Draconeth, the void of despair. A hollow chill swept through the vault, its bite raw with ash and silence, a crushing abyss that devoured the Skander's hope. Tarin's luminous form quivered, his inner resolve pulsing, a steady light fueled by his allies, as a low moan echoed, a sound like wind through a ruined shrine, growing into a mournful wail that shook the brass. The air darkened, the orb's 100-fold radiance dimming as shadows coiled, and Draconeth emerged, a fallen primordial dragon, once proud, now a spectre of the dark side, his form a desolate mockery of the unborn's light. His massive frame loomed, skeletal wings tattered, their membranes grey and riddled with holes, their bones cracked and blackened, trailing wisps of ash. His body was a gaunt ruin, scales dark and greyish, drained of silver, their surface pitted with sores that oozed a tar-like ichor. His tail a limp coil dragging across brass, its tip frayed like a burned rope. His head hung low, horns twisted and dull, jaws slack with jagged teeth, his eyes twin voids of hollow black, their gaze a pit that swallowed joy, spawning visions, failure, loss, despair's eternal reign. His voice moaned, "All is lost." A Skander's chain, consciousnesses submerged in a sea of hopelessness. Tarin's Monomaiakaya began to falter, its indigo radiance diminishing as Draconeth's mournful cry echoed.
"You have failed, Balancer. The light of the orb is fading."
The vision was devastating. The orb dimming, Lyssra and Serath reduced to dust, and the Saha realm engulfed by Yang's flames. A deep ache filled his chest as despair clawed at him, yet he found his resolve, his voice rising above Mythar's shriek. "We are not finished!" His maturity reaching its peak, confidence shining brightly as it transformed from courage into defiance. Lyssa's silver coils trembled.
"He extinguishes hope."
Her amber eyes blazing with intensity, though despair began to creep in. Draconeth lamenting.
"Grace falters, Dancer."
Lyssa's poise faltered.
"I guided Naga through the depths of despair. My light was their dawn."
Her voice gentle, as Tarin's gaze met hers. "You are our spark." She replied sharply.
"Despair blinds. This is my dance."
Serath's emerald swiftness coiled as she exclaimed,
"He shatters us."
Her sapphire eyes blazed with intensity, but Draconeth's void countered.
"Speed wavers, runner."
Serath rasped.
"I raced through Yang's devastation. My urgency ignited their fury."
Tarin nodded warmly, affirming, "You are our flame." Her coils surged with determination.
"Despair ensnares, but hope liberates."
No additional voice emerged. Thales' amethyst presence had faded, leaving a raw wound in her absence. Yet her memory burned brightly, guiding Tarin with a sense of calm. He listened intently, his confidence strengthened by their collective fire, as Lyssa's voice quivered.
"I sheltered young Naga in the shadows. Their trust was my guiding star."
Tarin acknowledged. "That is true illumination." Serath's hiss became sharper.
"I outpace Yang's shackles. Their lives are my promise."
Tarin's gaze remained steady, unyielding will. Each recollection fueled his determination, his eyes shining brighter, his radiant form a beacon as the orb's 100-fold silver expanded, its apple-sized glow illuminating the vault, its spirals a bold declaration of Yin's impending victory. Draconeth's lament grew more profound.
All is lost,
as his ashen figure expanded, wings stirring up clouds of ash, and claws scraping against brass, while visions flooded his mind. Taryn shattered, Lyssra diminished, Serath reduced to dust. The champions battled fiercely, Lyssa's silver tendrils crafting nets to ensnare his wings, Serath's swift emerald movements evading his claws, yet Draconeth's abyssal roar echoed, his vacant eyes consuming all light, the tide of despair rising. Taryn's determination ignited. No! His Manomeakaya radiating with increased brilliance, his voice unwavering. We hope. The orb's glow resonating. Faith conquers void, he intoned. Om Svaha, his silver spark weaving through the ash, while Serath's emerald coils lunged to slash at a wing, and Lyssa's silver elegance ensnared a claw. Draconeth charged, his charred jaws snapping, but the heroes united in their strike. Lyssa's silver net constricting, Serath's emerald coils tripping him. Taryn's radiant form surged. We shine. His incantation, Om Anata Svaha, piercing Draconeth's essence, causing his greyish form to disintegrate into ash, the final remnants fading with a mournful sigh. The orb's illumination intensified, its yin-yang spirals vibrant, and still the size of an apple, with 100-fold silver light flooding the brass chamber, heralding a triumphant moment. 2 motes lingered in the air. No new losses, their unity representing a profound strength. Taryn's radiant form shone even brighter, his determination unwavering. We have succeeded, Serath hissed. All down. Lyssa's amber gaze remained steady. The orb is ready. Lead us, Balancer. The Nagas, Lyssra and Serath, coiled tightly, the lattice of the dodecahedron quivering, its last shadow dissipating as the orb's brilliance called to them.
Chapter 28. The Final Demon. The nest of echoes stood sentinel beneath the forge's molten heart, in Sahar Realm 38725, a cavern of black stone veined with silver threads that pulsed with the crystalline orb's distant hum, its jagged stalactites dripping dew into a glassy pool below, its surface rippling with faint reflections of hope and dread. The air hung heavy with damp and sulphur, a stillness pierced by the soft clink of Umbrathian tools, their grey forms weaving through the silver twilight, their fungal lanterns casting pale glows across stone barriers raised against Yang's unseen threat. At the cavern's heart loomed a spire of cooled lava, its peak cradling the dodecahedron, a brass orb no larger than a fist, its 12 crystal faces glinting dully, their iron knobs now dim, a prison trembling with the weight of battles fought within. Zarathra, Lyrian and Korath, the noble 3, stood vigil beside it, their resolve a beacon amidst the forge's shadow, joined by a circle of Umbrathians, their pale blue eyes shimmering with faith, their clawed hands stilled in reverence. Zarathra stood at the spire's base, her silver scales dulled by ash, their Tao spirals faint yet unyielding, her twilight robe trailing like a whisper, her medallion of the great other tree swaying at her chest, its silver branches pulsing with the Dharma Mega's light. Her amber eyes burned with noble wisdom, their gaze fixed on the dodecahedron, her hands poised as if tracing unseen threads of Sambodhi. Lyrian knelt beside the pool, her twilight robe shimmering with indigo threads, her auburn hair spilling over her shoulders, her Suchness veil folded in her lap, its silver folds glinting like starlight, her violet eyes soft with compassion, yet sharp with vigilance, her hands resting from tending Korath's wounds. Korath sat against a stalagmite, his obsidian scales nearly healed from scarathed gashes, his Bodhi shield propped beside him, its boomic runes faintly glowing, and his rune-carved staff across his knees, its knots worn smooth. His deep voice rasped,
"They fight on,"
his strength returning, pain a fading echo, his presence a bulwark beside his kin. Zorath, the Umbrathian leader, stood among his kin, his silver-scarred skin glinting, his blue eyes darting to the Dodecahedron.
"Mirith foresaw victory. What news?"
All eyes turned to Zythera, hope and dread mingling in their gazes, the cavern's silence a canvas for her wisdom. She stepped forward, her medallion flaring, her silver chant humming.
"I see them."
Her Sambodhi pierced the Dodecahedron's brass veil, glimpsing Tarin's trials, Kraxus's doubt, Zythera's desire, Gorvox's rage, Lyssra's pride, Vexilon's envy, Thryme's fear, Silthar's fog, Clytha's greed, Zorath's sloth, Virus's hatred, Mythar's web, Draconeth's despair. Each demon's fall a pulse of light, the orb's apple-sized glow blazing 100-fold. Tarin's courage a radiant fire, Lyssra and Serath resilient despite 8 Naga losses.
"They endure,"
Zythera intoned, her voice a silver tide weaving through the nest, her hands rising as she faced the circle.
"Yet valor bears a cost."
Lyrian's violet eyes lifted.
"The Nagas? Whose sacrifice?"
Korath's staff tapped stone.
"Honor her."
Zythera nodded, her chant shifting to poetic verse, a final hymn to praise the fallen, the last Naga, a line in its cadence, her words a silver thread binding vigil to victory.
Thalis, calm amethyst, a chant that unwinds, unravelling delusion with every soft breath, yet Mythar's fangs shattered what once brightly shined, her vision a beacon beyond shadowed death.
Her voice swelled, the Umbrathians' blue eyes glistening, their rasps joining.
"For the unborn!"
As Zythera's verse turned to the living.
Bold Tarin, the balancer, courage profound, faced demons with valor, a doom they could not seize, while Lyssra, silver grace, danced to astound, her movement a prayer to dissolve dark unease. Serath, emerald swift, a defiant spark, in the void's silent depths she sped without end. 3 stand as one now, illuminating the dark, an orb of pure light, their destinies blend.
Heads bowed, Zythera's silver scales glinting, Lyrian's veil shimmering, Korath's shield pulsing, Umbrathian's lanterns dimming, when Zythera's amber eyes snapped open, her medallion flaring.
"They've won!"
Her voice echoed, a thunder of hope.
"All demons defeated! Draconeth's ash falls!"
Lyrian's violet eyes widened.
"Tarin, Lyssra, Serath, they live!"
Korath's deep voice rumbled.
"The orb."
Zorath's claws clenched.
"Free!"
Zythera's chant surged.
"The Dodecahedron yields. Its knobs are dark."
The Umbrathians stirred, their blue eyes blazing, hope igniting the nest, until a voice shattered the silence, a venomous snarl from the expanding darkness.
"Not so fast, dragon scum!"
The cavern quaked, shadows surging as Silra emerged, her evil face looming massive, a colossal spectre dwarfing the spire, her raven black hair writhing like serpents, her golden eyes slit with malice, their pupils pulsing crimson, her crimson lips curled in a sneer that split her face, revealing jagged teeth glinting like daggers, her jet chokers ruby blazing like a bloodied sun. Her golden robes billowed, yang sigils flaring, crimson glyphs twisting into chains that lashed the air, her presence a storm of dread, her voice a shriek that clawed stone.
"You think you've won?"
Her face swelled, filling the cavern, eyes boring into souls, lips dripping venomous scorn, a nightmare visage to haunt Kalpas, her laughter a thunder that shook stalactites, dew raining in hissing pools. The Umbrathians recoiled, Zorath's scars paling, their lanterns flickering, Lyrian staggering, Korath gripping his staff, Zarathra's scales glinting defiant. Silra's hands rose, long-fingered, nails like iron claws, her voice hissing an evil incantation. Om Malum Svaha, golden light erupting, a vortex of crimson chains that lashed the vigil, knocking all to the ground with a crash. Zarathra sprawled, her medallion sparking. Lyrian fell, her veil slipping. Korath roared, his shield skidding. Umbrathians crumpled, lanterns shattering. Silra's shriek pierced. I'm the final and worst demon of them all. Her chains tightening, drawing life essence in shimmering threads. Zarathra's silver dimming, Lyrian's indigo fading, Korath's obsidian dulling, Umbrathian's blue eyes clouding, her laughter a cacophony as the cavern darkened, her face a looming abyss, her ruby blazing triumph. Zarathra stirred, her amber eyes flaring, her silver scales surging. No! Her dark Dharma awakening, a chant of unborn light. Om Dhamma Mega Svaha, her medallion blazing. A silver tide flooding the nest, its Tao spirals shattering chains, her hands weaving a radiant shield that pushed back Silra's vortex. Her voice thundered. Light endures. Her power a storm of clarity, the Dharma Mega's 10 boomic stages pulsing. Earth's grounding, flames spark, sky's expanse, insight's clarity, radiance glow, harmony's balance, compassion's warmth, truth's calm, freedom's release, the Dharma cloud's zenith. Her silver light piercing Silra's crimson, her face recoiling, eyes narrowing with a snarl. Lyrian rose, her violet eyes blazing, her twilight robe flaring. For Yin! Her Suchness veil unfurling, its silver folds a radiant tempest, its Tao spirals spinning with the Unborn's grace, empowered to its zenith. She hurled it skyward, its light a supernova, flooding the cavern, its threads weaving a net that struck Silra's looming face, its crimson glyphs fraying, her ruby dimming. Silra's shrill scream tore stone, a banshee's wail that shook the spire, her face contorting, eyes fracturing, as the veil tightened, her form collapsing inward, shrinking, dwindling, until it fell, a faint thud on the brass floor. The cavern stilled, Zarathra's silver fading, Lyrian's indigo calming, Korath standing, Umbrathians rising, their blue eyes wide. They stepped forward, Zarathra's scales glinting, Lyrian's robe shimmering, to lift the veil. Beneath lay Silra, reduced to a seedling, no larger than a thumb, her golden light snuffed, her crimson sigils ash, her malice a trembling husk. Zarathra's amber eyes narrowed. Your prison holds you now. She lifted the seedling, her silver chant pulsing, Om Svaha, and hurled it into the Dodecahedron, its crystal face flaring, sealing Silra within her own trap, a captive in the brass cage she forged. The orb's apple-sized glow surged, its yin-yang spirals blazing, then erupted, reverting to its true form, a beach ball-sized sphere of radiant silver, its light flooding the nest, free at last. Taran, Lyssra, and Serath emerged, their Manamea forms shimmering, stepping from the Dodecahedron, whole, victorious. The 3 survivors of 12, their eyes meeting the noble threes, Zarathra's wisdom, Lyrian's care, Korath's strength, a circle complete, the Umbrathians' blue eyes aglow, the orb's beach ball radiance a promise of Yin's dawn in Sahar Realm's shadowed heart. Chapter 29. The Light of Balance. The nest of echoes glowed, a cavern hewn beneath the forge's molten core in Sahar Realm 38725, its black stone walls threaded with silver veins that pulsed with a radiant hum, its stalactites dripping dew into a shimmering pool below, its air alive with a warmth that banished sulphur's sting. The Umbrathians stood in a reverent circle, their grey forms still, their blue pale eyes blazing, their fungal lanterns casting a twilight sheen across stone barriers forged in vigil. At the cavern's heart rose a spire of cooled lava, its peak cradling the dodecahedron, a brass orb no larger than a fist, its 12 crystal faces now dim, their iron knobs extinguished, a prison broken by valor. Zarathra, Lyrian, and Korath, the noble three, stood before it, their presence a triad of light. Zarathra's silver scales glinting, her medallion of the great other tree pulsing, Lyrian's twilight robe shimmering, her Suchness veil folded in her hands, Korath's obsidian frame strong, his Bodhi shield gleaming, wounds healed. They waited, hope a silent chant, as the dodecahedron trembled, its brass lattice quivering with the promise of victory. A silver flare erupted, the orb's radiance bursting forth, a beach ball-sized sphere of pure light, its yin-yang spirals blazing with cosmic clarity, its glow flooding the nest, a beacon freed from Silra's trap. Taran emerged first, his Manamea coalescing into his wiry frame, no longer a mote, but a man transformed, his tattered tunic frayed yet proud, his silver-streaked hair framing a face now etched with resilient maturity, a new beard dusting his jaw, its dark strands flecked with silver, a mark of ordeals endured. Kraxus to Draconeth. His eyes, gold and hazel, shone with quiet strength, his calloused hands steady as he stepped forward, the orb's radiance trailing him like a cloak. Lyssra followed, her silver coils shimmering, her Manamea form weaving into a graceful serpent, her amber eyes glowing with unyielding grace, her scales glinting with the scars of survival. Serath slithered beside her, her emerald swiftness vibrant, her sapphire eyes fierce, her coils taut with the speed that defied despair. The three heroes, Taran, Lyssra, Serath, stood as the last of 12, their victory a testament to Yin's enduring light. Zarathra's amber eyes flared, her silver chant surging. They live! Her twilight robe billowing as she strode forward, arms outstretched. Lyrian's violet eyes sparkled, her Suchness veil pulsing. Taran, Lyssra, Serath! Her auburn hair swaying as she rushed to them, joy breaking her serene calm. Korath's deep voice rumbled.
Champions!
His rune-carved staff tapping stone, his obsidian scales gleaming as he rose, shield aloft. The Umbrathians erupted, their blue eyes glistening, their rasps a chorus. For the unborn! Zorath leading, his silver scars aglow, their clawed hands raised in celebration. They gathered round, Zarathra's wisdom, Lyrian's care, Korath's strength, encircling Taran's courage, Lyssra's grace, Serath's speed. The nest a crucible of victory, the orb's beach ball radiance bathing all in silver harmony, yin and yang woven anew by the balancer's hand. Taran stood taller, his bearded jaw set, his eyes meeting Zarathra's. We did it. His voice, once a squeak, now carried a steady depth, forged in the dodecahedron's trials, each demon, doubt to despair, holding a resilience that shone in his gaze. Lyssa's coils tightened, her amber eyes warm. The orb is free. Serath's sapphire gaze flashed. Demon's ash. Lyrian stepped closer, her violet eyes tracing Taran's face, a smile curling. Your maturity has advanced in both spirit and body. She winked, her fingers brushing his beard, its silver flecks catching the orb's glow, her playful nod softening the weight of their ordeal. Taran's lips twitched, a faint grin. Guess I grew up. The Umbrathians rasped laughter, Zorath's voice low. A true balancer. Zarathra's medallion pulsed. You've brought harmony, Taran. Yang's tide bends, yin rises. Lyssa's silver coils shimmered. For Zorin, Quaver, all. Serath's emerald scales glinted. Their fire fuels us. Korath's shield flared. Their sacrifice saved us.
The orb's radiance swelled, its yin-yang spirals spinning, a cosmic dance of balance restored, its silver light bathing the cavern, silver veins flaring brighter, the pool rippling with hope. The Umbrathians knelt, Zorath's claws tracing stone. The forge trembles. Zarathra's amber eyes softened. The realm feels it. Harmony dawns. Lyrian's voice broke the reverie. Silra struck us here. Taran's eyes narrowed. Silra? Zarathra's silver chant deepened. She came as darkness, her face a looming terror. Crimson eyes, jagged teeth, her voice a shriek of chains. She gestured to the spire. She claimed herself the final demon, her incantation draining our essence, life fading, hope dimming. Lyrian's violet eyes flashed. She wanted to burn and destroy all our Bodhi seeds, to snuff Yin's light. Her hands lifted the Suchness veil. But Zarathra's dark Dharma rose. Her unborn light broke Silra's chains. I cast this veil. Its power her undoing. Taran's bearded jaw tightened. Where is she? Lyrian's smile turned sharp. Reduced to a seedling herself, trapped in her own dodecahedron. Serath hissed. Fitting. Lyssa's coils gleamed. Justice. Korath's deep voice rumbled.
Her malice is caged. Your victory sealed it.
Taran's eyes met the orb. Then it's done. Zarathra stepped to the spire. The Dharma Mega relic must be safe housed. Her hands traced its silver light. Our dragon stronghold awaits. Its powers will amplify our Bodhi seeds, weaving yin and yang against Yang's unwholesome tide. Lyrian nodded. A bastion for balance. Taran's calloused hands reached out. Let's take it home. Lyrian joined him, her fingers brushing his, their grasp lifting the orb, its beach ball radiance pulsing, its spirals a promise of harmony eternal. The Umbrathians parted, Zorath's blue eyes glinting. Go, Balancer. Lyssa and Serath coiled forward, silver and emerald weaving beside Taran and Lyrian, Korath's shield raised, his staff steady. They moved, orb aloft, silver light flooding the nest, silver veins blazing, stalactites gleaming, toward the tunnel's mouth, the dragon's stronghold calling. Zarathra lingered, her amber eyes turning to the dodecahedron, its brass dull, Silra's seedling prison within. She knelt, her silver hands lifting it, its weight light, its malice silenced, her chant a whisper. Rest now. She rose, clutching the orb's empty cage, and followed, her twilight robe trailing, medallion pulsing, the noble three and heroes bound for Yin's dawn, the forge's shadow fading behind. Chapter 30. A New Dawn. Varkul's torture chamber festered deep within his palace, a vile abyss beneath the forge's molten sprawl in Saha Realm 38725, its walls of blackened iron slick with blood and soot, their surfaces scarred with claw marks and yang sigils that pulsed a sickly crimson, their jagged edges glinting under flickering braziers. Chains dangled from a vaulted ceiling, their rusted links crusted with dried ichor, swaying in a draught thick with the stench of charred flesh and despair, a miasma that choked breath and spirit alike. The floor, a grate of warped steel, oozed with viscous sludge, its surface pitted with burns where molten iron had spilled, each drip hissing into pools below, their ripples catching the glow of torture racks and spiked cages that lined the chamber. Iron maidens yawned open, their interiors lined with barbs stained red, while flaying tables stood strewn with blades, curved, serrated, glowing faintly with Yang's unholy heat, each a testament to Pain's artistry. Screams lingered in the air, ghosts of victims long broken, mixing with the grind of gears from a massive wheel at the chamber's heart, its spokes studded with hooks that tore flesh with every turn, a grotesque monument to Varkul's cruelty. At its centre lay an Umbrathian, his limp body splayed on a torture rack, grey skin torn, silver scars dulled, pale blue eyes lifeless, his clawed hands slack, ichor pooling beneath in a crimson mirror. Varkul stormed in, his mammoth carcass a mountain of rage, crimson velvet robe dragging, golden threads fraying, his fiery beard smouldering, curls singed from unchecked fury, his yellow eyes blazing like forge fires gone mad. His meaty hands, ringed with amber and iron, clenched, knuckles cracking as he loomed over the corpse, his bellows shaking chains.
"What did he yield?"
Inquisitors, gaunt yang priests in crimson hoods, their golden eyes glinting beneath iron masks, cowered, their flaying tools trembling. One stepped forward, voice a rasp.
"The Dodecahedron, it's gone, my lord. Sura, imprisoned within, vanished with it."
Varkul's roar split stone. "Gone!" His fist smashed the table, blades scattering.
"My sister! Find her!"
He seized the priest's mask, wrenching it askew.
"Better find her, or your fate will be worse than this dead filth."
He kicked the Umbrathian's body, bones snapping, his yellow eyes wild, spittle flying as he roared.
"Sentinels! Now!"
The chamber erupted, crimson-armoured sentinels flooding in, their iron whips cracking, golden eyes glinting with fear, their boots splashing ichor as Varkul's command thundered.
"Scour the realm! The Dodecahedron! Sura! Bring them!"
They spilled out, through palace halls of gold and dragonbone, past yang effigies with crimson eyes, into Sahar realm's ashen wastes. The scene shifted, sentinels scattering like embers on a storm, their armour clanking across scorched plains, their torches flaring in the dark wood's twisted boughs, their whips lashing dunes where silver veins once pulsed, their shouts, "Find it!" echoing through caverns where Umbrathians once fled. They tore through Naga ruins, emerald scales shattered, ransacked Bodhigotratva shrines, Bodhi seeds ash, searched forge tunnels, their crimson sigils dimming, finding no trace of the brass orb, Silra's seedling prison eluding their grasp, Varkul's wrath a spectre driving their frantic hunt. Meanwhile, in the darkest corner of the dark wood, a shadowed hollow where gnarled roots strangled stone, their branches clawing a sky choked with ash, Zythera knelt alone. Her silver scales glinted faintly, dulled by time, her twilight robe pooling around her, its dowel spirals shimmering as a medallion of the great other tree pulsed at her chest, its silver branches alive with the Dharma Mega's light. Her amber eyes burned with noble wisdom, her hands, long and scaled, digging a hole in the cold earth, soil crumbling beneath her touch. A secret grave for a relic of malice. She lifted the dodecahedron, its brass orb dull, its crystal faces cracked, its iron knobs dark. Silra's seedling form trapped within, a faint crimson flicker, silenced by its own design. "Rest here," Zythera whispered, her silver chant a hum. "Om Dhammammega Svaha," as she placed it in the hollow, earth swallowing its weight, roots curling over like a seal. Her hands rose, palms weaving spirals, her dark dharma flaring, a radiant tide of silver light pulsing through the wood, its 10 boomic stages igniting, earth's grounding, flames spark, sky's expanse, insight's clarity, radiance's glow, harmony's balance, compassion's warmth, truth's calm, freedom's release, the Dharma cloud's zenith. The ground trembled, silver veins spreading, soil parting, as copies of the dodecahedron bloomed, each a brass echo buried in countless corners of the Saha realm, beneath forge ash, under Naga streams, within Bodhigotratva groves, across Umbrathian caverns, their forms symbolic of truths scattered through time, a historic weave of mystery and balance, mirroring real-world dodecahedrons. Zarathra's chant deepened, for yin, for harmony, her amber eyes closing, the wood's shadow sealing her act, the sentinels' torches blind to her work, their hunt doomed to fail. The scene shifted. Far from the wood, beneath Saha Realm 38725's silvered depths, the Umbrathian city glowed. A subterranean haven carved from black stone, its domed ceiling studded with stalactites that shimmered like stars, its fungal gardens blooming with silver moss, its caverns alive with the clink of tools and soft chants. A bonfire roared at its heart, flames dancing silver and gold, their warmth a defiance of the forge above, their light bathing the gathered Umbrathians, their grey skin aglow, pale blue eyes sparkling with hope reborn. Tarin sat among them, his wiry frame steady, his tattered tunic a badge of trials, his silver-streaked hair framing a bearded face, its dark strands flecked with silver, his eyes, radiant with resilient maturity, forged in the dodecahedron. Lyssra coiled beside him, her silver scales gleaming, amber eyes warm, her grace a quiet strength. Serath curled nearby, her emerald coils vibrant, sapphire eyes fierce, her swiftness a spark of survival. Mirith, the blind seer, sat at the fire's edge, craggly and stooped, his grey skin etched with silver scars, his milky blue eyes shimmering with sight beyond flesh, his gnarled staff tapping stone, its stalactite knots glowing faintly. His voice rasped, a tapestry of lore weaving through the night, tales of Saha Realm's dawn, dragon strongholds rising, Bodhi seeds blooming against Yang's tide. The Umbrathians leaned in, Zorath's scars glinting, younger kin's claws clutching moss, enthralled by Mirith's hymn.
The balancer came, half human, half dragon. His light pierced 12 demons. His will freed the orb.
Tarin's bearded jaw tightened. Memories of doubt, despair, Thales' blood. Yet his eyes shone. Lyssra's coils brushing his arm, Serath's hiss a soft echo. We endured. Mirith paused, his staff stilling, his milky gaze turning to Tarin, unerring despite blindness. The fire crackled, flames casting shadows on stone, silver moss glinting, the orb's radiance pulsing. Tarin, he rasped, leaning closer, his voice a whisper that cut the night.
I know who your parents are.
Tarin froze, his eyes widening, heart pounding, the Umbrathian's blue gazes locking on him, Lyssra's amber eyes narrowing, Serath's sapphire glint flashing. He stood, his frame silhouetted against the fire, bearded face mystified, breath catching. Who? The question a spark unanswered, Mirith's craggy smile holding secrets beyond the flame. The scene soared, a montage unfolding, the bonfire's glow fading as the cavern's stone parted, Saha Realm's depths rising to its surface, ashen plains softening, silver veins pulsing anew, the dark wood's branches swaying under a fractured moon, its light silvering roots, where dodecahedrons lay buried, their brass echoes a silent vow. The view climbed, past forge smoke thinning, past Umbrathian tunnels glowing, to the starlit heavens, a canopy of countless lights twinkling above Saha Realm 38725, their radiance a mirror to the orb's yin-yang spirals, a new dawn woven from balance. Tarin's victory, a seed for futures untold. End of Book 4.